Welcome to another big project tutorial where we will build a fully functional e-commerce website with Next.js 15. But this is not just a good looking front end, this is the whole thing with checkout, with inventory management, with fulfillment, even transactional emails, everything you would need in a real e-commerce website. In this tutorial, you will learn a lot about Next.js, about server-side rendering, but also React Query and other topics like how to handle authentication cookies. Okay, let's take a look at the features we will implement. First of all, this website has of course a dark theme, because why not? Every website looks better with a dark theme. Down here we have different featured products. Let's click on one of them. We see this loading skeleton and then the product information. Here we see different information like the product description, the price, if there was any discount, different images, and we can also enlarge these images. And then we have different product options. We can, for example, select black and we see different images. Blue also has their own images and so on. So we can attach different images but also different prices, for example, and different quantities to these options. For example, when I select large, the price changes from $16.99 for medium to $18.99. And you might have noticed that some of these options here are grayed out. For example, now that I selected large, all the colors are grayed out. What does this mean? It means there are none of these colors available in large size. They all have a quantity of 0, they are out of stock. But small is not grayed out because this combination, light blue and small, is available. We only have 6 left in stock, so we can't add more than 6, but we can add up to 6 to our cart via this button. And these options dynamically change depending on what we have selected. When we have small selected, black and light blue are available, but not blue or white. And when we select white, small is not available, but medium size is available. And when we select an option that's currently not available, we have this notify when available button. Here we can enter an email address and this actually works. As soon as this option is back in stock, which means that we go into our backend and we change the quantity from 0 to something else, the user will automatically get sent an email to the email inbox that this product is now available again. This is super cool. Yeah, and then of course we have our shopping cart, which we can open via this button. Here we have optimistic updates, so that when we change the quantity, this number here changes immediately. And this is important because when we change the quantity of a product, it has to make a request to our server, right? And it has to wait for the response with the updated quantity. So if we don't implement optimistic updates, we would click this button and then it would take a moment until we can actually change the number because we have to wait for the response. We could show a loading indicator like a little spinner next to the button, for example, but this is not a great user experience. It's much better if this number changes immediately. And this is what we do via optimistic updates. So we don't wait for the response from the server. Instead we say, okay, in 99.99% of cases, this is not gonna throw an error. So let's just change the value immediately. And if an error actually happens, it will show an error message and then roll back to the old value. So we would return to what we had previously. We will implement this with React Query and I will show you how all of this works. Okay. And the shopping cart is also stored in a cookie. So if we refresh the page or if we close the page and go back to it, we still have our shopping cart, even though we are not currently logged in. So anonymous shopping carts work. But we can also create a user account and then the shopping cart is always tied to this user account. We can do it via this login button, which redirects us to this login page, and here we can switch to sign up to create a new account either with Google or Facebook, and these both work, or just via good old email address. Okay, I'm gonna fill this out and create a new account. Then we get sent a verification code to our email inbox, and here it is. So let's copy this over and then finish the sign up. And then we get redirected to our page. We still have our product in our shopping cart, but now we are logged into this account. And the shopping cart is tied to this account, so we can log out Then we have an empty anonymous shopping cart again. But when we log back into our account, we get our products back. We also have a forgot password functionality, which actually works. And it seems like it took me 5 minutes to already forget my password, or maybe I mistyped it. Let's try this out. Forgot password, the same email address. Let's send a reset link. And here is the reset email. Okay, let's try this out. Reset password. Enter a new password. Let's this time type it correctly. Reset password. Your password has been changed. And now let's try this again. Log in with email. Log in. And then we get redirected to our website. And voila, we have our card back. So this is stored in this user account, and this way you can make sure that you don't lose your card. Okay, and there are two different ways to check out. We have this Buy Now button, which creates a checkout only for this specific product. Let's try this out. Here is the checkout page. We have to enter all of our information. Once we have entered this information once, it's actually saved for future checkouts, but we have to fill it once. Here again is an overview of the products we are going to buy. Or instead of using the Buy Now button, we can also add more products to our cart and then check out via the checkout button here in the cart. Again, we can change the quantity and it updates the subtotal amount. Let's try this checkout as well, which should include both the t-shirt and the sneakers. We get redirected to the checkout page. Here are all the products. Let's actually do a whole checkout. Let's enter my information, random phone number. And the cool thing is, for the address, there's actually a search implemented in here. So if I search for a random street, for example, it will fill the rest. I picked this street in Maryland, I guess. Save and continue. Then we can set up different payment and shipping methods. You can set up all of this in the backend later with different prices, different countries, and so on. And for payment, I'm gonna pick manual payment here because then I don't have to enter any credit card details. Okay, we can also configure terms and conditions and all of this later. Place, order, and pay. And this is actually a real checkout. This is not just a dummy. Here is an overview of our order we just did with the two products and the delivery address. Again, we get sent a confirmation email, which also includes the order information. And the shop owner also gets a notification email that someone just ordered something. So these emails are sent automatically. Okay, but more on orders later. Let's take a look at the other pages on our website because there is much more. We have this shop page where we have different filters. For example, we can only show products of certain collections. And again, we can configure these collections in our backend. And as you see, we have this pulsating animation while these filters are loading. And these filters are also added to the URL up here, which is really important. Keeping search filters in the URL is a really good practice because you can save these URLs for later. You can close the tab and open it again later to find the same search in the same state you left off. You can share the URL with someone else, for example. It allows for server-side rendering, which is better for SEO. And when we select, for example, a different sorting, this is also added to the URL. So now we have these different collections in here, and somewhere at the end is the sort parameter, price ascending. So now when I refresh the page, all these filters are still there. Whereas if we kept these filters in state and we did all of this client side like in a classic React app, then when we refresh the page, all our filters would be lost. Or if we accidentally close the tab and reopen it. But by keeping all of this state in the URL, this is much more robust. And what's even cooler is that we can now navigate back and forth between these different filters. So let me select another sorting, for example, price high to low. Now when I click the back button in the browser or the back button on my mouse, we get back to the previous filter and the results are actually stored in the history. And the URL also changes and the filter here on our screen. Isn't this cool? And I can go back even further, which then changes the filter we changed previously, which again was sort, and then it changes these collection filters. So we can navigate back and forth, which is really cool and makes this website feel really fast. But implementing this takes some advanced knowledge about Next.js and server-side rendering, and I will teach you all of this in this tutorial. And if this sounds good to you, please leave a like on this video, because this way you tell me that you want more of these free project tutorials in the future. Okay, we also have this really nice pagination bar here at the bottom if we have more than one page. And I set this up so that it is responsive. As you can see, it wouldn't look good if we put 12 page numbers here. It would be way too big. And what if we have 100 pages? Then it wouldn't even fit on the screen. So instead, we dynamically only show the pages that make sense at this time. So the way I configure this is that it shows the current page, the 2 pages next to it, and then the first and the last page. So if I select page 5, for example, which by the way is also put into the URL, then we see 1, 3, 4 and so on, but not 2 and not 8 to 11, for example. You can of course customize this and show the page numbers that you want, but more on that later. This whole website is also responsive. So this grid changes, and also our pagination bar down here is responsive, because at a certain point, even these page numbers we have here will not fit properly on the screen anymore. So if this gets small enough, what we do is this. We only show the previous and the next button and the current page number. And also the alignment of our filters here changes. So this whole website is responsive, which is also important. Let's take a look at the different collection pages, which again we can configure from the backend. For example, clothes. Again, we have this loading skeleton specific to this page. We have a banner and the title and then the products in this collection. And this again requires some advanced knowledge about Next.js and layouts in particular, because we have to fetch information about this collection, which requires a request to the server. So loading this page takes a moment, but we also have pagination in here. And the tricky part is that when we switch between pages, we only want to load the new products, but we don't want to reload the whole page, because then we would have to load all the collection information again. But we already have the collection, right? We already know the title and the banner image. So we only want to navigate in this part down here, which requires us to handle this part up here differently so that it doesn't reload. And again, I will teach you all of this. And not all collections have a banner. Some only have a title. Personal care, for example, doesn't have a banner, but clothes does. Let's take a look at the sneakers page again, because we have some more goodies. We have this additional information section here, which again we can configure on the backend or your client for who you build this e-commerce website. And down here we have related products, and those are not just randomly picked products. There's actually a real algorithm behind it that picks products that are often bought in combination, for example, or that are often viewed together. They are shown here. And fasten your seatbelts, we even have a whole review feature where users can write product reviews. They can give a rating, and then if they want, they can add a title and some text. They can also attach images and videos. Again, we can enlarge them. This is also paginated with infinite loading, so I can click this load more reviews button, which loads the next page. So those are only 3 reviews in total, and each user can only write 1 review per product. Let's try this out. So I write a review. I have to give it a rating. If I try to submit it like this, it won't let me. It has real-time validation. So let's say 4 stars. I don't have to add the title, but I can. Decent shoes. Again, we have real-time validation here as well. If we add the title, it has to be at least 5 characters long. And the same for the message, which needs at least 10 characters. These shoes good, but not perfect, for example. And with this button down here, we can attach images and videos. So we click this, pick an image, it gets uploaded and attached to this review. I'm going to skip this here. And then we submit this review. We get this confirmation dialog. The review is not shown immediately because we first have to verify it on our backend, but you can disable this if you want. Now if we try to write another review, we get this message here that a review already exists, but we only see this review after the shop owner confirmed it on the backend. And as you can see here, we can also write replies to reviews as the team, and you can do all of this from the backend. And after we purchased a product, we also get sent an email that reminds us to write a review for a product. This is such an email for a different product because by default, this has a delay of 2 weeks. You can configure this. So 2 weeks after buying a product, we get this email that asks us for a review. Okay, and we can see the reviews in our backend. We have one pending review, which is the one we just wrote. We can view it here. We can leave a reply if we want. And then we can decide if we reject it or we publish it. Let's go ahead and publish it. And now when we refresh the product page, we should see one more reviewer. After we loaded the next page. There we go. Decent shoes by Florian Walter. Nice. Okay. Of course, this page here is responsive as well. So it works even on mobile phones. And take a look at the Navbar at the top, which is also responsive. So on small screens, which is about tablet size, I would say, all these elements here disappear. And instead we get this menu button here on the left. And now we have the search and all these different collections and our user button here in this new sidebar. And when we make the screen bigger again, the sidebar automatically disappears at the correct breakpoint. And of course the search works as well. Let's try this out. Sneakers. Again, we get to the shop page and the search query is added as another URL search param, which again is really cool because then we can save the search and all the filters we added to it for later. And then the user can continue their search at a later point in time. Okay, one more page I want to show you. We also have a profile page where we can change some basic profile information, like our name, for example, which is also shown here. And where is this name coming from? It's put into the user information because we already did a checkout earlier, remember, and there we added our name. This is why the app now knows about our name. And now when we do another checkout, our address information should already be pre-filled. Let's try this out. Checkout. We get redirected to the checkout page. And voila, our street and name and everything is already pre-filled, so we don't have to add this again. And when we click on continue browsing, we get back to the previous page. Okay, back to the profile page for a moment. We can change our name if we want. And down here we have a list of our past orders. Remember, this is what we ordered earlier. We can also see these orders in our backend later, where we can fulfill them. We can actually send the product, we can check if the money was paid and so on. And here we will also implement infinite loading, just like you saw it earlier for the reviews. So when we have more than one order, we will also have a load more button. Okay. To build this app, as I already mentioned, we will use Next.js 15, which at the moment is the latest version. It's actually still a release candidate. It's not stable yet, but we will already get a head start by learning it now. You will learn about server-side rendering, but also client-side rendering and React Query, and how to combine these different ways of fetching data. For the styling, we will use Tailwind and Shadcn UI components, and I will also show you how to configure your IDE VS Code properly so that we can work with all these different tools in a very nice and comfortable way. Which means that we will set up things like Prettier or our linters correctly, and we will make sure everything runs smooth. And you might have already noticed that we use Wix as the backend here. Wix provides the shop functionality. We built the front end of the shop in Next.js, but the backend is provided by Wix, who are also kind enough to sponsor this video. And this is really cool because you can build a fast front end in Next.js, but manage all the shop functionality via this backend. Either if you want to start selling yourself, or what is more likely, that you build this website for a freelance client, for example. Then you can build a fast Next.js website, but your client can manage all the inventory and all the fulfillment from this backend, and they don't need to be a developer to update the data on the website, which is important. For example, we can go to the product page where we have an overview of all our products. And here we can update all the product information. And building a complete backend like this would take much longer than the website itself, because you have to implement inventory management, you have to implement fulfillment, shipment options, and all of this stuff. So it makes much more sense to pick a ready-made provider for the backend and build a front end yourself, only the part that the user actually sees. Okay, and on this product page we can change all the data. We can upload images and videos. We can set a ribbon, which is shown on the page as well. This is the description that you saw earlier. All of this can be changed from here. Additional information, we can change the pricing, discount, we can set different product options and if they are in stock or not and in what quantities. All of this can be set from here. And the cool thing is that all these changes will be immediately applied to the front end. So you can change something in here and the next time you refresh the shop page, this new data will be shown. Okay, and in our dashboard we can also find the past orders, which include the one we just made a moment ago. And again, building this from scratch would be very tedious and take very long. So it makes sense to use a provider that already exists and manages all of this for you. So this is the order we just made a moment ago. We can assign text to it, we can collect the payment and then actually send out the product. Then we also have our categories, which are the different collections you saw on the front end earlier. We can set them up here, we can upload an image. Remember, those are the banner images that you saw. We can add and remove products. But really the biggest strength of a provider like Wix is that we have features like automations, which are really complex and really difficult. You would need a whole developer team to build something like this. And in here are things like our back-in stock email that I told you about earlier that notify the user when a product is back in stock if they want. And we have, for example, this review email, which we get sent after we bought a product. And this all works automatically and is managed via these automations. And there are many different ones of them active. I already showed you the reviews page earlier. We can also change different settings like the shipping and fulfillment settings. And here you can configure different shipping rates for different countries. You can also set a threshold for the min amount a user has to buy. You can also select different shipping providers. All of this is already integrated with this backend. And there is so much more this backend brings us. We have, for example, free file storage, so we don't need to set this up separately. We have user management. We have invoices that we can design and automatically send out to users. And you can not only build e-commerce websites with Wix headless, you can also build other things like, for example, events websites with different tickets that you can book and all kinds of other stuff. So yeah, this is a really nice provider for any kind of shop. And to follow along in this tutorial, you don't have to pay anything. You can create a free account, implement everything. So you can follow along with this whole tutorial and you don't have to pay anything. You just have to create an account. The only feature that actually requires a paid plan is the checkout. But we will do this at the very end. And this also makes sense because once you have a checkout, you actually make money from your website. And then it makes sense to invest some of that money for the backend provider, right? And once you buy a paid plan, you also get other stuff like, again, file storage. You get a free domain. You get all of this stuff for free on top. But again, we will implement the checkout at the very end of the tutorial so you can follow along without paying anything. And you can build this whole project together with me. And a few months ago, I tried to build an e-commerce website with Shopify and I didn't like the API at all. It was very complex in my opinion, whereas Wix headless was much easier to use. This is why I decided to make the tutorial with Wix instead of Shopify. Okay, what are the prerequisites of this tutorial? You should know the basics about Next.js 13 and the app router, and of course React. I have beginner tutorials on both, which I will link in the top right corner of this video. If you know the basics of Next.js and the app router, you can follow along. You can probably also follow along if you only know basic React, but it's useful if you have worked with Next.js before, because there are some things I won't explain in detail again. And before we begin, I want to tell you about one more thing, which is my free React Best Practices course. You can go to codingandflow.com/React Best Practices. There will also be a link in the video description below. This is a free email course I created. You will be put into my newsletter, where I send an email every 2 weeks roundabout. And there I talk about things I learned about Next.js, React, and web development in general. If you fill out this form, you will get this free course and you will be put into my free newsletter. So all of this is completely free. So go check it out at codingandflow.com/React Best Practices. And then I wish you a lot of fun with this tutorial. Alright, first we want to make sure that we have Node.js installed. For this we open the command line. On Windows that's the PowerShell. And we type in node --version. This should show a number here. If this doesn't show anything, or if the version is lower than 20, then please go to nodejs.org and download the latest long-term version, the LTS version, and install it. Node.js is completely free, and when we type in npm --version, npm is the Node package manager, then this should also show something. npm is installed together with Node.js automatically. Okay, and then I will provide the starting code for this tutorial. There will be a link to a repository with the starting code in the video description. It's not this repository, it's a new one that I will create later. And downloading the starting code is optional. I will also show you how to set up everything from scratch. But the benefit of using the starting code is that I already set up all the dependencies in the package.json with the specific version numbers that we use here. And this is really cool because if you watch this tutorial a year into the future, or 2 or 3 years, then everything will still work exactly the same, even if these packages have gotten updates since, with breaking changes, because the dependency versions are already set in stone in this project. So go to the link in the video description if you want, then clone the repository, or if you don't want to use Git, you can also just download it as a zip and open it in VS Code. Then open the command line. I do this with Ctrl Ö. Somewhere in here is the shortcut for it, here, the terminal. Ctrl Ö in my case. And then run npm install, and then very important, you add -- legacy -peer -deps, like this. This will install all the packages in the package.json with these specific version numbers that I set. And legacy peer deps is necessary because we use Next.js 15, which is still not stable, it's a release candidate. And in order for this version to work with the other packages, we have to add this compatibility flag. So run this command, confirm it with enter. And into the starting code, I will also put some images and assets that we will use later, and the Shadcn components. So everything that can change in the future will be part of the starting code to make sure that this tutorial still works in a few years. Again, the link is in the video description. And there will also be different branches for the different parts of this tutorial with the code at the end of the specific part. So if you need a refresher how something worked, you can take a look at these different branches. Okay, but as promised, I will also show you how to set up this whole project from scratch if you're very brave. This also means that things might break in the future because packages get updates and then they sometimes work differently. And if you set this up from scratch, you have to research these changes yourself, but it's a good way to learn, so I don't want to discourage it. Okay. To set up a new Next.js project, we open the folder where we want to put it. I want to put it into this VS Code projects folder. And here at the root, I press Shift, I hold Shift down, right click, and this way I can open the PowerShell here in this particular folder, in VS Code projects. On Mac or Linux, this will work a bit differently. In the end, you just need to open the command line and navigate to this folder. If you don't know how to do this on your operating system, then just run a quick Google search. Okay, then we create a new Next.js project with npx, not npm, npx. Create -next -app, and then important we write @rz, which installs not the latest stable version of Next.js, which is still 14 point something, but we want the release candidate 15. Now, if you watch this in the future and version 15 is already stable, then you can remove this part and write @latest instead. But right now, next 15 is the release candidate, so we have to set this here up specifically. Okay, we run this with enter. Then we have to give this project a name. I'm gonna call it Next.js 15 Wix Store. You can set any name you want. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint as well. Tailwind CSS as well. We also want to have this SRZ directory for organization. We want to use the app router. This is really important. And we keep TurboPack at no because I think this is still experimental. But if you watch this in the future, you can also select yes there, I guess. I'm not sure. I haven't used it yet. If you want to play it safe, select no. And we also don't want to customize the default import alias. So again, no. And then we wait until this is set up. And in Next.js 15, there have been some changes to how caching works. I will talk more about them throughout this tutorial, but Next.js 15 doesn't support the new React compiler yet because it's not finished yet as far as I understand. The React compiler, which will help us get rid of things like useMemo and useCallback. So we can't use it yet, but we also don't need it because I think we don't have a useMemo or useCallback anywhere in our code later. Anyway, when this is finished, we can close the command line. And then here in this folder is our project and we open it in VS Code. So this is a basic empty React project with some scaffolding. We can run it with npm run dev. And then as you can see here, we can open localhost 3000 and we see this front page here with some placeholder text. Okay, and now we install all the packages that we need. If you downloaded the starting code, you don't have to do this because you installed all the packages with this npm install command earlier. But if you created an empty project, then we have to install all these packages from scratch. That's what we're gonna do now. We run npm I, which is short for install. You can also type out install. And then we have to add a bunch of packages that later provide different functionality to our app. And we have to add them one by one. Again, this is only necessary if you didn't download the starting code. And make sure to spell them correctly, otherwise it will not recognize them. So the first one is 10stack/React query. And I already misspelled this, should be spelled like this. We don't press enter yet, we add a space. React Query is the most popular data caching library for React. It's very useful for client-side data fetching and rendering. You will learn everything you need to know later. Then the next package is @Wix/SDK, which, as the name implies, is the Wix SDK. And then we have different Wix packages that we also need. @Wix/ecom, @Wix/media for file uploads later, @Wix/members, @Wix/redirects, @Wix/reviews, and a few more. @Wix/stores. Those are all the Wix packages. Then we need date-fns, which is a library for date formatting. We need JS cookie for client-side cookie handling, because in Next.js by default we can only handle cookies server-side, and with JS cookie we can also set and read cookies client-side. More on that later. We need Kai, which is a wrapper around the fetch API, really useful. We need Next themes for our dark mode later. React -medium -image -zoom, which provides this image zoom effect when we click on an image. And the last one, add t3 -oss -env -next.js,
This is a library that allows us to handle our environment variables in a type-safe way later, really useful. And then very important, we have to add this ---- legacy peer depth flag again, because again, otherwise these packages are not compatible with Next.js 15, which we are using here. We use the 15 release candidate. Okay, make sure you spelled all of them correctly, and then we confirm this with enter and install these different packages. Okay, and they should all be added to this package.json as dependencies. But we still need a few more that are dev dependencies that will not be used in production but only in development. So again, we type in npmi, but this time we add this -D flag, which is short for dev dependencies. And then we have to add a few more. Add Tailwind CSS /typography. Then we need to add tenstack /React Query -devtools. Then again add tenstack /ESLint -plugin -query. That's an ESLint plugin which helps us find problems with our React query code. Then add types /JS cookie, which is necessary to make JS cookie work properly with TypeScript. And just a few more. Prettier, which is a really useful code formatter. Then ESLint -config -prettier. And lastly, the Prettier -plugin -Tailwind CSS. There we go. And again, important, we add the ---- legacy peer depth flag, like this. Again, take a moment and make sure this is all spelled correctly. And then we install these packages as well. And again, they should now be added to the package.json here in the dev dependencies block. And those should be all the packages we need. Next, we set up the Shadcn components. Shadcn is, I would say, the most popular component library for, well, Next.js and probably React in general right now. And the cool thing about Shadcn is that you don't install a package like with other component libraries. Instead, you basically copy-paste these components into your project. And this way, these components don't break when this gets an update because you own the code. All of this code is directly in your project. You can also customize it. You can completely change how these components look and work. And they have a lot of different ones, as you can see. Everything you need from buttons to menus, inputs, form components, and all of this stuff. Okay, so as I mentioned, you copy-paste these components into your project, but you don't have to do this manually. You can also run a CLI command that look like this, which copy-pastes them into your project automatically. So let's do this. Back into our project, we open the terminal, and I already added the Shadcn components to the starting code. Why? Because they also change in the future, and I don't want the project to break or look completely different, so they will be part of the starting code. So if you downloaded the starting code, you can skip the next few steps where we set up Shadcn. But if you set up the project manually, then follow along. Again, we run npx. Again, we need ---- legacy -peer -steps. Again, because of Next.js 15 release candidate. If you use a stable version of Next.js, you can leave out this flag. And then afterwards, Shadcn, which is spelled like this, -ui, add latest init, which initializes Shadcn. Okay, I just learned that they recently changed the namespace. It's now just Shadcn without the -ui. So let's remove -ui and run this command again. And then it should work. Then again, we have to answer some questions in the command line. Which style would you like to use? We want to use the default style. Neutral base color, but we will change this later anyway. Would you like to use CSS variables for theming? Very important, select yes. And then it sets up some new files and it changes some existing ones. Let's take a look at the files it changed. So it created this components.json, which is basically the configuration for Shadcn. It made some changes to the Tailwind config file. We don't have to understand this in detail, and it set up the different colors in the global CSS file. And it also added some new packages and a utility function. More on that later. And by default, Shadcn components have these boring black and white colors, but we can customize this. On the Shadcn website, we have this themes page, and here we can click customize and select different colors and border radiuses. You can pick your own theme here. I have already prepared one, which again I will put into the video description if you want to copy paste it, and it's also already part of the starting code. After you have configured your theme, you can click on copy code, copy this part here, and this goes into the global CSS file. And here we replace this add layer base block together with the .doc block, this whole thing, for the one we just copied. Which again you can set up yourself or find in the video description, or keep the boring default colors if you prefer. The part here at the bottom has to stay, which applies border and these body colors. But I think we can remove all the stuff up here. This hasn't been there before when I prepared the tutorial. This is pretty new, but we shouldn't need this anymore. So let's remove this and then pray that our project doesn't break. But our colors, the background and foreground colors, should be applied with this block down here. So we shouldn't need the ones at the top. And again, in the starting code, this will already be configured for you properly. Okay, then once again, we have to open the command line. npx, not npm, npx, minus legacy minus peer minus deps. And now we install the different Shadcn components, which again are just commands that copy paste the code into our project. And we're gonna install all of them at once in the beginning, so we are done with that. Okay, legacy peer deps, then again Shadcn at latest, space and then add as one word, and then the different components, which is all uppercase. Accordion, button, checkbox, dialog, drop down minus menu, form, input, label, navigation minus menu, pagination, select, sheet, skeleton, text area, toast, and tooltip. Those should be all we need. Again, make sure you spelled them correctly. Of course, if you missed any, you can still install them later. And then we press enter. Again, this adds some new files and even some packages. Here are all the different component files, and as I already explained, we have this code now in our project, which means that we can change it however we want. We can go into these components and modify them. And we will actually do this later, for example, in the pagination component, but let's not jump ahead. Then I want to set up VS Code properly, because if you work with Tailwind, then there are some configurations and extensions you should use to make working with it easier. One of them is the official Tailwind CSS VS Code extension, which gives us autocomplete and some other cool stuff directly in VS Code. And then we have this Prettier plugin, which we will also install for automatic class ordering. This is really useful, and it makes working with Tailwind CSS much easier. So what we do is we go to the extensions tab and you install this one here, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. It's an official extension by the Tailwind team itself. And then we have to do a little bit of configuration. So we go into the preferences, settings, and we search for files associations. Here you have to add this association, star.css and Tailwind CSS as the value. Click on add item and add this here. This will enable Tailwind features in CSS files, like our global CSS. Otherwise, we will get a warning here because it doesn't recognize these commands. But an even more important configuration is the quick suggestions here in the editor. Here you want to enable quick suggestions for strings because Tailwind classes are strings, and this way we get autocomplete in these strings. Make sure to enable this. Then we will also set up Prettier, which is the most popular code formatter. It's really cool because it makes a lot of decisions for you, where to put line breaks, where to put parentheses, semicolons, double quotes, single quotes, and so on. You don't have to think about any of this stuff. This is why I like Prettier. We already installed this earlier, if you remember, here. But by default, this has to be executed in the command line. If you want to execute this via a shortcut automatically, then you have to install this Prettier VS Code extension. Then we go into the settings once again, and we set the default formatter to Prettier, so that when we press the formatting shortcut, format document, which in my case is Shift-Alt-F, then it will use Prettier to format the code. You might have to restart VS Code first for this to come into effect, or run this reload window command, which restarts it as well. And we are almost done with the setup, but a few more steps. We also want to install this Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS, which, as I mentioned earlier, does this automatic class ordering. So it puts these different Tailwind classes into the recommended order, which makes it much easier to keep an overview of these different classes. We already installed the required dependencies. We just have to add a new file here for the configuration. Right in the root folder, not inside src, but here on the outside. We create a new file, which we call prettier.config.js. And in here we put this code. Pause the video and type this out. This enables this Prettier plugin for Tailwind. Then we open this eslint.rc JSON file. We turn this string value into an array because we have more eslint plugins that we need. So we add a comma, then we add Prettier as a string, which makes sure that Prettier works together with eslint properly, and then a third one for this 10-stack development plugin we installed earlier. Let's see, somewhere in here, 10-stack eslint plugin. Again, what this package does is it gives us useful lint warnings in our code if we do anything wrong with React Query. But in order to enable this, we have to add this here to this file. Again, we have to make sure to spell this correctly. Plugin colon, no space, and then add 10-stack slash eslint minus plugin minus query slash recommended. This will enable these React Query eslint features with the recommended settings. Okay, we are almost done. I also want to mention that it's very useful to have this eslint extension installed, because again, this linter usually works via the command line, but by installing this extension, we see these lint warnings right in our IDE without having to run a command first. And this will automatically pick up the eslint version that you installed in your project. Again, after we did all this setup, it's a good idea to reload VS Code to make sure all these changes are applied and actually work. And then the only thing left is we have to copy some images into our project. Again, they are already part of the starting code, but if you set up this project from scratch, you have to put them in there yourself. I will put links to them into the video description. You can just download these files and we will use them throughout our project. So go ahead and download all of them if you didn't download the starting code. And then we put these files into different places. So the placeholder goes into the public folder, and actually we can delete all the stuff that's in here by default. And then we just drag and drop the placeholder into this public folder. Then we create a new folder in the src folder called assets. And in here we put the banner and the logo, these two files, put them in here. Now they are part of our project. And then in the app folder here, we delete the fav icon that's there by default because we have our own one. and we copy both the favicon ICO file and the OpenGraph image PNG file directly into the app folder, right here. This changes the favicon. That's the icon that's shown up here in the browser tab, for example, or also in Google search. And the OpenGraph image will be shown, for example, on social media websites when we paste a link to our website, but I will show that later. Okay, that's it for the project setup. Next, we open the layout.tsx file. I explain what a layout.tsx file is in my Next.js app router beginner tutorial, which I linked in part 1. For this tutorial, I will assume that you already know the Next.js basics, but here we have to make a few changes. First of all, we can change the title and the description for our website. This is what will be shown in the browser tab, but also again when we paste a link to this website on social media. Now, instead of hard coding a string for the title, we can also pass a JavaScript object and use a template in here, where we pass a string with %s, this is a placeholder, and then a vertical bar flow shop. This is really cool because if a sub page has a certain title, it will be put into this placeholder, and then this part here behind it will be put behind the title on every sub page, so we don't have to repeat the same pattern over and over again. But we also need a fallback, which will be used on the front page or on child pages that don't have a specific title. This is what will be used instead. For this we set absolute to just a flow shop. Let's also change the description. A full stack e-commerce application built with Next.js 15. But of course you can put in here whatever you want. Let's actually open this website on localhost. So we run npm run dev again. We open this website on localhost 3000 and the favicon is not always applied immediately because I think this is cached. But now after I pressed Ctrl F5 to do a hard reload, this is there. Otherwise just ignore it. As long as the correct favicon is in your project, this will work properly later. But I also want to change the font. By default Next.js 15 uses this Geist font. But I picked a different one which is more fitting for an e-commerce website. So what we do is we import from next/font/Google. So those are Google fonts that we get shipped in a Next.js project automatically. And here we can destructure the LoRa font. Then below the imports we write const LoRa with a lowercase l equals LoRa with an uppercase L. Parentheses, curly braces, and then we set subsets to an array that contains Latin like this. This configures this font properly. And then we want to apply it to our whole body down here. So we remove this existing class name and instead here we pass LoRa.className. And now when we save this, our font changes to this LoRa font. This is a more classic font as you can see, which looks a bit more old, but I think it fits really nicely to an e-commerce website. And don't get confused why these images here are not loading, because we deleted them from the public folder earlier, but we will delete this whole page later, so we can ignore this for now. Okay, and since we don't use the Geist font, we can also delete this fonts folder here. So let's remove this. And this project, as it is right now, with all these changes we made and the images we added and the packages we installed, is what I will push to GitHub as the starting code. So this current state is the starting code. And everything we change going onward, you have to do yourself, even if you downloaded the starting code. So I will push this to GitHub now, and I will put a link to this into the video description. And then the next step is to set up Wix Studio together. Okay, to create our Wix account, we go to wix.com/studio. I will also put a link to this into the video description. And this link will probably be an affiliate link where I get some commission if you ever purchase a paid plan here. So you would do me a favor if you would use the link in the video description instead of typing this out yourself. But if you hate me, of course, you can also go to this URL directly and then we create a new account here. I'm gonna use my recording email address again. And then we set up our account here. How do you plan to use the platform? I would say as a freelancer. What kind of services? Web development. I guess you can also skip this. And Wix Studio has this page editor, which you can use if you are not a developer and you want to build a website with a drag and drop editor. But we don't use this here. We use the headless version of Wix, which allows us to code our very own front end, in our case with Next.js. So we go to the workspace instead, which is the dashboard of Wix Studio. And then you should have also gotten a confirmation email in the email address you used. So click the confirm button here. And then we go back to our dashboard. Then before we set up a new site, let's go to settings and workspace settings. Let's set a name. I'm gonna call the workspace maybe Flowshop. That's the name I want to give this website. And we use the same for the URL prefix here. This will be used on, for example, the authentication pages or the checkout pages if we don't buy and set up a separate domain. So flowshop.wix site, I think this is fine. And we can also upload a logo, for which we can use the logo that I provided in the beginning when we set up the project. Let's use this as the workspace logo as well and save this. This prefix is already taken. I guess this is my own prefix that I used earlier. Then I'm gonna call this Flowshop 15 instead. Flowshop 15. Save. And now it worked. But of course you can select your own name here. And then I wanna go to the account settings, which we can find here in this drop-down menu. And I wanna do a little bit of configuration. I wanna enter my real name here. You can upload an image if you want. Let's see if I have one. Not of me, but of my logo. So let's use that here. There we go. And then you have other settings that you can configure here. Connect social logins, change your password, add two-step verification and so on if you want this. And then I will put another link to the Wix headless setup into the video description because I didn't find any menu item here to get to the setup. Instead, you go to the video description and there you will find a link where we can set up a new project, but with Wix headless and not with the editor. So again, here we have to answer a few questions. I'm creating this project for select whatever option makes sense for you. I'm going to select personal. Developer. Select the business solutions you want to add. We only need e-commerce and not these other features. And we have to give this a name again. Next.js 15. Yeah, Flowshop maybe. Okay, and now we are in the dashboard of the project we just created. This is our actual e-commerce store where we can set up projects and all this other stuff. Again, we can start with some configuration here, edit business info. The name is already set, that's what we did earlier. And here we can also set a logo for this particular project, for which again, we want to use the Flowshop logo. But this time it opens this media viewer, which is also where we upload all our product images later. And as you can see, you get 10 gigabytes for free by default. Isn't this very generous? We haven't paid a cent yet. And actually on the most expensive plan of Wix, you get unlimited storage. So you never have to worry about files or file uploads from users. You can just upload as much as you want. Anyway, here we want to upload our Flowshop logo again. This takes a second or two. Then we select this file as our logo and then we save this. Your changes were saved. Okay. Then we go to the settings here in the sidebar. We open the general settings and here we can customize our domain. Again, later when we have a paid plan, we will connect a custom domain. We do this at the very end. But if you use the free version, you get this default domain here, which is generated from the site name we set up earlier. So flowshop15 wixsite.com/ and then we have to add some suffix. I don't know, maybe flowshop again. Then we can save this. And the checkout page and the login page and so on will run on this subdomain. Then we go back to the settings and I want to go to language and region. And here it's set to German and Euro by default because I'm in Germany, but I want to change the currency to US dollar. This also changes the currency that is shown in our shop. You can pick whatever you want. I select USD, but we can keep the regional format at German or whatever language you prefer. And here on the right side is a preview of how we will see this data. Okay, this is the basic configuration we need for our shop. Now let's set up some products. Okay, to create a new product, we click on Store Products and then here on Products. And we already have some dummy products in here, which is really cool because we can use them to show them on our website. But we also want to create our own one. We want to focus on physical products in this tutorial, but you can also set up digital products like ebooks and music and stuff like that. And the product I want to set up is called leather shoes. And we are going to need some images. So I go to pexels.com where we can find free images. And I type in leather shoes here as well. And we will sell these leather shoes in two different colors, brown and black. So let's open some images here for brown and black shoes. And as I told you earlier, we can also show videos. So let's do that as well. Let's search for a leather shoe video. While I have to admit that this one here is the most appealing to me, we are going to use this one here, which is a bit more decent. So what we do is we simply download these different images. We don't need this huge size, the large size should be enough. Download this to your computer, all of them. It makes sense to put them all into one folder for organization. And then we want to upload them here. So we click on Add Images. And then I think we should be able to drag and drop these image files without the video directly in here to upload them all at once. And maybe the video file works as well. Yeah, we can upload the video too. But we can't select the video here because we clicked Add Image. So what we do is in the order that we want to show them. First the brown ones. I press and hold Control and then select these different images. And then the black ones in the order that we want to show them. And then I also want to add this one video we uploaded. Okay. Then let's set up some data here. The ribbon is a little text that we can show next to the image. We can set this to anything we want. Let's set this to a best seller. For the description, I had something prepared by ChatGPT, which I will just paste in here. And we can also add rich formatting here, which will later be shown on our website, like making some text bold, for example. You can type anything in here you want or use this Generate AI text button. Then additional info is also shown on our website. We can add different sections, for example, material. Again, we can make some parts bold. So I'm gonna do that and format this all properly. Like this. Save this, add another section, which I call care instructions, but again, you can add anything you want in here. It's completely up to you. And then we save this as well. We can also set a brand. I'm gonna set this to a Sushi. This is a brand I just invented. And then we scroll down and we add product options. And we can add any options we want. We don't have to use color or size. We can use any names and values that we want. But right now we want colors and size because we have brown and black shoes, right? Show and product page as color, that's correct. And then here I'm gonna type in brown and black. And this automatically tries to set this to a brownish color, but this is not the right shade. I would say this one here is about correct. Okay, so we add these two color options. And then we also add a size option. And I'm gonna set this to 10, 11, and 12. Of course, you can add more options if you want. This time it's not a color option, it's a list. And we add this as well. Okay, and then what is really cool is that we can connect images to options, to one of these options. For example, we can take the color and we can say for the brown shoes, we only want to use these two images here of the brown ones. And for the black shoes, the two images and this video here. Apply. And later on our front end, we will only show the images for a particular option. But you don't have to do this. You can also show all images for all options. That's up to you. Then let's also configure the price. Let's say by default these cost $299, but they are on sale and there is a dollar discount of, I don't know, $100. And then we can also customize the pricing and also how many products are still in stock for each variant separately, for each option combination. Brown 10, black 10, brown 11, black 11, and so on. Here we can either use this binary in stock or out of stock, or we can add the actual number in here, how many of them are available. And no matter what option and what combination we use here, we will always show the correct data later on our front end. So if you build this website for a client, they can modify this to their heart's content, and the website will always show the correct information, the correct prices, and the correct stock information. So let's say, for example, that the brown shoes are not available right now. They are sold out, but we have some black shoes in small size, I don't know, 30. We have 9 in 11 and 6 in size 12. And we can also say that the black shoes are slightly more expensive, for example, or the bigger shoes with a greater size. For example, we can say, okay, black 10 costs $10 more, and the same for black 11, and black 12 maybe cost even $20 more because they are a bit bigger. Okay, let's use these values. Here we have an overview again. And then there is a bit more configuration we can do. One thing that also makes sense is to change the slug. Here under Edit SEO settings, it seems like we have to save the changes first. We can change the slug. This is the sub URL where we will later find this product. But it's already correctly generated from the product name, so we can keep it as it is. Leather shoes make sense, right? So let's keep this, let's save this product. And now we have our new leather shoes here, and we will show them together with these other products in our Next.js website later. We also have this inventory option, where we have a nice overview of all the available inventory, of all the different products and variations. And the cool thing is, when a user checks out and buys products, then the inventory is automatically updated. So if someone buys 2 black 11 leather shoes, for example, this will automatically change to 7 after the checkout. You can also change in the settings if you want to update the inventory after the checkout or after you actually sent the products. But by default, this will be changed when the checkout is completed. And remember, we have these out of stock emails that a user can subscribe for. And when they subscribe, for example, to get notified about these brown leather shoes, and we change the inventory from 0 to a positive number, then this will automatically trigger this email that the user gets sent. So this all works automatically. Then let's also set up some categories. Those are the different collections that we show on our front page. One of the collections will be called featured products. We will not show this in the menu bar, we only use these products on the front page later. And in here we add
a few products. I want to add 8 of them. Let's of course add our leather shoes and then, I don't know, a few other random products. I want to select 8 of them because this will look the best later. But you can also add more or less, doesn't really matter. Okay, featured products. We don't need an image here. And then we save this collection. And then we set up some more collections that we then later show in our Navbar with the different products in there. You can name them whatever you want. I'm gonna call this one clothes. I also want to set an image this time. And again, I just downloaded some images from Vercel. Let's also upload this one here. And I select this one for this clothes collection. And add all the products that look like clothes. This one, and this one here. Save. And the image we picked here is the banner for this collection that we later show on our website. And add another one. Accessories, for example. Again, this should have an image. This one here. And again, we add some products. The glasses and, I don't know, the hat maybe. And earrings or whatever this is. Save. Let's add 2 more so that we have different options later. The next one is called self-care. This time we don't add an image to see how this will look later. And then I add this and this here. Yeah, these 2 products. And let's add one more called summer sale. Again without an image. But here I want to add a bunch of different products. I actually want to add quite a few of them so that we have pagination here later. I would say at least 8. I think those are 10 products. 11. Okay, save this as well. Now we have a bunch of different categories or collections. And the next step is to connect our Wix backend to our Next.js project so that we can actually show all this product and categories data on our website. Okay, so we click on settings again here in the sidebar. Then we go to headless settings. And for authentication, we can use an admin API key or an OAuth app. We want to use an OAuth app because this allows a user to log in and then use our website as this logged in member to create a card, check out, and so on. An API key is more for things that change the data in our shop if we want to change the products from our Next.js website, for example. But for our normal shop functionality, we need an OAuth app. So let's create an OAuth app. We give it a name, I don't know, Next.js 15 front end or whatever, or maybe Flow Shop again. Create OAuth app. And here we get a client ID. We copy this, go into our project. And then here in the root of the project, we create a new file, .env. This is grayed out because it's added to the git ignore by default. In here we put our credentials that we don't want to push to GitHub. And in here we put a next_public _wix_client ID. Next public is required so that we can show this environment variable on the front end. And here in between quotation marks, we add this client ID that we just copied. And we also need another one, next public base URL, which in development is http://localhost 3000. This is the URL of our website, which we will need later in different places. We save this, and then I want to use this t3env package. This package adds type safety to environment variables, because if you have worked with a Node.js project with TypeScript before, you might know that these environment variables can always be undefined by default, because TypeScript doesn't know if we actually set them in this file. And with this package here, we can get rid of this problem, because this will check if all the environment variables we expect actually exist at runtime, otherwise it will throw an error. And this way we get type safety. We set this up in Next.js. We already installed the package for it in the very beginning. And now what we do is, in the src folder here, we create a new file called env.ts this time. And here we import two packages, create env from this package and Zod, which is a validation library. Zod was automatically installed in the beginning when we installed the Shadcn form component, because this installs Zod by default. Because you can also use Zod to validate forms, which we will actually do later. But in here we use Zod to validate our environment variables. And then below we write export const env equals, then we call this create env function, parentheses curly braces, and here we have to pass different values. We don't have any server environment variables for now. We only have these public client variables, which we have to add here. So let's open this env file again on the right side. We have to add both of them here in this client block. Base URL colon, and we expect a z.string.url. This will check for one that this environment variable exists, but also that it looks like a URL, which this one here does. If it doesn't, this will throw an error. And also the second one below, which again is a string, but this time it doesn't have to adhere to a certain shape. We just want to make sure that it has at least one character, that it's not empty. And then we add a comma after client, and we have to add this experimental runtime env, because now we basically have to pass these values here explicitly so that this library or this object here can access these environment variables. This looks like this. We take the first one, add it here, colon, and we assign it to process.env. and then the same name. So this is where this environment variable is coming from. And we do the same for the client ID below. Process.env.clientID. And what I tried to explain earlier is exactly this. These values can always be a string or undefined, because TypeScript doesn't know if we actually put them here into the .env file. But this object will check at runtime that these environment variables exist, and then we access our environment variables over this env object. You will see how exactly this works in a moment. Okay, but for now we go back into our Wix dashboard. Here we have to configure the allowed redirect domains. Here again we enter http colon without the s / localhost 3000. This makes sure that Wix is allowed to redirect to this page, and later when we deploy our website to production, we also have to add our production URL. And for the allowed authorization redirect URLs, we add the same again, but this time we add a path behind it. This is the path we will later set up in our Next.js project where all the authentication happens. Under /API /auth /callback /Wix. Just type it in here, and later in our Next.js project we will create this route where we can then do something with the data we get sent from the Wix server. We don't have to set a login URL. This should be all that is required for now. So let's save this so that these changes actually come into effect. And then we go back into our project again, because now we have to set up a new file. When we initialized Shadcn earlier, it already created this lib folder. If it didn't for you, create this lib folder in the src folder. And in here we put a new file which we call wix-client.base.ts.
Why.base? Because later we will have different clients for the server and the browser, and they all use the same base client under the hood, but more on that later. Here we export a function called getWixClient. We will start as simple as possible and add all the complicated stuff later. For now we call createClient here, but auto import doesn't work. So let's import this manually. Import destructure from the @Wix SDK. And in here is this createClient function, which we want to call, parentheses, curly braces. Then we have to define the modules that we want to use. And after the modules, we define the authentication strategy. We want to use the OAuth strategy, which is another import from the Wix SDK, parentheses, curly braces. And in here we have to pass the client ID that we just put into our two env files. So again, to emphasize what I meant earlier, we could now pass process.env. And then the client ID, but then this complains because this can be undefined, but it needs a defined string. This is why we set up this typesafe.env file, which we import, attention, not from process, but from our root folder here, src. And now this is typesafe. This is guaranteed to be a string, because if it isn't, it will throw a runtime error immediately. And now TypeScript doesn't complain about the type anymore. Yeah, and then we have to add these different modules we want to use, and we want to use a bunch of them. But it looks like we have to import them manually. So let's start with @Wix stores. In here should be the products module. And in there should also be collections. Actually, let me copy paste all the import statements that we need. And you have to pause the video and type them out by hand. Those are all the different Wix modules that we will use here. So type them out by hand if autocomplete doesn't work for you. And then we add them down here. Current card, checkout, redirects, orders, recommendations. Those are basically different features that we want to use. Back in stock notifications, reviews, members, and files. And those should be all. Okay, and now we can start fetching products from our Wix backend and show them on our website. So let's do that next. Let's open the front page on localhost 3000. And then I want to start by putting this banner here, which by the way is also responsive. On smaller screens, this image disappears and we only see the text. Let's start by putting this on the front page. So we go to the page.tsx file in the app folder, and we can actually delete everything here in the return block. And instead we want to return a main tag, which needs some styling via Tailwind classes. We set a max width of 7XL, and with MX Auto we can render the content on the screen horizontally. We also add a horizontal padding of 5 and a larger vertical padding of 10. And we add space by 10 for vertical spacing. And now if you set up the Prettier Tailwind extension earlier, like I showed you, when you press the formatting shortcut, it will automatically reorder these Tailwind classes into the recommended order. So it put MX Auto at the front and it ordered these other classes as well. This is what Prettier together with the Tailwind plugin is responsible for. And in here we want to put a div which contains this banner. So opening angle bracket div. Again, we style this with flex, item center, BG secondary. This is one of the Shadcn colors we set up earlier. And that's basically this grayish color here, which is different on dark mode. So if we switch to dark mode, it has a different color. And by using this color variable here, secondary, it will automatically use the correct color depending if we are in dark or light mode, because we have the secondary variable here in the base colors and in the dark colors, just with different values. This way you don't have to hard code these different colors for dark and light mode. Instead you can set one color and it will automatically change depending on the theme. And by the way, I get autocomplete in here and these hover quick tips because I set up the Tailwind extension earlier, as I showed you. Then at the MD breakpoint, we want to set the height of this banner to 96, which is 24 rem. And the MD breakpoint is this screen size and upwards. So the banner is a bit bigger basically on larger screens. Then in here we add another div, which is the left part of this banner with the text. Again, this needs some styling, space Y7, a padding of 10, text center, and on the MD breakpoint onwards, it has a width of 1/2. Why only at the MD breakpoint? Because on smaller screens we hide this image. Then this should take up the full width. But on the MD breakpoint where we show this image, it should only take up 1/2 of the width. This is what we did with this class here. And then below this inner div, we put another div which will contain the image. And again, we style this. We make this hidden by default because we only want to show it at the MD breakpoint and larger, where we set display from hidden back to block. We also set this to width 1/2 and height to full. And in here we want to show this image, which is this banner.jpg image here in the assets folder. So we have to import this. Import banner from add, which is the src folder, assets, and in here we have the banner. Then we go into this lower div. We use the next image here, which is this next image import. We set the source to this banner image. We set the alt text to flowshop banner. And we set a class name again to hide full and object cover to make sure that this image is not distorted. When we refresh the page, but we might have to start the development server again with run dev, then refresh the page and see what we can already see on the screen. And by the way, I pressed the formatting shortcut again, which automatically puts these parentheses here. Again, this is what Prettier does. This is why I really like it. Okay, at the moment we don't see our image because we are below the MD breakpoint, because this is zoomed in a bit by default, because I enlarged this whole screen. So let me zoom out. This is about the size that you should see the page on your screen. So here we see this image, and on smaller screens it's hidden. This is exactly what we want. Now let's go into this left div again and put some text in here. We start with an H1 headline with text 3XL, but at the MD breakpoint and larger, we make the text a bit larger with 4XL, and we also make it bold. And this will say, fill the void in your heart. There we go. And below we put a paragraph tag without any special styling that says tough day, credit card maxed out, buy some expensive stuff and become happy again. And here's the coolest thing. Prettier does not only take care of formatting your code and your Tailwind classes, it also wraps these long strings at the correct width so that it becomes readable again. So when I press the formatting shortcut, it adds a line break here so that it all fits nicely onto the screen, but we still see it as one text over here. And even if I mess this up completely, I think the formatting shortcut, puts it back into place. Isn't this cool? This is why I love Prettier. Okay, and below this paragraph, still inside this div, I also want to put a button, but an uppercase button. This is a Shadcn button from the components folder that comes with some default styling.
But instead of a button, I actually want this to work as a link, because this will link us to the /shop page. And using a button for linking to a page is not good for accessibility. But a cool feature of Shadcn is this as child prop, with which we can tell Shadcn render whatever component we use in here, which will be a next link, but style it like a button. But the actual HTML element will be a link. This is really cool, and it's great for accessibility. We set the href to /shop, which is a page that we will set up later. And in here we put a text that says shop now, and I want to put an icon next to it, which is called arrow right. This is coming from the Lucid package, which is an icon package that we installed earlier when we set up Shadcn. The Shadcn init command automatically installs this Lucid package. So we can use these icons here, and we style this with a margin left so that we have some space to the text and a size of 5, and then we close this and fix this typo, and here's our button. But again, this is not actually a button. It's a link. As you can see, it's an A tag, but it looks like a button because of Shadcn's as child prop. Okay, but on this page we also had this gradient here, right? Which is just a little gradient color that I want to put on top of this image. Works the following way. We have this div wrapper here, right? And then here we have this image. We set this div wrapper to relative with this Tailwind class, because then we can put something else over our image here instead of below it. And here we want to put another div that gets a self-closing tag, which has this gradient color. We set it to absolute positioning and inset 0. Then we set the background gradient to R, this class here, which creates a gradient that goes from left to right. This is what this means. And then we can define the gradient colors like this. We can say from secondary. So again, that's our secondary color that we also used here. We want this to go from secondary to transparent, right? And we can define 2 or 3 steps. So the first step is from secondary. That's the left part. The second step is via transparent. That's the middle part. You don't have to set this. This is optional, but it looks better. And the right part of the gradient is to transparent. And when we save this, it looks like this. Maybe it's more clear if we change this for a moment to from red 500 via green 500 to blue 500, so that you see how exactly this gradient looks. But instead of red, we use the same background color as we have on the left side, so you can't see this line here that divides them. And instead of green and blue, we use transparent because we want to show our image behind it. And this is how we get this cool effect here. And again, this image disappears on small screens. Okay, and still on the front page right below, I want to show the featured products. And remember, featured products are a collection that we set up in our backend earlier. Here, a category. This one. We want to show these products on our front page. And since pages in the Next.js app router are server components, we can fetch data directly in here. We can make this an async function, fetch our data here and render it on the screen. But instead of doing it directly here inside this page, I want to do it in a child component. Why? Because this part up here, the banner, doesn't require us to fetch any data. So it would be a waste of time if we fetch the data here from the server, which takes a moment, and this banner has to wait before it can render on the screen. Because then this whole page will block until we have our data, and only then we can render all of this stuff. But if we fetch the featured products in a child component instead, then we can show this banner immediately, and we don't have to wait for the server data to load. So we don't fetch our data here in the home component, we fetch it in a sub-component, which is an async function, because here we want to fetch data. And we call it featured products. Doesn't need any props. And to make this difference more clear, I also want to put a little bit of an extra delay in here, so that we pretend that fetching the data from the server takes longer than it actually takes. And we will do this throughout this project a couple of times, so let's create a utility function for that. And the shadcn init command earlier set up this utils file. This is why we have it. If it doesn't exist, create it in the lib folder. And in here I want to export an async function called delay, to which we pass the milliseconds of the delay as a number. And here we return a new promise, like this, that resolves after a timeout. This way we can create this artificial delay. Type it out exactly like I did here. Then we close this, and then here we can call await delay. And let's say we want to wait for 1 extra second. Then for now, maybe this will just say featured products as a string. We will fill this with actual data in a moment. For now, I just want to render this here. The last element inside the main tag will be this featured products component. And just for now, let's actually increase the loading delay for 5 seconds. Because now when I refresh the page, we will still have the same problem as I mentioned before. This part up here will be blocked until we have fetched this component, which takes 5 seconds. So when we refresh the page, it loads for 5 full seconds until we actually see the data. To make this a bit more obvious, let me open a new tab and open localhost from here. This will take 5 full seconds because it needs to wait for these featured products, because this is what we are doing down here, right? But as I explained, we separated this part into a separate server component because we don't want to wait for this to load. We want to show the banner immediately. But in order for this to work, we have to wrap this into a suspense boundary, which is an import from React. So it should add this import statement here. Suspense from React. And here we can add a fallback, and this fallback will be shown until this part here has loaded. Here we can render a component, or for now maybe let's just say loading to see that this actually works. There you can already see it, but let's refresh the page one more time. Now it opens the page immediately, and we see the banner immediately, and only the part down here takes 5 seconds. Again, we can see this a bit more clearly by opening a new tab. And it opens the page immediately, and now we only wait for this part, which means that we can render a nice loading skeleton down here until we have our featured products. Then let's continue with our featured products component down here. First of all, I want to set the delay back to 1 second. Of course, in production, you should completely remove this. I only add this so that we can see the loading skeleton for a little bit. Then we need our Wix client, which we can get from the getWixClient function that we set up earlier in the lib folder, right? We get this client here and we can use it to fetch the featured products collection. We destructure a const and we call await, which again we can do because we are in a server component. Oops. Server component dot collections, which is one of the modules we installed right here. Dot get collection by slug. And here we pass the slug of our featured products collection, which we can find here in our backend. Yeah, by default, I think it's the name in all lowercase and spaces replaced for dashes. I think I found out about this name by just fetching all collections. But if you gave it the same name, just type in featured products. And in this return value is the collection that we want to destructure. Below we check if exclamation mark collection ID, because this value can be undefined. If we don't have this collection, in other words, maybe we deleted it, then we want to return null instead. So we don't render this component at all. Instead, we only render this part up here.
And then we want to fetch all the products that belong to this collection, because this is not included in this return value. And this is why we need this idea. So const featured products equals await Wix client dot products this time, which is another module that we installed, dot query products, we call it like this, and this uses the builder pattern. So on here we can call more functions. Has some, here we should get autocomplete. We want to fetch products that have the collection ID of our featured products collection. This takes an array as an argument, and here we pass collection.id, right? We want to fetch all products that have this featured products collection ID. But no semicolon here because we add more functions. We want to order them in descending order with the last updated one at the first position. And then lastly, we call .find to actually execute the search. Okay. Then again, it could be that our collection is empty, right? So it exists, but it's empty. So if featured products.items.length is equal to 0, so I added this exclamation mark, then again we want to return null, because then we don't have featured products. But if we have this collection and there are products in there, then we want to render them in a div. Again, we style this div with a space y5 to add some vertical spacing and an h2 headline with size 2XL and font bold, which will say featured products. And below we want to render these products in a grid, which we put into a div. On very small screens, like on mobile phones, we will render this as a vertical list, a flexbox. But on SM, which is 640 pixels and bigger, we want to render a grid with at least 2 items horizontally here. So we set grid calls 2. On the MD breakpoint, we set grid calls to 3 to show 3 columns. And on LG large screens, we show 4 grid columns. And also this flexbox should be a flex call by default, so that on small screens we see these items below each other, not horizontally. To render our products list, we need a new component that knows how to render a single product. And we will also reuse this component in different places and pages. So let's put it into the components folder here, but not inside UI, directly inside the components folder. And let's call it product.tsx with an uppercase P. We export a default function with the same name, product. And to it, we also have to pass the product object with all the data, right? So we created product props interface. This is the naming convention I like to use for these component props. To it, we have to pass the product, and we can get the type from the Wix stores package, products.product. Because this is the type we get back right here when we fetch products. And TypeScript needs this information. And then we want to destructure this prop down here from the product props, right? Here we want to render a link that brings us to the product page. So we add a backtick string, which points to a slash products slash and then a variable product.slug, which we set up in the Wix backend earlier, remember? And this is where we will later show the details for our product. Okay, and for now, let's just render the product.name in here and then put it onto our page, and let's finish this later. For now, we keep it like this, because now we go inside this div here. We add an expression with curly braces We take our featured products, and in here we have the items, and we want to map each of them. We call each item product, and for each of them we want to render our product component, which needs a unique key as usual, which is the product's ID, and we have to pass the product itself. This is the prop we defined earlier. Like this. This is just React basics. If you don't understand what mapping here does, you have to watch my React beginner tutorial. Okay, and here are our 8 products from our featured products collection. Here are our leather shoes. But at the moment we just render the name and nothing else. Let's change this. In this product object is all the data that we care about. Images, pricing data, and so on. So let's render some of this here for these product components. First of all, we want to fetch the main image. That's the first image of each product. Let's go to the products page once again and into our leather shoes. And the main image by default is the first image that we uploaded. So this one here. You can also replace these images to make another one the main image. Okay, so we get the main image from product.media.mainMedia.image. Of course, this can be undefined because maybe we didn't set an image. And the cool thing is that we can resize this image via Wix's servers automatically. And this is very useful because Next.js can also do the same. But on Vercel, you actually pay for this because resizing images requires compute power and this costs money. But on Wix, we can do this for free. This is why we will use Wix for this instead. So we create a const, resized image URL. We check if the main image.url is defined with the ternary operator. Then we want to call Wix media, which we have to import. Import media from @Wix SDK. But later we will also use other variables that are called media. So to avoid confusion and naming clashes, we rename this to a Wix media, like this, as Wix media. Then we use this package down here. We call get scaled to fill image URL. We pass the main image URL. And then we say that we want to resize it to 700 times 700 pixels. And for the last argument, the options, we pass an empty JavaScript object. If the main image URL is undefined, then we just want to assign null, because then we don't have a main image. Okay, then inside this link we remove the product name and we render an image instead. But instead of a next image, we use this default HTML image. Why? Because if we use a next image, first of all, it resizes the image for us, but we don't need this because we use Wix to resize it, which is also cheaper. And also, if we use the next image here, then we would have to whitelist Wix's URLs to load images from there. You might have done this before in the next config file if you worked with Next.js before. Here you can whitelist image URLs. But you should only ever do this for URLs that you actually own. So if you load images from Wix, then you need some kind of subpath or sub-URL that only contains your own images. Why? Because if we just whitelist all of Wix, then anyone can take any Wix image and resize it via our server. How exactly this works I have explained in a YouTube short, which you can search for, but just in a nutshell, you should only ever whitelist next image URLs that you own and not general ones like Wix.com for example, because then someone else can blow up your Vercel bill by resizing other images that don't actually belong to your website. And to get around this problem, because we don't have our own sub-URL on Wix for these images. They are all stored in this global Wix folder. That's why we use this normal HTML image tag here and not the next image. You shouldn't always use a next image, even if you work with a Next.js project. Sometimes it makes more sense to use a normal HTML image. Okay, here we set the src to the resized image URL, but if it's null, we want to fall back to /placeholder.png. This points to the placeholder in the public folder here. This is why I put it into the public folder and not into assets, because otherwise this image component can't access it. We set the alt text to main image.alt text, and if there is none in there, we fall back to an empty string. This still complains because it wants us to use a next image instead, but as I already explained, using a next image doesn't make sense here. So what we will do instead is we disable this warning for this file, which puts this comment here at the top, and now this warning is gone. And when we save this, we should see the images here on the front page. And there they are. And they are all resized to the 700 pixels size. So when we open them in a new tab, they are resized. When we inspect them, you can see width and height 700 pixels. And we didn't have to use our own server to resize them, which is really cool because again, we save money this way. But of course, we don't only want to show the image, but also the product name and so on. So below we put another div with space y3 and a padding of 3. In here we put an h3 headline with size text LG and font bold. And this will render the product name again. And there it is. And below we put another div. But actually this gets a self-closing tag, the second div, because we set the content via this dangerously set inner HTML prop. Remember, in our backend, we used rich formatting in here, like bold. And this is passed to our front end in form of HTML. So we render this as HTML in this div to apply this formatting. This is called dangerously because you can actually hack a website by injecting HTML, but this only happens if a user generates this HTML. If this is our own HTML that we created and that we trust, then there is nothing dangerous about it. In here we add another pair of curly braces. Then we have this underscore underscore HTML, for which we pass product.description. And if this is undefined, then we want to fall back to an empty string. Okay, let's see. There are the description. But this one here is too long. So what we do is we add the line clamp 5 class name to this div, which means that it will show at most 5 lines, and then it will add ellipses at the end. Perfect. Then we also add class names to this link here. We add a border and hfull. Hfull makes sure that even if these descriptions are shorter sometimes, these items will always take up the full height, just like they do now. And then I also want to add this little hover effect that zooms into the image, which looks really cool. And by the way, I picked these 0 border radiuses, these really pointy borders on purpose because I think it looks very elegant and it really fits to this font style also. But of course you can customize this if you want rounded corners instead. But now let's take care of this zoom effect, for which of course we add classes to the image component. We add transition transform, which creates this animation. We set the duration of it to 300 milliseconds. And we say, okay, when we hover over this item, or over this image rather, then we want to scale to 105%. So really subtle, really small zoom. And now when we zoom here, we can see that this works. But it doesn't look quite right yet because it goes beyond the borders, right? We want this to keep the default dimensions. We only want to zoom in the image. To achieve this effect, we wrap only the image into another div. which we style with overflow hidden. And that's basically it. Now we have this wrapper div around it, and it hides the image that exceeds this div. And now we have this exact effect that we want. And to get some spacing between these elements, let's go back to the page. And here on this flex and grid div, let's add a gap of 5, which works in both flexbox and grids. Now it looks better. Let's also take a look at the responsiveness. So 4 columns, 3 columns, 2, and on very small screens we just have our vertical flexbox layout. So a list basically. But we always see 8 items. Perfect. The only thing that's still lacking is our loading skeleton. I mean, it's not even a skeleton yet, right? It's just this loading text. So while the featured products are loading, we show this fallback, which we put in here. Let's create a proper loading skeleton for this. We could put this into a separate file, but since we only use it on this page, let's put it into the same file. Function loading skeleton. Here we want to put another div that will be shown instead of this div basically. So what we do is we copy these class names here, the flexbox and grid ones of this div. Paste them in here, and we add one more, a padding top of 12. This padding is the replacement for this headline here, because if there are no featured products, I don't want to show this headline. So I also don't want to show this headline in our loading skeleton. Instead, we just show some empty spacing here. And then I want to render 8 loading skeletons. Instead of putting 8 of them in here, we can map them like a 10x developer from an empty array like this. Array.from length 8. And we can take this and map this and write it out like this because we need the index. And then we take each element in here and we want to render a skeleton. Skeleton again is coming from Shadcn UI. It's very simple. It's basically just a div with a color, the muted color, and this animate pulse animation. We could also easily set this up ourselves, but why should we if we don't have to? For the key we use the index and we style each skeleton. We set the height to an arbitrary value, which we can do with square brackets, 30 rem, which is about the same height that these elements here have. And I just measure this with my eyes, basically. And we set width to full. Okay, set it up like this. And then in our suspense boundary up here, we remove loading because now we want to render the loading skeleton component. And now when we refresh the page, we see the skeleton. Okay, maybe 30 rem was not quite correct. It also depends on the zoom level and so on. Maybe let's set this to 28. See if this is better. Or even 26. But you can always fine-tune this. Yeah, 26 looks correct, right? But it depends on the exact layout. And again, for the headline here, we show an empty space. Okay, looks really cool in my opinion, really professional. And again, the important part is that we don't block this part here at the top unnecessarily, because this would make our website feel slower than is necessary. Okay, but our product component here is not quite finished yet. We want to show some more information like the price, discounts, badges, and so on. So let's improve this next. Before we take care of the product component, one thing I want to do is I want to print this featured products response on the screen, just the raw JSON, so that we can see all the data that we get back from the server and that we can work with. Let's put it here inside this outer div, inside the pre tag, because this keeps the formatting of the JSON intact. Here we put an expression between curly braces, We call json.stringify like this, pass the featured products. As the second argument we pass null, and for space we pass 2. These arguments are necessary so that this whole JSON is not just printed as one line of string, but over multiple lines with the original JSON formatting. Let's just save this and then you will see it on the screen, here below our products. Okay, this way we see all the data that we can work with and that we can put into our product component. This is just useful for development. Of course, in production we want to remove this. Okay, then let's go to the product component again and let's finish this. And remember, here we resized this image using the Wix Media API and then we put it into this image HTML tag. And I want to put this into a separate component because there will be multiple places in the future where we resize images coming from Wix. And I don't want to repeat the same code over and over again. So it makes sense to abstract this into a component. So let's do that. Let's open the components folder up here, right click on it, and let's create a Wix image.tsx component. We export a default function with the same name. And maybe let's put it on the right side of the screen so that we can cut out some code from over here and put it over here. So we want to rebuild this part here that resizes the image and puts it into an image tag. But I also want to make this component flexible. I don't want to hard code these 700 pixels, for example, or the way how we scale the image, because there are different options available. Which means that we will add some props to our Wix image component that we can use to customize this image. For this we create a type. This time it's a type and not an interface because we want to use certain features that are only available with the type keyword. But other than that, it's pretty much the same as an interface. It creates a type that we can use, for example, to type the props of a component. So let's call it Wix image props. And when you use type, you have to use the equal sign to assign it. Okay, and then I want to do the following. I want to use the already existing HTML image attributes type, because this way we can say, okay, this component should take the same props as the normal HTML image takes. So as you can see, a normal HTML image takes a lot of different props, and we want our Wix image to support the same props. But there are some props in this image tag that I actually want to ignore. For example, I don't want our component to take this src prop, because our component will work a bit differently. And what we can do is, we can use a certain TypeScript helper type for this. We go before image HTML attributes up here. We type omit, which is a special TypeScript utility type, and we wrap image HTML attributes into angle brackets. With omit, we can create a new type that accepts the same values as this type up here, but as the name implies, we can omit certain values. After a comma, still within the angle brackets, we can pass strings, for example src. And this here still complains because this actually also needs a type argument. We go directly behind image HTML attributes, make a pair of angle brackets, and pass HTML image element, like this. Okay, so what exactly did we achieve here? Again, we took the type of this image tag, we created a new type that contains all the same values except for the src prop. Maybe to really understand what is going on, let's return null from this component for now. Let's pass the props here, Wix image props, let's save this and try to render this in our UI. So a Wix image, and when we press Ctrl Enter inside this tag, we get autocomplete for all the props we have available. And as you can see, those are the image tags props, but there is no src prop in here because we omitted it. If we changed this to just image HTML attributes, then it would take the src prop. but this way we create our own special type. But src is not the only value I want to get rid of. We can add more of them with a vertical bar and then adding another string. I also want to get rid of the default width and height attributes that are also part of the default image props. Like this. Now they are omitted from this type as well. And one more, I also want to get rid of the default alt prop because we want to add our own type for this. Then we remove the semicolon here at the end after type. We write an ampersand sign to create an intersection type. With an intersection type, we can combine multiple types into one. So the first type is this one up here, the HTML image attributes without these values. And then we want to add more values to this type, our own values. We remove the src because our Wix image will take a special string value to get the image from, which we call media identifier. This is coming from Wix. This is sometimes a URL, but sometimes also just a string. But these Wix scale functions here, they also take a media identifier and they know how to get a real image URL from it. This is what we add to our type here as well. And this will be a string or undefined if we don't have an image, semicolon. Then we add another value here, placeholder, which we make optional with a question mark, so we don't have to pass it. If the media identifier is undefined, we will show the placeholder instead. And by default, this will be this placeholder image that we used here. And then we add the alt tag again. I removed it here basically because I want to use a slightly different type for it. It can be string or null or undefined, like this. And then I want to do a little bit of advanced TypeScript wizardry. When we call this getScaledToFillImage URL function that we did here, it takes the target height and width that we passed 700 pixels for, right? But there is also another function that we will use later, just called getImageURL. If we don't want to resize the image or crop it, then we will use this function. But this one doesn't take a width and height as argument. It only takes a URL string or the media identifier, which means that we don't necessarily have to pass a width and a height to our component, but we might have to. So we create another intersection type. So we combine a third type with our existing type. To this, I want to pass a prop called scaled_to_fill, which is optional. And this is not just a boolean, this has to be true. Because then we can do something really cool. We can say, if scale_to_fill is true, then we have to pass a width, which is a number, and a height, which is a number. And those are not optional. Then after this type, we make a vertical bar and another type, another pair of curly braces. If we don't pass these values, instead we can also pass scale_to_fill false. But we also have to wrap this part here, these two types, into parentheses because they are effectively one type, just that this type has two different options, so to speak. And now it is correct. If you are confused by this, don't worry. In a moment, I will show you how exactly this works, what effect this has. But first, we have to finish setting up our component. So we remove this props keyword down here because we want to destructure these props. Out of here, we get a media identifier, the placeholder, to which we also assign a default value in case that we don't pass a placeholder. And here we want to use the same placeholder PNG. This will be used as the fallback. We destructure alt and then the remaining props with ... props, which are all the remaining props of our Wix image type. Then we remove return null and now we want to generate this image URL from the media identifier we pass, right? So what we do is we create a const image URL. We check if the media identifier is defined. Because remember, the media identifier can be undefined, right? So question mark, if it is defined. Then we want to check if props.scale_to_fill, which is this prop here that we added to our type. If this one is true,
or if it is undefined, because I want to use undefined as the default value. If we don't pass scale to fill, it will still be true as the default value. So we write two vertical bars. If props.scale to fill is equal to undefined, then we add another ternary operator, so another question mark. So if we have a media identifier and if scale to fill is true or undefined, then we want to call our function that we used over here. So again, we need to import Wix media. Let's do this. Let's import it over here. And then we take it down here and call get scaled to fill image URL, to which we pass the media identifier and the width and height, which are also part of our props up here. So props.width and props.height. And for the configuration, we pass an empty object again, just like we did over here. Now, in case you're wondering why I didn't destructure scale to fill up here, which we could also do like this, right? And I also didn't destructure width and height. They are still part of the REST props. The answer is because this configuration we do here, the special setup, doesn't work if we destructure the props. I don't know why, but it only works if they are still part of these REST props objects here. It probably has something to do with some TypeScript quirks. Okay, so again, here we say we have a media identifier and we want to scale to fill it. Then we do this. And after this function, we make a colon. If we are here, we still have a media identifier, but scale to fill is false. In this case, we don't want to call get scaled to fill image URL. Instead, we want to just call get image URL, which is another Wix function that does not resize the image like this function here does. This returns the image with its original dimensions. And to this we pass the media identifier. And in here we can find different values. We only care about the image URL that we want to get back. And then lastly, we still have to add another colon in case that the media identifier is undefined or null. Then we want to use the placeholder URL as the image URL. Okay, we are almost done. So now we have our image URL, which contains either the scaled image, the image with the original dimensions, or the placeholder, one of these three options. And then again, we want to render a normal lowercase img image tag here because the next image is not suited for this case, just like we didn't use it over here. We set the src of this image to our resolved image URL. We set the alt text to the alt prop repass or an empty string as the fallback. And then we destructure the rest props in here to apply all of them to this image component. And now we get the same warning. So we copy this comment here, cut it out and put it here at the top so that we don't get this warning about using the next image. Okay, then what we do is we remove this line here, WixImage. We change this existing image into a Wix image, which doesn't take this resized image URL anymore, right? It doesn't take the src prop. Instead, it takes the media identifier. And the media identifier is our main image here. And specifically the URL. This is what we pass to our Wix image component. We still pass the same alt text, but we don't have to pass a fallback string because this is already handled in here, inside this component. We keep the same styling, but now this complains, because by default we have to pass a width and height. This is what this part of our type here says. Scale to fill is true by default. If we don't pass it, it's considered true. Then we have to pass a width and height that we want to scale this image to. And because of this intersection type we created here, we can do the following. We can set scale to fill to false, and now we don't have to pass a width and height anymore. And in fact, we can't. Our component doesn't accept a width and height anymore. Isn't this cool? But if we remove scale to fill false, then we can and we have to pass a width and height. So this is a special TypeScript type we just created. where we can either pass scale to fill true and pass width and height, or false and not pass width and height. So this is some cool stuff you can do with TypeScript. In this case, I want to rescale the image. So we don't set scale to fill to false. Instead, we pass a width and height, again of 700 pixels, the same as we used before. And now we have a really nice reusable Wix image component. We can close this, and when we save this, we should still see the same images here on the screen. Still the resized images, just that now we encapsulated all this logic into a separate component, which also means that we can remove this line up here. Okay, and on top of these images, I want to put some text, the price of this product, and also some other information. So we go into this wrapper div around our Wix image, and we set position to relative. Then in here we put another div that we style with absolute positioning, bottom 3 and right 3. We set this to flex wrap, which makes sure that if there is not enough room, all these elements will automatically wrap into a new line. We also set item center, and we add a little gap of 2. So add this div here, and if I now just type here, you will see where this is positioned. It's down here in the bottom right corner with a little padding of 3 to the edges. Okay, and in here we want to put some badges, so basically some small text with a background color. For this we will create another component. This time we put it into the UI folder because I consider this a very small, very atomic UI component, and in the UI folder are also all the Shadcn components. Now Shadcn does have a badge component that we could use, but I wanted to create my own one because it will look a bit different. Just to keep up with this naming convention here, I'm going to write this in all lowercase. Usually I name my components with uppercase, but yeah, I want to keep consistency with this folder. So we create a badge.tsx file. We export a default function called badge with an uppercase B, which will also take some props. Interface badge props. It will take children. This is the text we put inside this badge, which is of type react.react node, and optional class names so that we can style this badge from the outside if we want. Then we destructure these badge props, children and class name, and then we simply return a span down here. Inside the span, we render the children, and then we style the span. But for this we use this cn function. This is coming from the utils file, and when we installed Shadcn in the beginning, it set up this function. And this is responsible for intelligently merging Tailwind classes so that they properly override each other. So this way we can pass some default styling in here, and then pass our class names. And the cn function makes sure that when we pass a class name, for example a background color, it will properly override the existing class names. So if there's already a background color in here, this background color will replace the default value. This is what this function is for. And by default, I want to style this with width fit, bg primary, which is our orange primary color, a horizontal padding of 2, a vertical padding of 1, text XS, so very small, and text primary foreground, which is the text color for our primary background color, which is white in this case. Okay, we save this, go back to our product component, and then let's render this badge in here. And somewhere in the product data is this ribbon. This is something we defined earlier in our backend in Wix. If you remember, for our leather shoes, we called it bestseller. And this ribbon exists as an array, but also as this separate value. So here, where we wrote here, we check if product.ribbon exists, because it can be undefined. Then we want to render one of our new badges. And inside this badge, we want to render the text of this ribbon. And when we save this, we should see these ribbons on our component. And there they are. And here for our leather shoes. Then I also want to render the price in another badge. But the price is not just a fixed value. It can have a range if we have different variants. And if this is the case, I want to show a different text than if there is a fixed price. And also we can have a discounted price like we have for our leather shoes. So to organize all of this, we will put the price formatting into another function. We can put it directly into the product component. Function get formatted price, and to it we will pass the whole product object, again of type products.product. And again, products is an import from Wix stores. Okay, we pass the product to this function, and then we want to get the formatted price back. So what we do is, if there is a min price, then we want to assign it to this variable. So const min price equals product dot price range dot min value, and we do the same for the max price. Then below we check if we have a min price and we have a max price and the min price and the max price are not equal, then we want to return a backtick string which says from, and then in here I want to render the min price, but as we can see in our JSON, this doesn't contain the $sign. So this is not formatted already, which means that we have to do this ourselves. And since we will need this in different places, we don't put it into this component, we put it into the utils folder. In here we put a new function that we also export called format currency. This will take the price as input, which is a number, or sometimes it's also a string, and we want to work with both. And if we don't pass a price here, if it's undefined, we want to set the default value to 0. And we also have to pass the currency, which is a string, and for the default value we use USD, because this is what we usually expect. Then we return this intil.number format function, which is a JavaScript function. This is not specific to Wix or even React. This is just coming from vanilla JavaScript. As the first argument, we pass the locale that we want to format this to, en for English, comma, curly braces. We set the style to currency. This defines how we format the string. We want to format it as a currency in English formatting. After the closing curly brace, we call .format, parentheses. Here we use this uppercase N number constructor and pass our price. We need this number constructor because remember the price can also be a string, and this way we turn the string into a number. And I forgot one argument here after style currency. Inside the curly braces we pass a comma and our currency string, because this is what we want to format this to, right? Okay, save this, close this, back to our product component. Now in here in our from string, we can call the format currency function from the utils folder, pass our min price and the currency, which we can find somewhere in here in the price data. There it is. So the second argument is product.priceData.currency. So if there is a min price of 10 and a max price of 16, for example, this will say from 10 as the string. But if we don't have a min and max price, in the else block, we want to return product.priceData.discountedPrice. But if this is not defined,
two vertical bars. Then we want to return product.priceData. The normal price value. And this value should always be there, but the type can still be null or undefined. If this is the case, we want to render n/a, which means non-applicable, so the price doesn't exist. But again, this should never be the case because this should always have a value. But we have to take care of this optional type. Okay, we have getFormatedPrice. So right below the ribbon, still inside this div, we want to render another badge that renders our formatted price via this function, to which we have to pass the product itself. Let's see. There it is. But we don't see the currency because I used price and data.price, this value here. But as you can see, there's also this formatted option that already contains the $sign. So we could either use our utility function that we created, or we can use this value here, the formatted price. So we go down here into this function again, and after price data, we write .formatted, like this. And this is also optional. And we do the same over here for the normal price. .formatted, ? Now we render the formatted price that already contains the $sign. And we can change this formatting directly from our Wix settings. So let's open the settings again, because actually I want to have the $sign in front of the price. So somewhere in here are the language and region settings, right? And we set the regional format maybe to United States. Wherever it is, here, English, United States, and now this should change the formatting. We already set the currency to US dollar. If you want to use a different currency, you can change it here, and then it will also be changed here automatically, which is really cool. But I want to save these changes, refresh the page, and voila, now the $sign is in front of it properly. But I want to style the price badge a bit differently. This is why we allowed our badge to take optional class names. So we go up here to this price badge again, and we added the class names. BG secondary, text secondary foreground, and font semi-bold. And now they look like this, which I think looks better. And I want one more badge if there is a discount. Then I want to show this as well. And somewhere in here is our discount data in these products. This one does not have a discount, but some of them, for example, have a % discount with a value of 5, so 5%. And if this is the case, I want to show this. And since we will show the discount in different places in our app, again, I want to put this into a separate component. So let's put it into the components folder this time. Let's call it discountBadge.tsx. As usual, export default function discount badge. And again, this will take props, discount badge props. We want to pass this whole discount object to it. Let's call it data, and we can get it from products.discount. There is a type for this. This contains the discount information, which we destructure down here. Discount badge props, and in here is the data we care about. And this discount data has a type, and this can be either amount or %. We only want to render this component if it is %, because the amount is already shown in the strike-through price. Later, we will show the old price as a strike-through text and the original price next to it. So we will ignore amount and only render something if it is %. So we check if data.type is not equal to %. Then we want to return nothing, null. Otherwise, we want to render a badge again. And this badge will show a minus symbol, then curly braces,
data.value, which is the amount, 5, for example, in this case, and then the percentage sign behind it. And that's already it. Now we can reuse this component in different places, and the first place we want to use this is here, between our ribbon and the formatted price. This is where I want to put it. Here we check if product.discount is defined, then we want to render a discount badge, which gets a self-closing tag, and to it we have to pass the discount data, which we get from product.discount, like this. And here we go, -5%. And remember, the leather shoes also have a discount, but they have a fixed value, not percent value, which we ignore here. Now let's go into our Wix backend again and change the ribbon for one of these products, maybe this bag here. For this we go to Store Products, Products. We open this bag, and then let's change the ribbon in real time. Maybe let's also set this to bestseller, but again you can write whatever you want. Save this, and then the changes will be applied on the front end immediately. This is the cool thing. Now this also says bestseller. So again, if you build this website for a client, they don't have to be a developer to make changes to the shop, which is really cool. They just have to modify the data in the backend, and everything will be reflected on the front end immediately. Just one more thing, we go to the link tag once again, and we also add bg card, because by default, these elements here are transparent. So we give this a background color. But the color shouldn't change, because this is also the default background color. Okay, and next I want to fetch the shopping cart and show it in the navbar at the top. Okay, let's create a navbar component. Since we only use this in one place in our app, we put it directly into the app folder here. Right click on app, navbar.tsx. Export default async function, because we fetch some data in here. This is just another server component. Navbar. Okay. For now, let's just return a header tag that says navbar. Save this and then put this into our root layout. So we go into the layout.tsx file and we render the navbar here inside the body tag, but above the children, so above the page. And when we save this, we see our navbar here. Okay, let's finish setting up this component. We want to fetch the current card. For this, we create a separate function, an async function called getCard. Later we will put this function into a different file for organization, but for now, for simplicity, let's put it directly into this component. We need the Wix client again, which we get from our getWixClient function. And then we return WixClient.currentCard, which is another module that we added to the Wix client. This is why we can access it over this client. .getCurrentCard. I think this function is very self-explaining. Then here at the top of this component, we fetch this card and save it in a variable. We can do this because this is a server component. But when we save this, we should get an error, I think. Yeah. Owned card not found, because we haven't created a card yet. This is why we have to take care of this special case when we don't have a cookie with a card yet. We do this by wrapping this return line up here into try catch, like this. Then we want to check for this specific error. So we check if error, and we have to cast it as any. This is not great, but it's necessary because we want to get this details application error value out of there, and the Wix library doesn't provide a type for this error. So we cast it to any. This way we can access .details.application error, this one here, because this is the error, this is the details block, application error, and in here is the code, right? So error as any .details.application error.code. If this is equal to this string here, owned card not found. but we have to wrap this into an if block. So if this expression here is true, if the error code is card not found, like this, then we want to return null for the card. Simple as that. But if we get a different kind of error, so in the else block, we want to rethrow the error, because we don't just want to catch it. We want to have it bubble up to the next error boundary or whatever. Only if we get this specific error message, we want to return null. Now when we save this, we should get rid of this error, but we also have to add the await keyword here, return await. Why? Because otherwise this try catch block will not work. So add await up here, and then we should get rid of this error. Because now if this happens, we catch it and we just return null for the card instead. And inside this card we have different line items. And I want to calculate the total quantity of objects in there. Unfortunately, we don't have items in our card yet, so we can't see the data, but I already want to put this value here. So const total quantity equals card.lineItems. Card can be null, remember, so it adds this save card operator. And then we can use JavaScript's reduce function, which we can use to take the quantity of each of these line items and sum them all into a one sum. This looks like this, just follow along with this. Here we get passed two values, the current value and the previous value. I think ACZ is a naming convention, probably for accumulate, because we want one accumulate value, the sum of all these different items. So we take this value that we already have, we add item.quantity to it, but this can be undefined. If it is undefined, we fall back to 0 because otherwise TypeScript will complain. And then we also have to pass an initial value. We start at 0, of course. But card can be undefined, and this is why the total quantity can also be undefined. If card is undefined, we want to fall back to 0 here as well, so that total quantity is always a number. Okay. Then in our header, we put another div. And for now, I just want to put our logo and site name on the left side and the total quantity on the right side. So what we do is in here, we put a next link with an href back to the front page. So just slash. We style this with flex, item center and a gap of 4, still inside the link. In here I want to put the site logo, which we have to import. And I added it to the starting code, this logo PNG here. Import logo from add/assets/logo PNG. Import this. Then I want to render a next image down here that shows this logo. The alt text will say flow shop logo. And we set width and height to 40 pixels. And the next image will automatically resize this logo to these dimensions so that we don't load an unnecessarily large image. And when we save this, there is our logo. Next to the image, still inside the link, I want to render a span with text XL and font bold that says flow shop. And there it is. Let's also style the header with BG background, which again changes depending on the dark and light theme, and shadow SM, and then we style the div inside it. We give it a max width of 7XL again, just like the page content, and we center it on the screen with MX Auto, which looks like this. We also have to add a little padding with P5. Better. Then we want to make this a flex box. We want to use item center and justify between, so that one half is put on the left side and the other half is put on the right side. And we also add a gap of 5. So there's always some spacing between these elements. Okay, add all of these classes. Then still inside this div, but below the link tag. For now, I just want to render the total quantity and say items in your cart. Later we will make this prettier, but for now I just want to render this text with the number here. And maybe let's also get rid of this JSON here that we only used for debugging purposes. On the front page, let's remove this whole pre-tag so that our page looks properly. Okay. In a few minutes, we will start putting items into our cart so that we don't just see the number 0 all the time. But for now, I also want to put a footer in here so that we have this part out of the way. For this, let's create another component. Again, I put this into the app folder because we only use it in the root layout, but you can also put it into the components folder if you want. And this time I'm just going to copy paste this because there is no point in writing this out by hand. Would be very tedious. I will put a link to this footer into the video description. You can copy the code from there. Of course, we also have to put it into our layout, this time below the children. And after saving it, there's our footer, which is also responsive, by the way, depending on the screen size. And most of the stuff in here is just dummy data. You can replace these links for real links inside the footer component. But there is one link to the terms page that I actually want to implement just so you see how this works. So terms and conditions, links to /terms. So let's create this page. In the app folder, we create a new file, terms/page.tsx. And again, I'm just going to copy paste this because it's unnecessary to write this out by hand. Again, I put this file into the video description. You can copy it from there. Here I also set some metadata so that this page has its own title, terms and conditions. And as you can see, it adds this vertical bar flow shop after it because this is what we defined here as the template, right? This is how this works. It combines the page title together with this placeholder. Really nice. So this is just a basic terms and conditions page that we can reach via the footer. Nothing special in here. In our navbar, we have this getCart function. We want to get our cart in different components later, but of course, repeating all this logic here would be very tedious. What we can do instead is we can put this into a separate function in a separate file, and a good practice is to create your own API layer that works as a wrapper around these Wix client cards. And in this API layer, we can create the exact level of abstraction that we need. So let's see how we can do this. We create a new folder in our src folder, which we call Wix API. The name is arbitrary. And in here we put a cart.ts. And in this cart.ts file, we put all the functions that are related to Wix cards, getting a card and later adding and removing items from cards. So let's cut out this whole function here from the navbar and put it in here. But of course we have to export it and import get Wix client. Then in the navbar we have to import this function from the API layer. And now this is better organized and we can reuse this function later in different places and we never have to repeat this error logic here. Now that we have this Wix API layer, it's a good idea to abstract all our Wix functions in there. Here on the front page, we also call the Wix client, right? And just like our getCart function, I also want to put these into the API layer. So let's start with this one here, get collection by slug. So in the Wix API folder, we create a new file for organization and call it collections.tsx because this operates on the collections module. And this is how I want to organize this. Put this on the right side. And we export an async function that we call get collection by slug. And we have to pass the slug as a string to it. And here we have to add a colon. In this function, we want to get the Wix client. So we put this over here. Then we want to fetch the collection via this Wix client.
but this function is reusable. We pass the slug from the argument. And then we want to return the collection. Or if it is undefined, we want to return null. We export this function here. And then we call it here where we had our code before in our featured products component. So const collection. This time we don't have to destructure it because we already destructure here. Equals await get collection by slug from our API layer, and we pass the featured products slug. And now we have this cleaned up version of this function that we can use in our code. This is much cleaner because we put some of the logic in here and we abstract it from the components that need the data. And I want to do the same for the code down here that fetches the products for this collection. This will be a bit more complex because here we can add these different filters, but let's set this up as well. Another file in the Wix API folder, products.ts. Here we export an async function that we call query products. We will reuse this later in different places. And right now we pass the collection IDs of our featured products collection and the sort operator here. So we want to accept these as arguments to this function. For this we create an interface that we call query products filter, which contains the collection IDs, which are optional. We don't have to pass them. They can either be a string array, like we passed here, or a single string. Again, this is the nice thing about creating these abstraction layers, that we can decide what data we can pass here. This way we can clean up these third-party APIs a little bit, because it would be much nicer to just pass this ID like this instead of the array. And we will be able to do this because we define this type here ourselves. Okay, and the second optional argument is the sort. And for this I want to create another type called products sort, which can be one of 3 strings. Last underscore updated, or price underscore ascending, or price underscore descending. Those are the options we will have here. And the sort is of type products sort, but I misspelled this. Products sort. Okay, in here we want to pass and destructure these query products filter arguments. So in here are the collection IDs and sort, and we give a sort a default value of last updated. If we don't pass a sort, this will be the default sort. Then we need a Wix client here as well. Get Wix client. And it's totally fine to call get Wix client in multiple places. This does not do an async operation. This is also not an expensive operation. It's just a lightweight JavaScript object. So we can call this 2 or more times in a row without a problem. And then we have this builder pattern down here, right? Which means that we have to create a let that we call query, because a let allows us to reassign this variable and put more of these functions on there. We start with Wix client.products.query products. This is the same function we started this builder pattern over here with. And these other ones are optional. We only want to use this one if we passed collection IDs. And we only want to pass this one depending on the sort filter. So remember, we can pass collection IDs as a string or a string array, but this function here always expects an array. So we have to turn the string into an array. What we do is we create a const collection IDs array. We take the collection IDs, if they exist, question mark, then we call array.isArray. I think the name is self-explaining. This way we can check if collection IDs is an array. Then we want to assign collection IDs array to the collection IDs because they are already an array. If not, it's a string, which means that we have to put it into an array ourselves. And if collection IDs is undefined, then we want to assign this to an empty array, like this. Then we want to apply this has some filters, but only if there are IDs in our collection IDs array. So we check if collection IDs array.length is greater than 0, then we want to reassign our query. Remember, this is a let variable, and because of this builder pattern, we have to call more functions on there. Make sure to write query equals query dot, otherwise this will not work. So if we have collection IDs, we want to call has some. Again with the collection IDs filter, and pass the collection IDs array as the argument. And now we have abstracted this part here of this Wix function into our own function. And now we want to apply the Zod filter. Over here we used descending, but it can also be ascending. So below we put a switch block where we check the value of Zod. Okay, Zod can be one of these three values. If it is price ascending, then again we reassign the query builder variable to query.ascending and we filter by the price. Then we duplicate this block. If the Zod filter is price descending, then we want to call descending price. And one more time. If the filter is last updated, then again in descending order, but by the last updated field. And we can get rid of this default block down here, because last updated is also the default value, so this will always have a value. And finally, after the switch block, we return query.find. Remember, we also called .find over here. This is what actually starts the search. Otherwise, we will not get the data back. So now we have created our own abstraction over this Wix function here. Later we will add more filters to this so that this function is reusable in different places in our app. Just one little change. I always have some typos somewhere. I didn't want to call this collections IDs, but just collection IDs. I think this sounds better. And then we also have to rename it again down here. Okay. I did this with F2, by the way, which is the rename shortcut on Windows, but you can also right click and then rename symbol, which will rename this variable everywhere it's used. And now this function over here is much simplified. Instead of all this code, we can just call query products from our API layer, to which we pass the optional collection IDs. And this is collection._ID of our featured products collection. And our page will still work the same. We will still see our featured products. But again, the cool thing is that all of this ugly code is hidden away in this API layer. And in our components, we have these really clean functions that we can call. Okay, and next we will start setting up the product details page. Okay, our product details page will be under /products/ and then the slug, right? This is where we link to when we click one of these products. This means we will need to get one product from the slug. For this, let's put another function into our API layer, into the products.ts file in the Wix API folder. Here I want to export another async function to fetch a single product by its slug. Get product by slug. And to it, of course, we pass the slug as a string. Again, we need a Wix client here, so let's copy this line. And again, creating multiple Wix clients is completely fine. And Wix doesn't have a function to fetch a single product. Instead, we have to use the same query products function as up here, this one, just that we only want to return a single product. So what we do is we destructure a const We call await Wix client products.query products again. Again, we have to use the builder pattern. This time we use this equality function. We want to fetch products where the slug is equal to the slug that we pass here. This in theory can fetch multiple products, but it will always only be one because two products can't have the same slug. But we can add this .limit operator to limit it to only one result. But on the other hand, this will always only have one result, so I guess we could also skip this line, but we can also keep it in. Okay, and then lastly, call.find again to execute this search. Then we want to get the product out of this array. So in here, in the results, we find items, which contains the results, the products. And the first element in here is the one product we care about. Again, this will only ever have at most one item in it. But maybe it has 0 items with the slug in it. Maybe this product doesn't exist. So if !product or if !product.visible. What's visible? That's another setting we can configure in our backend. When we go to the products again, somewhere in here in the settings, we can make a product invisible. I think it's this option up here. If we uncheck this, then this visible flag will be set to false. And to respect this on our front end, we will not return the product if it's not visible. So in both these cases, we return null. There is no product we want to show. If not, then we want to return this product. And again, the cool thing about this API layer is that we abstracted all of this logic into this one very simple function, and we don't have to put all of this stuff into our component, which would really clutter our code. So now let's set up this page here, /products/slug. So right click on app, new file, products/ then slug in square brackets to create a placeholder, /page.tsx. I explained this structure in my Next.js beginner tutorial. You should already know this. In here we export default async function, which we call page. In this page we will find this slug in the URL, which can have different values. So interface page props contains the params, and in the params is the slug. And then we want to destructure this here. Page props, params, and in the params is the slug. Then we want to fetch our product from our API layer. Again, this is a server component, so we can fetch directly in here. Await get product by slug, which is our own function that we created a moment ago. And to this we pass the slug from the URL. Remember, this can be null if this product doesn't exist. So we check if !product, and actually let's check for product ID, because this can also be undefined. If the product or the ID doesn't exist, we want to call not found. This redirects us to the not found page, and it doesn't render whatever we put below. The page we put below will only be rendered if the product and the ID exist. Here we want to render a page, so we use the main tag again. We style this similarly to our front page with max width 7XL, MX auto to center it on the screen, space Y10, horizontal padding of 5 and a vertical padding of 10, like this. Maybe for now, let's again render the JSON response as a string so that we see that we actually get the correct data. JSON.stringify, we take this whole product, and again null and true as the other two arguments. And now we should be able to navigate to a product. Let's navigate to our sweet leather shoes. And there we are. Here is the data that we fetched from the Wix API with all the product information.
Before we set up this page, I also want to show you what happens if we use a slug that doesn't exist. Then we get to the not found page, which is handled via this function. But this page by default doesn't look good, and it will also not take the dark theme into consideration. But we can replace this page for our own one. For this we create a new file in the app folder. It has to be the child of the app folder, and it has to have this exact name, not -found.tsx. And in here we export another function called not found with a very simple not found page that also renders a main tag, and we style it with mxauto, max width 7xl, space y5, py10, and text center, and px5 also. Add all of these classes. Then we add an h1 headline here with text 3xl and font bold, which will say not found. And below we put a paragraph tag. The page you are looking for does not exist, or whatever text you want to put in here. This is our new not found page, which will always be shown for pages that don't exist, or when we call this not found function. Okay, but let's go back to our letter shows details page. Now, when we later select different product options, like different variants, or we change the quantity, then this will be put into React state. So we need state on this page, which means that we have to make this a client component, because state and side effects and JavaScript features only work in client components. But we can keep the page itself a server component. This way we can fetch the data in here. But the interactive part has to be a client component. So in the same folder, in the slug folder, we create another component called product_details.tsx. We make this a client component with the useClient directive at the top. And then we export a default function with the same name. This function needs all the product information. So product details props. We pass the product to it, again with this product type. We pass it here. This will return a div. Let's save this for now. Put it into our page, so we have this part out of the way. Right here, product details, and we pass the product that we fetch to it. We already checked that the product is not null or undefined, so down here it's guaranteed to be defined. Okay, back to the product details component. We want to style this div with flex and flex col and a gap of 10. On small screens, all these elements will be shown below each other. But on MD breakpoint and upwards, we make this a flex row to align the elements horizontally. And on LG, so on large screens and upwards, we increase this gap from 10 to 20. You will see how this looks in a moment. Then below we put another div. And in this div we put our beautiful Wix image that we created, to which we pass the media identifier. And in there we have abstracted all the logic to resize an image, which is really cool. Okay, we get the image we want to show from product.media.mainmedia.image.url. We want to show the main image here. And we get the alt text from product.media.mainmedia.image.alt-text. And remember, in here we have also a fallback value for the alt text if it is undefined. So it's already all taken care of. We resize the image to a 1000 times 1000 pixels, so a pretty large image. And we want to make this sticky,
so that the image sticks to the top with sticky and top 0. This looks like this. When we scroll down, the image stays here, which is really cool. When we save this, we should already see something on the screen. There it is. The alignment isn't quite right yet, but let's take care of this. Below this inner div, we put another div. And this other div will contain all the product details. It's over here. And now what we do is we go to this WixImage wrapper div and we add basis 2/5, so 2/5 of the screen, 40% in other words. And down here, the opposite, basis 3/5, 60%. So now the right part will always take up 60% of the width and the image will take up 40% until we get to the small breakpoint where everything will be a flex column. To this div down here, we also add space y5. In here we put another div with space y2.5, this one. And in here we put a headline with text 3XL, font bold, and on large screens we set the text to 4XL. And this will render product.name. There it is. Then each product can have a brand, which we earlier set up in the backend. So below we check if product.brand has a value, because not every product has a brand. Then we want to render another div with text muted foreground, where we render product.brand, and we close this div. There it is. Suchi, remember this is what we set up earlier. Mark my words, in 5 years Suchi will be the most famous clothing brand. Why is this complaining? Yeah, this is just a bug in VS Code sometimes. If you remove a character and add it back in, it suddenly works again. Whatever. Now we also check if the product has a ribbon, which is also what we showed here on this product overview. Right? Bestseller, for example. We want to show it on the details page as well if it exists. So if the product has a ribbon, we want to render a badge. And inside this badge, we of course put product.ribbon. There it is. But I want to style this badge. I want to set this to display block, because then it takes this spacing here into account, the 2.5. Because by default a span has display inline, which doesn't take this margin into account. Okay, so below this div here, right here, we check if the product has a description. And if this is the case, we want to render another div. But this one gets a self-closing tag because again we use dangerously z inner HTML. And for the HTML value, we pass product.description. Remember, descriptions have HTML formatting. In there we have bold text and stuff like that. When we save this, we see it here. But if we put something like a headline in here, then this will not be formatted properly, because by default in Tailwind, something like an H1 headline is unstyled by default. It looks like normal text, and this is usually what we want. But for something like this, where we just have a block of text with different HTML formatting, we want this styling. And it would be good if we don't have to set up all of this from scratch in CSS. And for this, Tailwind has a really nice helper, which is this typography package we installed earlier. This will apply default styling to the component where we use it. But we have to enable it first. And we do this in the Tailwind config file. Here we scroll down to plugins. After this require, still inside this array, we put a comma and we write require parentheses and then the name of this package, add Tailwind CSS / typography. This way we enable it. And then we can use it in our components. the following way. We add a class name, and the class for this is called Prose. This adds this default styling. As you saw, it added a little bit of vertical line spacing. To see the comparison, let's remove it again. Looks like this, and with Prose it looks like this. But Prose does even more. As I mentioned before, if you add headlines, for example, this will style them properly, or something like a bullet list or a numbered list. This will all be formatted properly. And to make this also work in dark mode, we add the dark modifier and set this to Prose in Word. This will revert the colors in dark mode, but we don't have dark mode yet. Okay, so something like a product description, a large block of text with different formatting. This is what this Prose class from the typography package is really useful for. Or a blog post, for example. Okay, and then I want another component with these product options here. I want to put this into a separate component because otherwise this product details component will become too big. So what we do is, still in the same slug folder, we create another component called product options.tsx. We export it here. And again, this component will need the product as a prop. Yeah, product options props, of course, for the props interface, like this. Again, for now, let's return an empty div and then put it into our product details page, below the description, product options, and we pass the product of this page to it. Okay, back to the product options component. We style the outer div with space y 2.5 again. And in here we want to take each option, which can be 0 or 1 or multiple ones, and we want to render them to something like this. We have a label for each option, and then these different values as this kind of toggle button. And the best way to create this toggle button where only ever one value can be selected in a very idiomatic way is to use a radio group, which by default looks like this. But the trick is that we hide this left part here, the button itself, and we style the right part, the label, to look like a button. So what you see here, this button, is basically this label. And when we click this label, this option is selected, and then we can style it differently, like we do here with this border. This is the most idiomatic way to achieve this toggle button in HTML. Okay, let's see how this looks. So first of all, we take our product in curly braces, we take the product options, and we map them to a component. We take each option, and maybe let's open this page again to see the structure of this. So each of these toggle button groups is wrapped into a field set, and then we have the legend, and the legend is basically this label up here. And on our page, this is this part here that says color. This is the legend, and then we have different divs below with input of type radio, which creates these radio buttons. So let's do this on our page. So for each product option, we want to render a field set. It needs a unique key as usual because we render an array. For this we can use the name of the option because we shouldn't have two options with the same name. And we style this with space y 1.5. In here we put a legend, which remember is the top label. And in here I put an uppercase L label from our components folder. Make sure to import the correct one because we have 4 different ones, which is funny. But we need this one here from the components folder. This is just responsible for styling. We use asChild, and in here we render a span that contains option.name, like this.
Yeah, and now we can see color and size. So this already works. Why did I use as child here? For the styling, it's not necessary. It would look the same if we remove this. The problem is we are actually not allowed to put a label tag, so an HTML label, into a legend tag. This is not valid HTML, but we are allowed to put a span in there. This is why I tell Shadcn to render a span instead of the label, just with the label styling. So this is a little bit of a workaround to get this to work properly. And where do I know this stuff from? I just Google it. I Googled something like, can you put a label into a legend tag? And then you find a Stack Overflow answer where they say, no, this is not valid HTML. So you just have to Google this kind of stuff. Anyway, below the legend, still inside the field set tag, we put another div with flex, flex wrap, item center and a gap of 1.5. In here we want to render the single choices, which are these radio buttons. So in here another expression, option.choices, and now you can already see why I put this into a separate component. Because if we put all of this in here, it would become very messy very quickly. So we separated this out and we want to map each choice to another div. The key will be a choice.description, which again should be unique. We need a closing tag below. And in here we want to put a radio button, which remember is an input tag with a lowercase I. We can close this tag. We set the type to radio. Now we should already see the different options as radio buttons. We have 2 different colors and 3 different sizes. We also have to set a unique ID, which again we set to a choice.description. This is necessary so that when we later click the label, it will select this radio button. This requires an ID. We set the name to option.name, which is here either color or size. This makes sure that only ever one radio button can be selected at a time. So one of each group and not multiple ones. We have to give it a value, which is the description, which is the actual value. So for example, size 10 or color brown. This is inside the description. And then below we put an uppercase L label again. Inside this label we render choice.description again, which again is the value, there it is. But when we click a label, it doesn't select the corresponding radio button yet, only when we click the button itself. To activate this, we have to set the HTML4 prop on here. And we have to set this to the ID. So again, choice.description. When we pass this here, now we can click the label and it will select the corresponding radio button. And then we want to style this label to make it look like a button, right? So we add a bunch of classes. We make this a flex box with item center and justify center, because for colors we will also have a little circle in here that shows the actual color, and we want to align this properly. We give each label a min width of 14 to make sure they are not too small. When we hover over the label, we want to make the mouse cursor a pointer like this to indicate that we can click it. Then a gap of 1.5. We want to give each of them a border and a padding of 2. So now they almost look like buttons, don't they? And now when the radio button is checked, we want to highlight the label next to it to indicate that this button is currently selected. And there is a cool way to do this in Tailwind. We go to the input up here. We add a class called peer. And then down here on the label, we can use peer modifiers. For example, peer checked. If the peer is checked, so the peer is the radio button, Then we want to set the border to primary, for example. So now when the adjacent radio button is checked, the label is styled in this way. And now, as I mentioned earlier, we can hide the radio button itself. And now we still have radio buttons, but they look like these toggle buttons, really modern and cool. One more thing, I also want to show the actual color next to these color options. And they are somewhere here in this JSON that we got back. Here is the hex value for this color. So what we do is we check if the option type is color. Then we know that the color value is in there, and we want to render this on the screen as well. So let's do this. What we do is, first of all, we wrap the choice description inside this label into a span so that these elements are aligned properly. Then above we check if option.optionType is equal to products.optionType.color. This is a constant that we can use. If this is the case, only if this is a color value, we want to render another span with a self-closing tag. This one has a size of 4. It's round with rounded full, and it has a border. And let's see. There it is. But right now it's white. We want this to show the actual color. We can add these dynamic values with the style prop. Here we can set the background color to choice.value, which, remember, contains the actual hex code. And voila, there we see the colors that we can now select. But of course we need to store these selected values somewhere. We need them in our product details component, because the selected options then decide what price we show and what buttons. So we need to pass these values and the value setter as props to the product options component. So here in the props, we add selected options, and we will pass them as a record of type string, string. A record is basically a map. It contains a key and a value, and for each selected option we pass such a key value pair, like color brown or size 11. And similarly, when we select a new option, we want to call a callback that we call, wow, this was the word call 3 times in a row. We name this setSelectedOptions, which is a function that takes the new options. And again, this will be of type record string string, and it doesn't return anything. So this is just a basic callback function. Those are React basics. And here we destructure these new values, selected options and set selected options. And then in our radio button down here, we say that this button is checked if this is included in the selected options. So if selected options for this option name, and since the name can be undefined, we have to fall back to an empty string just to make TypeScript happy. So if the selected option for this name is equal to a choice.description, so this option, only then this radio button is selected. Let's ignore this error for now. This just complains because we haven't passed these values yet. But before we do that, we also want to handle this callback here. So below checked, we also implement the onChange callback, which will be triggered when we click a radio button. To this we pass a function that calls setSelectedOptions, parentheses curly braces, because to this we have to pass a record, remember. In here we want to put all the existing selected options to keep them active, and then change only the current one of this map iteration. So the color or the size, for example. Again, we add square brackets, option.name. Again, we have to fall back to an empty string for TypeScript, and we want to assign this to choice.description. And again, this can be undefined, so again we fall back to an empty string. This is how we update the value, and this is how we read it. And all of these values have to be passed from the product details component, but first we need to create state for them. This is why we made this a client component. We put these states at the top. Let's start with the quantity, which we will also need. Quantity and Z quantity, this is a use state, which we initialize with the value 1. And then a const selected options and Z selected options. I hate writing out these names. Which is also a use state. What type? The same type as what we pass here. A record of type string. We put this here. Then we have to initialize this. Before we set the default value here, let's pass these two values down there. Then we should get rid of our error. So the selected options are our new state. And set selected options are the state setter. And now this should compile again, I think. Well, this still complains because this can be undefined. Maybe let's initialize this with an empty object for now. Then it should work. Okay. Now we should be able to select options again. But now they are stored in this state here. Cool. And now we can work with these values. But I don't want to start out with an empty object. I want the first option of each option to be selected. So we remove this empty object and instead we write the following. Product.productOptions, if they exist, we want to map them. So we take each option and we map them to a parentheses curly braces to an entry in this record here, which again we do with these scrap brackets. Option.name is the key. Again, we have to fall back to an empty string. And the value is option.choices. And here we want to use the first value to have the first one selected by default, but the actual value is inside the description. This is also what we used over here for these values, right? The description. Again, the description can be undefined. So again, we have to fall back to an empty value. And then here at the bottom, we add another question mark dot. We have to call reduce to actually turn this into a record, which looks like this. Again, this ACZ and cur, which stands for current. And I'm going to be totally honest, this part down here, the reduce function, I had generated by ChatGPT because I couldn't come up with this myself. This is just a short line. It puts all of these values. To be honest, I don't fully understand what this actually does. I just know that this turns these values into a record. So let's just keep it at that. But make sure to not put a typo in here, otherwise this will not compile. And if this is null or undefined, we want to fall back to an empty object. Okay, again, this takes all of the product options. It takes the first choice of each of them and makes this the default value of the state. So now when we refresh the page, brown and tan, the first option of each product option are selected by default. This is what I wanted to achieve. And I think it would be a good idea to render this selected options record on the screen so that we can see how this actually looks. This will give us a better idea of what is going on. So below product options, we put a div which says selected options colon. And then I want to render json.stringify selected options. And there we go. This is the record. Those are the options we have currently selected. And it changes depending on our selection. But in Wix, we also have this concept of a variant. A variant are the different combinations of options, and variants only exist if we, let's see, enabled this option down here, manage pricing and inventory for each product variant.
if we select this, then manage variants will be true. And then we have not only these product options here, but we also have these different variants, which are all the different combinations of product options. And each variant can have its own price, its own quantity, and so on. So we need to be able to find a variant from the selected options. For this, we create another utility function. And I pronounce this as if I'm drunken, but I swear I'm not. But we put it into the utils file because we will need this in different places. We export another function called findVariant. To this we will pass the product itself, which again is of type products.product. And again we will need the selected options of type record string string. First of all, we can check if manage variants is true, because otherwise we don't have these different variants. So if exclamation mark product.manage variants, then we want to return null. There are no variants for these different product options, so we can't use them here. And I just noticed that this has to be commas. But if manage variants is true, then we need to find the variant that has the combination of options that we selected. This requires a little bit of logic, but not too much. So again, this is how it looks. We have this array with these different choices. And we want to find the choice that has the combination of options that we stored in our state here on the details page. So this looks the following way. Return product.variance.find. This way we can find an element in here. This looks similar to the map function. We take each variant, we add a block of curly braces, and we want to return the variant where each choice combination is in our state, as I explained. This looks the following way. Return object.entries, to which we pass the selected options. This way we get all the key value pairs out of this record. Then we can call this every function, which will return true only if the condition we passed in here is true for every element here, for every entry in this record. In here we put parentheses, square brackets, because this way we can destructure the key and the value of each entry. If each key value is identical to the variant's choices key value, which looks like this. Variant.choices (key) is equal to value. Just a little mistake, this closing parenthesis should go over here after the closing square bracket. So again, what we do is we find the variant where each selected option is identical to this combination of choices here. I hope this is understandable. And again, ChatGPT helped me with this, or rather GitHub Copilot, which is really useful for this kind of stuff. But here we have the save call operator, which means that this can be undefined. In this case, we want to fall back to null. And we could also use 2 vertical bars here. Doesn't really make a difference. Let's save this and try out if this works on the product details page. So now somewhere up here below our state, we create a const, selected variant, we call the findVariant function, which needs the product and the selected options, and it will return the selected variant if it exists. And to see that this works, let's also render it down here in another div, just for debugging purposes, which will say variant. And again, I want to stringify the value. Selected variant.choices. And if this works correctly, these two should be identical. The choices and the selected options should be the same. Yeah, there we go. But this is the selected variant object, and those are just the selected options we store in a record. But now we can get all the information out of this variant, like the variant specific price, for example, or its availability.
And when we change these values, both of these strings down here change as well. And if we open a product that doesn't have variants, then we should just see null instead. Okay, this one has options, but no variants, which is fine. This means we don't handle these different variants separately. And there are also products that don't even have options, no options. So we handle all of these different cases. Then I want to create another utility function that checks if a variant or the product is in stock. Again, in the utils file, export function check in stock, which will take again the product. Yeah, actually it takes the same arguments as the find variant function. This one. We don't have to pass the variant to it because we can just use the find variant function in here directly. This way we have to pass one less argument. So we find the variant if it exists, because remember, variants can have their own quantity, which matters for our check and stock function. So down here we return variant question mark if the variant exists. Remember, it can be null. Then we get the information out of the selected variant. For example, down here, selected variant, somewhere in here is the quantity and the availability and so on. But this is not always a number because we don't manage the quantity for every product. Sometimes we only have a boolean that says either true or false. So we have to check for this here. Again, the benefit of this is that your client later has full flexibility when they make changes to the backend. No matter if they want different variants and different quantities or not, all of this will be taken care of automatically on the front end. So if a variant exists, then we take variant.stock, which is this object here, .quantity, and we check that it's not equal to 0. And variant.stock.inStock is true, which is this value here. Only if these two values are true and not 0, then we know that this variant is in stock. But if the variant does not exist, then we have to check a different value, which is called inventory status. Here it says partially out of stock. But we will only even look at this value if we don't have variants, because the variants take precedence over this value here. But if we don't have a variant, then we check that product.stock.inventory status. Again, we compare this to a constants, which we get from the products module .inventory status.inStock. If the inventory status is in stock, or let's copy this, the inventory status is partially out of stock, which basically means still in stock, right? Because we still have some quantity left. Then we want to return true, because then we have this product in stock. And now we use this function for one on the product details page. Let's put it here below const selected variants. We store it in a variable. In stock, check in stock, which again expects the product and the selected options. And this will be either true or false, or it can also be undefined, I guess. But that's fine because undefined is effectively false. And then we can use this to render the correct information in our UI. And remember, on the finished website, we grayed out combinations of product options that are not currently available. For example, here on the t-shirt, as you can see here. And we can do this with our check in stock function. For this, let's go to the product options component again. And down here to our label. What we do is we wrap this class name into curly braces and then into parentheses and into this cn function. Because this way we can add a condition here, which will then override the corresponding classes that come before it. And the condition looks like this. If exclamation mark check in stock, to which we pass the product, comma,
curly braces, the currently selected options that are already selected, and then the option that this label belongs to. So if this option is not available with the already selected options, then we want to style this differently. So to check and stock, after selected options, we pass again this key value pair. Option.name with this fallback value of an empty string, and choice.description with an empty fallback. So if this condition is true, if this combination of product options is not available, then to ampersand signs, we want to apply another class name, opacity 50, which just adds a transparency of 50%, and it already works, as you can see. Those options here are not available in this combination, and this is why they are grayed out, just like that. And next I want to render the price of the product on the product details page, but the price depends on the selected variant if it exists, because different variants can have different prices. For organization, let's put this into a separate component again, product price.tsx. Export default function product price, and again it needs props, it needs the product itself, and the selected variant if it exists, which is of type products.variant or null, which is also possible, right? We destructure these props here, product and selected variant, and out of the product information we can get the price data. But variants have their own price data. So what we do is we create a const price data and we assign it to selected variant dot price data, which is this value here, this object. But if this is null or undefined, we fall back to the product's price data that doesn't belong to a specific variant. Makes sense, right? But this can also be null. Should never be the case, but we have to handle it to make TypeScript happier. If all price data are null, we just return null and don't render anything. Then I also want to find out if we have a discount. And somewhere in here is the discounted price. And what we can do is we can compare the discounted price to the original price. Then we know that there is a discount. So const has discount equals price data, which is this variable here, which points either to the selected variant's price data or the products. If price data.discounted price is not equal to the normal price, then has discount will be true. And then we return a div here, which we style with flex, item center, gap 2.5, text XL, and font bold. Then here inside the span, I want to render the normal price. Price data dot formatted dot price. Remember, formatted is the one where the dollar sign is already a part of it. So we don't have to format this ourselves. But if we have a discount, we want to make this strike through, like we did here, and gray it out. So we add a class name to the span with curly braces. Here we use the cn function, because this makes it easier to add a condition. Here we check if has discount is true, to ampersand signs. Then we want to style this with text muted foreground and line through. So if we have a discount, it will show the price. Yeah, we haven't rendered it on the screen yet. Let's do this on the product details page. Let's put it down here directly above the product options. Product price, which takes the product itself and the selected variant as input. Not the options, but the variant.
And now we should see it on the screen. There it is. Wow, that's a difficult word. This is the strike-through price. There we go. But if we have a discount and this strike-through price, of course, we also want to show the new price. So below we put an expression, has discount. In this case, we want to render another span that contains price data dot formatted dot discounted price. And there it is. Nice. And let's also show our discount badge that we also used on the front page. So again below, we check if product.discount is defined, because this is what we have to pass to our discount badge. Remember, product.discount. If this is a percent value, we want to render this as well. In this case, it's not a percent value, but a fixed value. So we don't render it. But let's see a product that has a percent discount, this one here. So this now shows here as well. And the new and the old price. And just to see that this works for variants as well, remember different sizes have different prices, right? No, actually different colors. So black is slightly more expensive and it shows the correct price. So this all works. We will start adding products to our shopping cart soon, but for now I want to finish this product page here. One thing that we should do is set up the metadata on the page.tsx file of the product. Metadata is important for SEO, so that you show the correct data on Google, for example, or on social media websites, which is important for something like an e-commerce website, right? Because you want people to find your products. So in the products page.tsx file, we export another async function called generateMetadata. Make sure to spell this correctly, otherwise Next.js will not recognize this function, which is a special function. And again, I explained this in my Next.js beginner tutorial. Okay, this will return a promise of type metadata, which is an import from Next. Here we get passed the same props as in our page, so we can copy this because we want to fetch this product and then return the title and some other data as the metadata of this page. Here we also need a product, so we copy this function and again we check if product is undefined. In this case we want to redirect to not found because we don't have any useful data to work with. And then I also want the main image and store it in a variable. As usual, this is product.media.mainMedia.image. As usual, this can be undefined. Then we return a JavaScript object, and since we added the return type here, we now get autocomplete down here, which is really useful. We set the title of this page to the product name. And when we save this, we should already see the change. And there it is. Now it shows the product name together with our website title template, Flowshop. For the description, we could use the product description, but there's HTML in there and we don't want to show it like this with the text in there. So instead, I will just show a fixed text that says, get this product on Flowshop. If you want to show the description, then you have to get rid of the HTML tags. There are libraries and regex expressions that you can use for that, but I didn't bother here. And then I also want to set the OG image. So the image that is shown on social media when we post a link to a product page. I want to show the main image of the product. For this we have to add this open graph block. In here is this images array. And then we check if main image.url is defined. Then we want to pass an array. And if it's not defined, we want to pass undefined, because then we don't have an image that we can use here. In this array, we put one object. Again, we get autocomplete. Here we pass the URL, which is main image.url. We can also pass the width and height.
which will be taken into account, and the alt text. Main image dot alt text or an empty string as fallback. Okay. We can't see the OG image yet because we haven't deployed this anywhere, but later when we deploy this project, I will show you how exactly this looks with this title and the image. But there is one tiny problem. Now we call getProductBySlug 2 times, right? In the page and in the metadata function. And we have to do this because there is no way to share data between these two functions. So when we lock this function here, just for a moment to see that we actually call this, we should see it 2 times in our logs when we refresh the page. There we go, 2 times. And this of course is a bit wasteful because we fetch the same product 2 times. But if you watched my other Next.js tutorials, then you probably already know how to get rid of this. We have to wrap this function into React's cache function. And this is how you have to do it, because again, you can't share data between the page and generate metadata. Instead, we have to use this cache function to deduplicate the request. And this looks the following way. We turn this into a const, export const getProductBySlug equals, we assign this to an arrow function like this. Now this is still a function, but it's stored inside a const, which we can do in JavaScript. We want to make this an async function, right? Now it would work the exact same way as before and lock this function twice. There is only one little modification we have to make. After the equal sign, we call this cache function, which is an import from React, right here. And then we wrap this whole async arrow function all the way down here into parentheses. So we wrap it into this cache function. The purpose of this cache function is to deduplicate requests to server components that are executed within one page render, basically. So generateMetadata and the page component call this function basically at the same time when this component is rendered, when this page is rendered. And the cache function will deduplicate this request. When we refresh the page, the cached data is thrown away. It's not cached across multiple requests, only within the same request. So we always get fresh data. We just don't have these two requests in parallel. And we should see this in the console now. Let's clear this again, refresh the page, and voila. Now we only call this function one time, but we can use it in both our functions here on this page. Those are Next.js basics, but they are important to know. Now I also want to add a loading skeleton for the product page. Remember on the front page we did this via the suspense boundary and our loading skeleton. But here the crucial part was that we had one static part of our page and then this one part that needs data. The product page, on the other hand, doesn't have any static parts. This is all coming from the server at the time when we make the request. This is why instead of a suspense boundary, we add a new file here called loading.tsx. This is a special file in Next.js, and this also creates a suspense boundary, but for this whole page. So this is basically an abstraction over a normal suspense boundary. This creates a suspense boundary around the whole product page. And from here we have to export a component, which you can give any name. I usually call this loading. And we also give this a main tag that we style similarly to the page itself. Max width 7XL, MX auto, space Y10, PX5 and PY10. And in here we put a bunch of loading skeletons again. But first a div, because I want to style this page similarly to the product page itself. So we want to recreate this layout here basically of the product details with these different divs with bases 2/5 and 3/5 and so on. And the way I create these loading skeletons is just trying to rebuild the original page as closely as possible with these placeholders. Okay, so we have this div here, which we style with flex call, gap 10. And remember, we had this MD breakpoint here, and we want to use the same over here, and also this larger gap to recreate the same layout. So at the MD breakpoint, we make this a flexed row, and with a larger gap on large screens. In here, we put another div where we have the image on the finished page, but here we don't have an image yet. So we just add a placeholder for which we use a skeleton. And the skeleton will have aspect square, so it looks like an image, and a width of full. Before we continue, let's save this, go to the product page and add a delay here again, so that we can see our loading skeleton. 1 second should be sufficient to see the loading skeleton for a short moment. Maybe 1 second is too short, maybe 3 seconds is better. Okay, let's finish the skeleton. Below this inner div here, we create another div with basis 3/5, just like our original page, and space Y5. And in here again, we put a bunch of skeletons, which are these pulsating divs. 4 of them actually. The first one gets age 14 and width 56. The second one age 44 and a width of full. You can just try out whatever looks good. How you design this is up to you. Autocomplete is not my friend today. Again age 10 and width full. And this is the whole loading skeleton I have prepared. You can improve this if you want, but this is how it looks. This is shown until the product data has been loaded. I think it's pretty decent, but this loading.tsx will only be applied to the product page. We can also set a global loading.tsx file that will be applied to all pages that don't have a more granular loading.tsx, that don't have their own loading.tsx. So we can put another loading.tsx directly into the app folder, and we keep this one simple. Again, export default function loading. And here we just return this loader2, which is another Lucid icon. We want to center this on the screen, add some vertical margin, and we want to make it spin. I think if we open the front page again, maybe we can see it. No, it wasn't there. Maybe, no, we only see the specific loading skeleton. But earlier, there was it for a very short moment. Later you will see this loading spinner here in different places when we open other pages. But there is one more thing I want to improve. So if I navigate away from this page and then back to it, it has to load again. Yeah, there was a short moment when there was an empty screen, but we will fix this later. The crucial part is that this has to load the product again from scratch. And when I go back to the front page, again it loads the featured products and so on. I don't like this because I rather show the already fetched data. And this used to be the default behavior in Next.js before version 15. All these pages were cached for 30 seconds by default, but they disabled this because some people didn't like this caching. Now we have to enable it manually in the next config file. So we go in here, we add the experimental block. In here we have staleTimes, which is also a block. And here we can set dynamic to 30. Again, this used to be the default value up to Next.js 30, but it isn't anymore. Now all these dynamic pages that have to fetch data are cached for 30 seconds client-side in the router. We will see the difference now when we navigate back and forth. When I go back to the letter shoes page, it's there immediately. And the same for the front page. All pages that fetch data. And I prefer it this way. If you don't like it, you can remove this or change the number. for how long you want to cache this. But I think for an e-commerce website that doesn't update every 10 seconds, this is much better. But remember, we have more than one product image per product, right? And we also want to show these other images. So let's take care of this next. For this, let's create a new component because it will contain some logic. We put it into the same slug folder as the other components. And let's call it productmedia.tsx. As usual, we export a component function here. And this will also need props. To this component, we will pass the media, which is of type products.mediaItem. But we will not only pass one of them, but an array. Because one product can have multiple images or videos, right? And this here is this media object, where all these different images and videos are contained in. And these single items in here are of type media item. Let's open the product details component again. And let's put product media on the right side because we will move some code from here to over here. Basically, I want to take this whole div with basis 2/5 together with the Wix image. And I want to return it from here instead. But instead of just displaying the main image like we did so far, we want to display the selected image because there can be multiple images. And we will put this into a state. To use state, we have to make this a client component, but we don't have to add the use client directive because the parent is already a client component, which makes the child component also a client component. We can add this directive at the top, but it doesn't change anything. Okay, so in here we create a state. Selected media and Z selected media. We call use state. And by default, I want to put the first media item of this array into the state. So the first image is selected by default. And the first image in this array is also the main media. So they are identical. And we have to destructure the props up here. Product media props. In there is the media array. And I want the first image to be in this state by default, so that the first image is selected by default. And if you heard a scream in the background, this is my neighbor's child going nuts. But I want to set the type to media item array or undefined because not all products have media items. So add this vertical bar undefined, and then we want to use the first value as the default value in our state. And we have to add the save call operator like this. Okay, then above the return statement here, we check if !media.length. So if this array is empty, we will just render nothing, we return null. Let me put this into one side again. And also these media items can be images or videos. If this is a video, then there is a video object in here, as you can see. If this is an image, then instead we have an image object in there. So we have to distinguish between these two cases. So what we do is, below return null, we create a const selected image and assign it to a selected media.image. This is where we can find it. And similarly, we create a const selected video, which is selected media again, dot video. And in there is a link to the URL of the video in this files object. So video.files. And then we have multiple files with different resolutions. We want to get the first one, which has the biggest resolution. So files, question mark dot, and again we access the first element. So now both selected image and selected video can be undefined because we don't know if we have an image or a video. But one of them will be defined. So depending on which one is defined, we will render either a video player or a Wix image. So inside this div we put another div
with the class names aspect square to make this a square, and bg secondary, so that when the video or image is loading, we see this grayish background color which works as a placeholder basically. Okay, and in here we put curly braces and we check if selected image.url is defined, question mark. Then we want to render the Wix image. If it is not defined, we want to render a video player instead. So we take the Wix image, we cut it out and put it in here. We replace the media identifier for selected image.url. We do the same for the alt text, selected image.alt text. We keep the width and height. And we remove these class names here because we will apply them to this outer div instead in a moment. Okay, if we don't have a selected image, then we probably have a selected video. But we don't know for sure because maybe in the future they add another media type like audio. So instead of just rendering a video player here, we add another check. After the colon, selected video.url, if this one is defined, question mark, we want to render the video player, otherwise colon, we don't render anything, we render null. And inside this video part here, we put a div that we style with flex, size full, item center and bg black. BG black because when the video is smaller than this rectangle here, I want to show a black background. It looks the best in my opinion. Okay, so this div needs a closing tag. And in here we put this video tag, which is coming from normal HTML. We set controls to true to show a play button and volume and stuff like that. And we style it with size full. We close this tag. In here we put the source tag to which we pass src, and here we pass the selected video.url to load this video from this URL. And we can also set the type, which is a string, video slash, and then it's something like MP4 or another video type. Somewhere in here is the format, as you can see, MP4. So let's pass this value from the video object. So selected video dot format, and then we close this source tag with a self-closing tag. And we let Prettier reformat everything. Okay, before we continue with this component, let's put it on the product details page. So somewhere here we removed this block, right? Instead we want to render product media, which takes the media array as input. For now, let's just pass product.media.items, which are all the images. Save this. And now we should still see the first image up here, even after refreshing the page. Okay, next we go below this second div closing tag. And here I want to render the other images and videos that are not currently selected. So here we add an expression. We check that media.length is greater than 1, 2 ampersand signs. In this case, we want to render another div with flex, flex wrap, and a gap of 5. So this is a normal horizontal list, and we need to close this div. In here we take the media, and we want to map each item. So we take each media item and we render another component. And for this I want to create a new component here in the same file called media preview. This also needs props. Media preview props. We will pass a single media item to it that we render here. Again, we have a type for this. Yeah, it's the same type that we used before, but this time it's not an array, it's a single media item. We also pass this isSelected boolean and the onSelect callback, so that we can switch between these different images. We destructure all these props down here. There we go. And again, this can be a video or an image. So we create a const image URL, which is mediaitem.image.url, but this can be undefined, in which case we want the thumbnail of the video. Somewhere in this object is the still frame media ID. This is part of this video object. We can use this to get a preview image of the video, but this is not the whole URL and also not the whole media identifier, so we can't pass this directly to a Wix image. Instead, we have this thumbnail URL here, which is a media identifier. The problem with this one is that it has a width and height of just 50 pixels, which is tiny. But I figured out that we can get a larger image by removing this part here from the URL at the end. And this part here is the still frame media ID that we have below. So what we will do is we will get this value and then we will use it to split the URL at this value and remove this part here. This way we don't have to hard code this URL, and if it changes in the future, our code will not break. So let's do this. Let's create a const still frame media ID, which is mediaitem.video.stillFrameMediaID. That's this value down here. Then we need the thumbnail URL, which is mediaitem.thumbnail.url. That's this one here, the one that's too small. And from these two, we create a real thumbnail URL with the correct size. So let's create a const. I'm going to call it resolved thumbnail URL. And we only want to generate this one if we have a video. So we check if still frame media ID is defined and the thumbnail URL is defined. We need both values. Then question mark. We want to take the thumbnail URL and we want to split it at this media identifier, right? At this still frame media ID. So split, to which we pass still frame media ID. Then we take the first half of this array we created, because split creates an array of strings. But this also removes the still frame media ID. So right now we only have this part, the prefix. So we add the still frame media ID back to the string with plus. But if any of these two values here is not defined, then we want to set the resolved thumbnail URL to undefined. I hope this is all understandable. So now we should have either an image URL or a resolved thumbnail URL. But again, it's possible that for some reason both of them are undefined. If this is the case, if exclamation mark image URL and exclamation mark resolved thumbnail URL, if none of these have a value, we want to return null instead, nothing. But if not, we render another div. We style this div with class names. Here we put curly braces. Then we use this cn function again, which allows us to put conditions in here that intelligently override each other. The first argument to CS is a normal string with some fixed classes. Relative positioning, cursor pointer again, which we used earlier, and again bg secondary as the background color. Then after the string, still inside the cn function, we add a comma, and then we add an expression. If this is selected value we pass here is true, then we want to add a border around the selected image, as you can see here, in primary color. So is selected to ampersand signs. This is actually not a border, it's an outline, which makes a difference in positioning. With an outline size of 1 and the color is primary. Okay, and inside this div we want to render another Wix image. Because again we let Wix resize the image to the correct size, so we don't have to do it ourselves. The media identifier is either the image URL or the resolved thumbnail URL. The alt text is mediaitem.image.altText or mediaitem.video.files, again at the first index.alt text. And I think we have to add another save call operator here. There we go. We set the width and height to 100 pixels. And again, Wix will resize this for us on their servers, which is really cool. Let's close this. And we also have to call this onSelect callback. When do we want to select this image? We can either do it when we click the Wix image with the onClick callback. And our Wix image accepts these props because we used the HTML image attributes as the default props and onClick is part of them. But instead of onClick, we can also use onMouseEnter to select the image as soon as we hover over it. What you prefer is up to you. I use onMouseEnter, and when we trigger this, we call onSelect. Okay, let's keep it like this for now and then render these media items to media previews. So media preview, it needs a unique key, which is the media items ID. We have to pass the media item itself, which we get from the map function. Is selected is true if the ID of this media item here is the same as the selected media's ID. Because this is the one we show on the big image, right? So this is the selected one. So here we write media item dot ID is equal to selected media dot ID. And we also implement onSelect, which will call set selected media and pass this media item to it, so that we store this one in our selected media state. And when we save this, we should already see this on the screen. There we go. There they are. And when we hover over a media item, it gets selected automatically. And the last one here is a video. So we can actually play this. We can make it bigger. And isn't this cool? We show the brown shoes and the black shoes at the same time. Later we will change it so that it only shows the media for the option we selected. But for now I want to make a few more little changes in here. First of all, let's go down to the media preview again. If this is a video thumbnail, I want to show a little play button on top of it to indicate that this is not just an image but a video. This is why I added relative positioning here. So below this Wix image at the bottom, we check if resolved thumbnail URL has a value, which means that this is a video, basically. Then we want to render a span. In the span, we want to render this play icon, which is coming from Lucid React, with a size of 5. And we set the color to text white/60. This makes it white, but with some level of transparency in it. When we save this, we see this icon here, but it's not positioned correctly yet. This is what we do in the span. Absolute positioning with left 1/2 and top 1/2, which should position it not quite in the middle yet, but we can get it to the exact middle with minus translate x 1/2. Make sure to pick the one with the minus in front of it. And minus translate y 1/2, this one. When we add these two, it's now positioned right in the middle. I also want to give this a background color of black, again with some level of transparency. And I want to make this a circle with rounded full, so that the white play button is better visible. But I want to make this circle bigger with size 9. But then I think the play button, is not in the middle anymore. So we change this by making this a flex box with item center and justify center. And now we have this black transparent circle and a play button on top of it. This should work. Okay, then let's go back to the div with the basis 215 class here. We wanna have this stick to the top again, right? Because right now it doesn't. So we set position to sticky, but only on the MD breakpoint,
because on smaller screens it's positioned at the top. Then we don't want to have it sticky. But here, and we also set MD top 0, otherwise sticky will not work. And now it still doesn't work because this div around it is too large. We change this by setting the surrounding div to hFit. And now the stickiness works, as you can see. There's not much room to show it, but it works. And we also add space Y5 to get some vertical spacing. Okay, now it looks better. When we click an image, I wanna zoom into it, right? And for this we installed another package. We import zoom from React medium image zoom. This one is very simple to use. We just wrap our Wix image here into the zoom component. And then it looks weird because we also have to add a CSS file that contains the styling for this package. We can import it into our global CSS file, then it will be available on all pages. Pause the video and type this out by hand. This is what we need. And when we save this, our zoom component should work. And now, just like that, we can click this image and it enlarges. But only if the actual file is larger than what we see here. Okay, this is a little glitch. We will take care of this. But the important part is that this now works. Just one thing I want to improve. When we select another image, it has to be loaded first. And sometimes this takes a moment. And while it is loading, it still shows the old image, but it already selected the new image down here. In this case, I don't want to show the old image. I want to show no image at all. And instead it will show this background color here. And we can achieve this by going to our zoom component and we add a key to it and we set the key to the selected image URL. This tells React that whenever the image URL changes, it has to throw away the old zoom component and re-render it from scratch together with the Wix image. This again makes sure that we don't show the old image for a moment. Instead it will just render this background color instead while it is loading the new image. But I can't see this in effect right now because these images load so fast. Okay, let's go back to our product details page and continue setting this up. We want to show some more information here. We want an input for the quantity, but we also want to know if we exceeded the quantity, so we need some more values. Let's create a const above the return statement, available quantity equals. Then we take the selected variant dot stock dot quantity. But remember, we don't always have variants. If we don't have variants, then we fall back to product.stock.quantity, which is the overall quantity of the whole product. And by storing this value in a variable, it's easier to write our logic down here and keep it readable. Then we create a boolean, const available quantity exceeded. This one will be true if we have an available quantity. We add 2 exclamation marks here, which takes this value and it turns it into a boolean, so true or false. If we have an available quantity and the quantity is greater than the available quantity, then we know that we exceeded the available quantity, right? Not all products have a quantity. Some just have the binary in stock or not in stock, so we have to take this into account. And then let's scroll down a bit. Here we have variant JSON stringify, and below this div, we put another div with space y 1.5. Here we put an uppercase L label, again from the components folder. That will say quantity. And we set the HTML4 attribute to quantity. Because below we put an input field that has this ID, quantity. But first we add a div around it with flex item center and a gap of 2.5. And in here we put our uppercase I input. This is a styled input field from Shadcn. This is why this has an uppercase I. We give this a self-closing tag. The name of this input field is quantity. So this has to be identical to this HTML4 prop. This way these two elements are connected so that when we click the label, this input is selected. This is what this is for. We set the type to number so that we cannot type in text. We set the value of this to our quantity state up here that we initialized with the value of 1 earlier. And when we type something into this input field, we want to update the state, which we do with the onChange callback. Here we get past this event. We use this event to call setQuantity and pass e.target.value, but this is a string because this is an input field. So what we do is we wrap this into the number constructor to turn this into a number. And since we set the type to number, we can only type in digits here. This is why we don't have to check if there is text in here, because this should never happen. Then we also style this with a fixed width of 24. And I want to disable this input field if in stock. Remember, this is another boolean that we configured earlier by calling the check in stock function. So if this product is not in stock, then we don't want to be able to type something into the quantity field. And one thing I just realized why we have this glitch here. This is actually not caused by on mouse enter. This is caused because I accidentally removed the 5 here, which changed the size. This is why this image was also so big before. It should be sized like this. And now we don't get this glitch anymore because this keeps its size. Okay, let's fix this. And then go back to the product details component. So below the input, still inside this inner div here, we check if available quantity is true. Again, we take this number and return it into a boolean with 2 exclamation marks. If this is the case, parentheses, and available quantity exceeded is true, or the available quantity is less than 10. So either we type in a number that's greater than the available quantity, or we have less than 10 items left in stock. In both of these cases, I want to render a text that warns us about the available quantity. So we put a span here with text destructive, which is red. Again, this is defined in the global CSS file. Only available quantity left in stock. Okay. So when I select black and size 11, we see the text immediately because this is less than 10. And the same for the 6. But here we have to type something in to see this value because there are more than 10 items left. Then below the quantity input, I also want to render this additional product information part here. So let's do this as well. So here we have the span, closing div, and right here we put it. Again, we check if product.additionalinfosections.length. So if it's not undefined and greater than 0, then we want to render another div, which of course needs a closing tag. And we style this div with space y 1.5, text sm, small, and text muted foreground to make it a bit grayish. At the top of this div, I want to render this icon and this text to it, which is hard-coded. So here we put a span with flex, item center, and a gap of 2. In here we put info icon with a size of 5, self-closing tag, and next to it we put another span that says additional product information. And there it is. And below this text, we render this accordion that we can open and close. And this data is coming from the Wix backend. So again, you or your client can go into the Wix dashboard, modify this data, add additional product information or remove them, and this new information will always be displayed on the front end. So below these two span closing tags, still inside this div, we put an accordion from the components folder. This is coming from Shadcn. We set the type to multiple so that we can open multiple elements at once. And again, in here we want to render product.additionalInfo sections. We want to take each of them and map them into an entry in our accordion. And whenever you need to know how to use these Shadcn components, you can look into the documentation. Here it's described how you have to configure them. So into the accordion, inside the map call, we put accordion items. Again, make sure to import this from the components folder, not from Radix. The value is the section's title, which should be unique. Again, it can be undefined, in which case we fall back to an empty string, but it should never be undefined. We just have to make TypeScript happy. And we set a key to the title as well. Okay, inside this accordion item, we need an accordion trigger, which is what opens the accordion. So the title again. Accordion trigger, in which we render again section.title. And when we save this, we already see the accordion, but there is no content in there yet. So below the accordion trigger, we put accordion content. In here we put a div, because again we have HTML that we want to render. Dangerously set inner HTML, and for the HTML value we pass section.description. Again, this can be undefined, in which case we fall back to an empty string. And again, we want to keep our formatting in here, so we style this with prose. We set the text to small, and again text muted foreground. And for dark mode, we also have to set prose in word again. Prose in word, so that this looks properly in dark theme as well. Let's see, now we should see the content in here, and there it is. And as you can see, the formatting is already correct, with bullet points, with spaces. If we removed prose, then it would look like this. Well, the bullet points still work, but the spacing is off. And prose takes care of this, and also of the colors. Okay. Then remember, we only want to show the images and videos of the selected option. So let's take care of this next. So above the return statement, we put a const that we call selected options media, which will be an array that only contains the media items of the currently selected options. And this looks the following way. We take the product options, which are all the options, and we map them. So we get past each option, and here we put a block of curly braces, because here we have to write some logic. We need the selected choice. So for each option we have to know which choice is selected, so that we can then check if there are media items attached to it. So in this block we create a const selected choice. We call option.choices.find. So this option is a single product option. And in here we have these different choices. And we want to find the one that we have currently selected, because then we can look if there are media items attached to it. So .find parentheses. Here we get past each choice. So each element in this array. This is similar to the map call, just that here we return true if this element exists. If this is confusing to you, don't worry, just follow along. You will get it later.
Here we check if choice.description is equal to the one we have selected, which is in our state. Selected options, add the index of this option name. Again, we have to fall back to this empty string. This way we check if the option with this description is in our selected options, because remember, the description is also the value that we store in our option state. Here black or brown, for example. This is also the name of the description in the choice. And if we find such a combination that we have selected, we store it in this selected choice variable, which is now one choice object, as you can see. And this choice can have media items attached to it, which we want to return from this map call. So below const selected choice, we return selected choice dot media dot items. And if it is null or undefined, we want to return an empty array. So, but as you can see, now this is a two-dimensional array because we create an array of arrays. And to fix this, we change map to flat map, which is similar to map, but when we create such a two-dimensional array, it turns it into a normal array. This looks complicated, but all we do is we take each product option, we check if we have this option selected. If yes, we check if there are media items attached to it, to this option, and if yes, we return them. Otherwise, we return an empty array. And then now we can take this selected media options and pass it to our product media component to only render these media items and not the other ones. But remember, we don't always have different variants that have images attached to them. So here inside this prop, we check if selected media dot length is true, only if it's defined and greater than 0. Then we want to pass selected options media, and if not, we want to pass the same as before. We simply want to pass all media items, because then we don't distinguish between different variants, which means that we want to render all images and videos. And as you can see over here, it works. Now we can select different options and we only show the media items attached to this option. Isn't this cool? Just one more thing, I want to increase the spacing here to the top of the sticky image. So back to the product media, we have top 0. Let's change this to top 10 to have some spacing here, like this. I think that looks better, because 10 is also the padding that we have here at the top. Okay, our page starts to look like a real product page. But our page still has a bug. When we select a different option, we still see our brown shoes until we hover over one of these images, because we still have the old image here in the state, right? So what we want to do is, whenever we select a different option, we want to take the first media item of this option again and put it into the state. We can do this with a simple use effect, to which we pass an arrow function. The dependency array contains the media object, because whenever media changes, which happens when we select a different option, then we want to set selected media back to the first item of the media array we pass here. So now when we save this and we select a different option, the first image is automatically selected. Much better. Okay, our product page looks really nice. Now let's add an add to cart button so that we can actually add something to our shopping cart. And maybe let's get rid of this debugging information down here. Let's get rid of the JSON.stringifiers in our product details page. You can also keep them in there if you want to see the data, but I'm going to remove them. Those were the variant and options, and somewhere in here, no, it's actually on the page.tsx file, right? This one. Let's remove this as well, so that we get rid of this JSON at the bottom. Okay, let's take care of our shopping cart next.
You can find all the different functions of the Wix SDK in their documentation. And here we can see how we can add an item to our cart. We have to call this add to current cart function, and then we have to pass a bunch of different values. And this is described in more detail here. So always look into the documentation. But of course, I've already prepared the necessary code. So let's open the cart.ts file in our Wix API folder. The API layer where we already have the getCart function. This is a good place to also put our add2cart function, right? So we export another async function called add2cart. And this will take a bunch of different values. And when you have multiple arguments, it's good to put them into an object because it's easier to use in JavaScript. So what we do is above we create an interface called add2cart values with an uppercase A this time. Okay, whenever we want to add an item to our cart, we need the product information itself, which again is of type products.product. What else do we need? We also need to know the selected options, because this is what we want to add to our cart, right? So selected options colon. Again, this is a record of type string, the same that we hold in our state. And we also need a quantity, which is a number. And from this information, we know what exactly we want to add to our cart. So we pass these arguments here and destructure them. Like this. Then we need our Wix client again, so we copy this down here. And then we need the selected variant, because if there is a variant for the selected options, we have to pass this to the add to current cart function. But again, we don't have to pass the selected variant because we can just get it here from our function. Const selected variant equals find variant from the utils folder, to which we pass the product and the selected options. We have used this before. Then we want to call this add to current cart function that you saw in the documentation. And we want to return the return value. So return Wix client.currentCart.add to current cart, parentheses curly braces. In here we can pass line items, which are the items that we want to add to our cart. This is an array, and in this array we put an object. And here we have to pass a bunch of different values. Again, this is described in the documentation. We have to pass the catalog reference, which needs an app ID. Now this app ID is actually fixed. It's not specific to our project. It's the same for all Wix e-commerce apps. And since this is a string that we need in different places, let's put it into a separate file. Let's put it into the lib folder and let's create a constants.ts. And in here we export a const called Wix stores app ID, and the naming convention for constants is snake case with all uppercase letters. And the value we have to pass here we can find when we hover over app ID to see the documentation comment. We need this one here. This is the string we need for Wix stores, the app ID. So we paste it here, close this, and then we pass this value from the constants file. We could also put this into the .env file, but it's not really necessary because this value is neither sensitive nor does it change between environments. It's the same for production and development, so it makes more sense to put it into this constants file. Okay, then we need a catalog item ID, which is the product ID. That's why we pass the product here. And then we have to pass the options that we selected. Again, this is described in the documentation. Depending if we have variants or not, we have to pass something different. If we have a selected variant, then we have to pass this object that contains the variant ID, which we get from selected variant.id. If we don't have variants, then we have to pass the options directly, like this. And then lastly, after catalog reference, right here, we pass the quantity. And again, this really shows the benefit of creating these abstractions. Our add to cart function is much cleaner than what we have down here. All of this complexity is hidden inside this function. And from the outside, we just pass these 3 values. And to call this function, we will create a new component in our components folder called add to cart button.tsx. We export it here. It needs props, add to cart button props, and we extend the button props. Button props is coming from Shadcn. Those are the props of this styled uppercase B button from the Shadcn components. Again, by extending our type, we say that this button should take the same props as a normal button, plus the props that we put into this interface. This is how we extend these props. And here we need the same arguments that we also have to pass here, right? So we have to pass them to our button, which then passes them to the add to cart function. So actually we can copy them from up here. Like this. Import the products module and destructure them here. There we go. And additionally, we also want to destructure the class name, which is part of the button props, and the rest props with ... props, so we can apply them to the button as well. And here we return an uppercase B button, so a Shadcn button that's already styled, that will say add to cart. When we click this button in the onClick handler, we want to call our add to cart function from the API folder, parentheses curly braces, and here we have to pass the product, the selected options, and the quantity, right? And then still inside the opening tag of the button, we want to apply the rest props like this. And that's our add to cart button for now. We will come back to this later and make some changes, but for now this is all we need, and we want to put it into our product details component. And where do we put it? Above the additional info section. If I'm not mistaken, it should go right here. But first we check if in stock is true, because only then we want to render the add to cart button, which gets a self-closing tag because the text is already hard-coded into this component. And if not, for now, we will just render out of stock. Later we will put our notification button here, but for now we add this. To the button we have to pass the product, the selected options from our state, and the quantity, which is all already part of this component. Okay, so this option is not available, this is why we see this text, but when we select black, we see the add to cart button. We will fix the width later. For now, let's just see if this works. Let's open the Chrome DevTools and the Network tab to see any outgoing requests we make. Then we click this button, it makes a request, and it looks like we get a success response back. 200 OK. Response contains the new updated cart with a quantity of 1. And in here are our leather shoes, so this worked. But when we refresh the page, this still says 0 items in cart. Why? Because we haven't saved our cart anywhere. We don't know how to fetch it from the Wix server after we refresh the page. We need to store the identifier of this cart in a cookie so that we can fetch it again later. Also, we haven't taken care of error handling with our add to cart button, loading states, or updating the page automatically. We will take care of all of this later. But for now, what I want to take care of is that we can actually get our cart back. Okay, so to get our cart back, even when we refresh the page, we need some kind of key to find this cart on the Wix server, and we have to store this key somewhere.
and we will store it in a cookie. The benefit of a cookie is that it is available in server components and client components, whereas something like local storage is only available in client components. But we also want to fetch our card in server components, right? So we will store this in a cookie. So what exactly we want to do is, when we open our page, we want to generate a token that identifies our card, and we want to store this in a cookie immediately, so that this cookie is stored in our browser and we don't lose our card. The problem is we can't set a cookie in a server component, like a layout.tsx or page.tsx file. We can't set a cookie in here. And this is a limitation of React server components because they can stream content in there, and because of this streaming we can't really set cookies here. But we can still set a cookie as soon as we open the page from a Next.js middleware. For this we right click on the src folder. It has to be in this folder, otherwise it won't work, and the name has to be exactly this, middleware.ts. You can learn more about middleware in the Next.js documentation, but in a middleware we can do something right before our page is opened. For example, setting this cookie. Okay, and to generate these tokens that we need, this key, we need a Wix client. For this we call create client from the Wix SDK. And the reason why we call create client and not use the client that we already have is because we don't need any of these modules here. So we just create a new client from scratch. Again, we use the OAuth strategy, to which we have to pass the client ID, which is an environment variable. But we don't need any modules. And below this we export an async function called middleware. This is the middleware itself. And to the middleware we get passed the incoming request of type next request. Okay, before we go ahead, we go to our constants file again and create a new constant called Wix session cookie. We store the name in here so that we don't have to repeat it over and over again. The name here actually doesn't matter, can be anything, but Wix underscore session makes sense. So, we save this, go back here. First we want to check if the session cookie is already set in the browser, so if we already have a card. We can get the cookies from request.cookies. That's this incoming next request. Then we check if the session cookie is in there with cookies.get, and for the name we pass our constant that we just created. So this can now be a request cookie or undefined, depending if the cookie already exists. And the content of this middleware is a bit complicated, but it was also complicated for me. I figured this out by looking at different Wix examples, different GitHub repositories. I also chatted with the Wix team to get help with this. So it's not like I just closed my eyes and all this code poured out of my hands. It's complex, but you can figure it out step by step by looking at other code and by asking people for help. And this might be a good time to plug my Discord channel. You can go to codingandflow.com/discord, sign up here for free, and then you can ask other developers for help because I'm building this developer community. So you're welcome to hang out with us. We also have small talk channels and I'm there often, and let's just have fun there. But now let's continue with our middleware. Below this we create a let session tokens. Here we check if the session cookie exists. Then we want to get the tokens out of the cookie because the cookie value is a string, but the session token is an object. So we have to pass this object out of the string with json.parse session cookie.value, and then we wrap this JSON parse in parentheses and cast this to add tokens, plural, from the Wix SDK to give this the proper type. If the session cookie doesn't exist, we don't have tokens yet, then we want to create them with await wixClient.auth.generateVisitor tokens. As the name implies, this generates tokens for a visitor, so for an anonymous user that is not logged in. We will take care of login later, but for anonymous cards, we create tokens like this. And then we want to store these tokens in a cookie. But first we have to check if these tokens here that are already stored in the cookie are expired. Then we have to refresh them, which we do in the following way. If session tokens, in here we have the access token and the refresh token. If the access tokens expires at value is less than math.floor, which rounds down a number, date.now, which is a function divided by 1000. This is just the current time in seconds rounded down, and if the expires at value is in the past, then we know that this token has expired, right? In this case, we want to refresh it. We have to do this in a try-catch block. We refresh it by reassigning session tokens to await Wix client.auth.renew token. Again, this is described in the Wix documentation. And to this, we have to pass session tokens.refresh token this time. We use the refresh token to refresh our access token if it has expired. Pretty straightforward, right? Again, if this is complicated, don't worry, it was very complicated for me. I just figured this out over the span of multiple days. Okay, we have a try-catch block here because this can throw an error. And if this throws an error, then it's most likely because the refresh token is also expired. If this is the case, if the refresh token is expired, we want to call getVisitorTokens again because we need a completely new set of tokens. So again, we assign session tokens to await Wix client.auth.generateVisitorTokens to get a new refresh token and access token. Then we take this request object up here, call.cookies.set, use the Wix session cookie as the name, and we pass the cookie value. Again, this has to be a string. Here we passed the cookie value out of the string, and here we have to turn it back into a string to store it in the cookie. Session tokens. This adds this token to the incoming request, so that the request we make, we already have the correct tokens and we are already correctly authenticated as this anonymous user. But we also have to return a response. For this we create a const res equals next response dot next, to which we pass this request. Below we take our res object again, call.cookies.set, and on this we also want to set the Wix session cookie. This is the current incoming request and this is the cookie for future requests, so that when we open our page again, we have this cookie set in our browser. Again, the second value is the stringified session tokens. And then we also add some configuration as this third argument, the JavaScript object. We give this cookie a max age of 14 days, because if we don't set a max age, then this cookie will expire immediately. So we should pass something here. This is seconds again. So 60 seconds is 1 minute, 1 hour, 24 hours, 14 days. You can also use a different value, but I think 40 days is nice. This means that if the user opens the page again within 14 days, it will refresh the cookie and they will stay logged in. But if they don't open the website for at least 14 days, the refresh token will be expired and they will lose their card basically. They will get a completely new card. You can also set this to a higher value. And similarly, if a user later logs into their real account, they will also be logged out again after 14 days if they didn't log in within these 14 days. But if they have an account, they won't lose their card because the card is always stored in the account. Then we also pass secure, which means that this cookie will only work under HTTPS, which you want, but only in production because localhost runs on just HTTP. So what we do is we pass process.env.nodenv is equal to production. Only in this case we want to set secure to true, otherwise to false.
Then below, we return the response from this middleware. And then outside of this middleware function here, all the way at the bottom, we export a const config. This way you can configure where this middleware is executed, for what pages. Here we can pass a matcher, which takes an array of strings. And these strings are regular expressions that define on what pages this middleware is triggered. And I've already prepared this. This will trigger the middleware for all pages, except for static files like images, and also not for the fav icon. This means that if we open an image file or a fav icon directly, it won't set these cookies. But we could also leave this out and it would still work, but this makes it a bit more specific. Please pause the video for a moment and type this out by hand. Make sure to spell this all correctly, and then our middleware is done. So to recap, as soon as we open any page on our website, this will check if the session cookie exists and get the session tokens out of there. If they don't exist, it creates a new pair of tokens. And these tokens contain an access token and a refresh token. The access token is necessary for authorization to get the card. It's basically the key to the card. And the purpose of the refresh token is only to renew the access token when it expires, because by default this expires after 4 hours. This is for security purposes. We handle all of this here, and then we set the cookie in the response, which means that the next time we open the page, this cookie will be set and our middleware will read it, and then we can use this to get our card. Okay, but what do we actually do with these tokens? Because right now they are only stored in a cookie. In order for them to actually work, we have to pass them to our Wix client. Here is another argument called tokens. And by passing these tokens, we can find our card again, which means that we need to read these tokens from the cookie and pass them to the create client function. But there is one problem that makes this a bit tricky. The way in which we read cookies is different between server components and client components. Remember, we have server components where we fetch data, for example here, but we also have client components like our add to cart button, where we use the Wix client. But client components and server components fetch cookies differently. This is why I call this Wix client base. We can't get the cookies directly in here. Instead, we have to pass them as an argument. So tokens of type tokens, which again is an import from the Wix SDK, or it can be undefined if the tokens don't exist. And then we pass these tokens down here to the OAuth strategy. Then I also want to create a type for whatever we get back here, a type for this Wix client, because we will need this later. So below we write export type Wix client. Then we can use this return type utility type, which is provided by TypeScript, and pass type of get Wix client. What this does is it creates a type from the return type of this function. This is now a Wix client with these different modules in there, and we can use this later for type safety. Okay, so the reason why I called this Wix client base is because we now need a different version for the server and for the client, because again we fetch the cookies differently in both of them. So in the lib folder next to Wix client base, we create a wix-client.server.ts, which we will use when we need the Wix client in server components or server actions or backend route handlers. Here we export a function called getWixServerClient. We want to return getWixClient from the base file, but this now expects the tokens, right? And we get these tokens from the cookies. So let's create a let tokens of type tokens or undefined, and then get these tokens from the cookie. But this can fail because getting these cookies in a server component can always fail. In the try block, we assign tokens to again json.parse because cookie values are just strings and we have to parse them. And in server components, we can use this cookies function from next/headers, which we have to call. This is how we can access the cookies in server components. .get, and to it we pass Wix session cookie, which is the key, and then $.value. This is how we get the value out of there, but this can be undefined, in which case we fall back to a string with this empty object. And this will then be passed into an empty JavaScript object that doesn't contain any token. So this is the fallback value if this cookie doesn't exist. And we can leave the catch block empty, because if this fails, we just don't have this cookie and then we don't need to do anything with it. Our middleware will then create visitor tokens if this cookie doesn't already exist. And now down here, we can pass the tokens to the Wix client. This is how we get the cookies with our session information server side and then create a new Wix client that we can use on the server. And that's it. And this is a function. Now you might have the idea to do something like this. Export const Wix server client equals get Wix server client and then reuse this in different places. But this actually is a mistake, because if we run our Next.js app on a VPS server, for example, where we have one backend server process, then it would use the same cookies for all requests on the server. But different users have different cookies. So each user needs their own client with the correct cookies. So every time we need a server client, we have to call this function. But in client components, we can't get the cookies via this function. Doesn't work. Instead, we installed this JS cookie package, which allows us to get the cookies in a client component. So we create another Wix client for it. Wix-client.browser.ts. Here we create a const tokens, again of type tokens, again json.parse. And this time we want to use JS cookie. So we import cookies from JS cookie. And in here we call cookies.get. Again, we pass the Wix session cookie here. And again, we fall back to this empty object if the cookie doesn't exist. And then we export a const Wix browser client equals get Wix client, to which again we pass the tokens. This time we don't have to make this a function. We can create this one object and share it between all client components. Why? Because the browser is not shared between different users. The backend, the server, is shared between users, but the browser is specific to each user. Each user has their own front end, right? This is why we can just create this one object and reuse it in different places, and we don't have to create a new client over and over again. And first I had this in a React context to share it between different components, but I figured out that this is actually not necessary, because when this client here changes, we don't need to re-render any components. In fact, this client never changes. It's fixed with these modules that we use in all different places in our app. So because we don't have anything that changes that needs to re-render components, we also don't have to put this into a context. Instead, we can just export it from a module directly like this. And this is also much simpler and easier to use. So we don't want to use a context here. Okay, but now all our API functions are broken. Let's take a look into the Wix API folder, because now getWixClient expects tokens, right? So instead we have to use our server client or browser client. But I want to keep these functions flexible. Maybe I want to call add to cart not only on the client but also on the server later. So we can't hard code get Wix server client in here, because then we can use this function only in server components. So instead we have to pass the Wix client as an argument to this function. It's not the most pretty thing, but because of how the Wix client works and the differences between client and browser, we have to do it like this. This is why I created this type here earlier in the lib folder. Remember, from the return type of this function, because this is what we use here as the argument. By passing it from the outside, we can use it in server components and client components. And then we delete this line. And then this function works again. Then into collections.ts, where we have to do the same. Again, we have to pass the Wix client to this function. Make sure to import the correct one. There we go. And in the products file as well, a bunch of times. I put it before these filter values here to keep them separate, because the Wix client is not part of the filters, is it? Let's copy this. Do the same here. Before the slug, looks like there is still something wrong in here. Our get card also needs a Wix client, of course. And then we have to fix all the places where we call this function. So let's start with the add to cart button, where we now have to pass the Wix client. And here we can simply pass Wix browser client, which is exported directly from this module. We can use this in all our client components, very simple. And this fetches the cookies using JS cookie, so that we have the correct tokens. Next, let's go to slug/page, so the products page. This is a server component, so here we can't use the browser client. Instead, we go at the start of this function and we pass get Wix server client, which is a function that we call like this. And we do the same up here. Again, you can call this function multiple times. It's not a problem. It's very light to create this object. It's not an expensive operation. Then we also fetch some data on the front page, right? Featured products. Here we need this client 2 times. So let's store it in variable. Const Wix client equals get Wix server client, which we pass here and here before this object. Save this and one more time in the Navbar. Here in get card, this is also a server component. We again need the Wix server client, which we get from this function. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at our page, and we can see the cookies in the application tab. Here under cookies, localhost. Here we can see the Wix session cookie. Maybe let's delete all cookies because there are some older ones in there. And refresh the page. And the middleware sets this Wix session cookie, which contains the access token and the refresh token. We pass this cookie and we pass it to our Wix client. So now our Wix client should be authenticated with our visitor tokens, and we should store the items in there. So let's try this out again. Let's add black shoes. We don't refresh the page automatically yet, but when we press F5, voila, we see one item in our cart. Because via this cookie, we get our cart back. If we now delete this cookie and refresh the page, our cart is gone again. And we create a new cookie and a new cart. So the cookie with the tokens is the key to our cart. If we lose it, we lose our cart. Unless we have a user account, because then we can always get our cart back by logging in again. Okay, there's one more thing I want to clarify. In our Wix server client, we use this cookies function. As soon as you use this cookies function in Next.js, you don't have static caching of your pages anymore, which means that all this data is fetched when we access the page, because cookies are dynamic by definition, so they can't render a static page. This is how Next.js works. And since we access the Wix server client in our Navbar, all our pages are dynamic. So none of our pages are statically cached. But if you think about it, this is actually what we want, because if we change something in the Wix backend, like the product information, we want these changes to be visible on the front end immediately, without having to rebuild the project. This is why we don't want static caching, we want dynamic caching. So this is completely fine, just some information that is good to know. There's one more thing I want to improve. Again, you can create as many of these Wix clients as you want. It's a very cheap operation and it's not a problem to create multiple ones. But what we can also do is we can wrap this into this React cache function again that we used before, so that when we create a server client in the same request in different components, it will use the same one every time. This is just a little optimization, but it's easy to do. So again, we change this function to a const. We make this an arrow function like this. And again, we wrap all of this into parentheses and call cache in front of it. Now this function is cached and deduplicated. And next we will set up our cart button and learn about React Query, so stay tuned for that. So in the Navbar, we want to have this shopping cart button where we can change the number of items optimistically, like I explained earlier, where we don't have to wait for the response from the server. Instead, when I click the minus or plus button, the number changes immediately. Right now, our Navbar is a server component and we fetch our cart server side. But if you want to implement something like optimistic updates, you need a client component because this requires state and JavaScript. The only thing we can do in server components is fetch data, send a response to the server, like increasing the number of items in our cart, and then we can refresh the page and wait for the response. But this takes a while. But if we want responsive behavior, like these optimistic updates, we have to do this client side with the help of JavaScript. My favorite way to implement optimistic updates is to use React Query for that. React Query is the most popular data management library for React. The difference to data management libraries like Redux or Zustand is that React Query is only responsible for server-side state, so all the data that we fetch from our server. And React Query does a lot of things. It caches the data for us, it can revalidate the data when it's stale, and it also makes it pretty easy to implement optimistic updates. So we want to implement React Query into our project and use it for all the client-side data fetching. Of course, the documentation explains how to set this up, but I will show you this step by step. The first step is to create a little context provider that contains the cache of React Query, which is then shared throughout the app. We put it directly into the app folder and we call it React Query Provider.tsx. As usual, we export it here as a component function. And this component will take one argument. That's the children we put in there. And when I have just one prop, I often don't create an interface for it. Instead, I define it inline like this. Colon, and then we define the type. Children is of type React.ReactNode. Children is whatever we put between the opening and the closing tag of a component. Right in here, that's the children. Then we keep the context provider in a state. So we create a use state, but we don't need the state setter, only the state itself. A state is necessary because we don't want this query provider to change, because then our cache would also change. Instead, we always want the same cache and the same query provider. In here we put a new query client. This is actually how it's called, but it looks like we have to import this manually. From add 10 stack React Query, and in here is the query client, this one, which contains the query cache. We initialize this here by calling this with parentheses. Again, this client is mainly responsible for holding the cache of React Query. And below we return a query client provider, which again is an import from React Query. To it we have to pass our client, and this is a context provider, which means that we will wrap our whole app in this provider and all the child pages will then have access to this client. Those are just React basics. In here we put the children, and there's one more thing we can do. Remember, we installed these dev tools earlier, which are helpful for development with React Query. They are not necessary for production, but they allow us to see the cache later. You will see this in just a moment. So here we put React Query dev tools. It looks like we have to import this manually again. Import destructure from add 10 stack React Query dev tools, and in here should be the React Query DevTools component, which we wanna put here, and we set initial open to false. We don't want them to be opened by default. Let's format everything. To make this query provider available in our whole app, we have to put it into the root layout. Here inside the body, We wrap the navbar, the children and the footer in this React query provider which we just created, which contains the query client. And while we are already here, let's also put the toaster in here, which is an import from the components folder. What's the toaster? Well, it's coming from Shadcn. We installed this in the beginning, and this allows us to show these toast messages here in the corner of the screen. And we can also show error toasts that are shown in red. Okay, and React query works by calling a special hook. And for organization, we can put this hook into our own custom hook. And we put this into the hooks folder that we already have. In here, let's put a card.ts file. And then we export a function called useCard. When we create a custom hook in React, it always has to start with the word used. Here we want to return useQuery. This is the hook that fetches data with React query. To React query, we have to pass an object that contains the query key. This is an array of strings. And here we just pass card. This is basically the key to the cache of this data. When we later want to invalidate the cache or make changes to it, we need this key again, but more on that later. And the query function, which is responsible for fetching the data. To this we pass an arrow function, and then we call our getCard function from the API folder, which expects the Wix browser client, because we do this client side in the browser. Remember, this is just a function that fetches the current card from the Wix API. And just by doing this, just by wrapping this getCard function into useQuery, we get a lot of behavior for free. This data is now cached by React query, which means that if we fetch it in multiple places, we can access the cached data and we don't have to fetch it again. But React query also brings a lot of other good behavior. If we fetch this data in multiple places with this hook, it's automatically deduplicated and we don't get any race conditions because an older request finishes after a newer request, which can happen if you fetch data in, for example, useEffect. React query manages all of this complicated low-level stuff for you when it comes to data fetching, and they also take care of revalidating the data when it's stale, and again we can use it to implement optimistic updates where we change the data client side immediately, and if something goes wrong we automatically roll back to the previous value. But don't get overwhelmed, I will teach you all of this step by step. For now we just use this hook to fetch our card and nothing else. But of course, when you fetch data client side, it takes a moment because it happens after the initial page has already loaded. That's the difference to fetching data server side like we do here, which happens before this page is rendered. This is why at the moment when we refresh the page, the card is there immediately. It doesn't show the number 0 for a moment. We see 4 immediately because we fetch the data on the server and only then the component is rendered. When you fetch data client side, this is different. Then we first get the page and we have an undefined value until we have this data, which means that we have to render either the number 0 here or nothing at all until we have our card. But you can combine the two. You can combine server-side data fetching and client-side fetching by fetching this card in our navbar like we did before, and then we pass it as the initial value to the React query hook. So we add an argument here called initialData, which is of type currentCard.card. This is the data we get back when we fetch our card. Or null, because remember our card can also be null, which means that we don't have one yet. We create a card as soon as we add our first product. And we can pass this initial data to React query. That's one of React query's features. So now we get the best of both worlds. We have our card server side, which means that we see the correct number as soon as our page is opened, but then we pass the data to React query, which then handles it, caches it, revalidates it, and so on. Now let's create this component here, this shopping cart button, which again I want to put into the app folder because we only use it in one place. If you want to use it in multiple different places, it might be better to put it into the components folder. But here it's pretty much tied to our navbar. So shopping cart button, export default function, And again, we need props. We need the initial data, which we get from the server. And again, this is of type currentCard.card or null if we don't have a card yet. And then we destructure this prop down here. And we have an error in our page because in our React query provider I forgot to add the useClient directive at the top. This has to be a client component because we use state in here. And our layout is a server component. Okay, in this shopping cart button we want to use our hook that we just created. Let's call it cart query and we call the useCart hook, which expects this initial data. Then let's put this total quantity that we calculated into this button, because this is where it belongs. Like this. And where do we get the card from? It's inside this cart query. So we change this to cart query.data. And we have to add a save call operator here as well. And in this cart query, we also have other values. If there is an error, or if this is currently loading, all these different states, they are handled for us by React Query via this useQuery hook. And we can show these values here, render them if we want, or just render the data like we do here. Okay, we will also need a state because our button here has this sheet that it can show and hide. And to manage this, we create a state called sheetOpen and setSheetOpen. And we initialize this with a useState of false. And as usual, how to use this sheet is described in the Shadcn documentation. But we don't only want to return a sheet, but also the button that opens the sheet. So we wrap all of this into a div with class name relative. Relative so that we can put this little number here in the top right corner. In here we put an uppercase B button. We set the variant to ghost, which gives it this transparent background color. We set the size to icon because we don't put any text in there. And when we click this button, we want to open our sheet with setSheetOpen true. In this button, we put this shopping cart icon from Lucid React. And then this little circle here with this number. We create this by creating a span where we render total quantity. But if this number gets too big, it doesn't fit into the circle anymore. So if we are at 10 or more items, I want to show 9 plus instead of a 2-digit number. So here we check if total quantity is less than 10. We want to show the total quantity, the exact number. Otherwise, I want to show a string that says 9 plus. Before we go ahead, let's put this shopping cart button here into our navbar. We remove this text and instead here we put our new shopping cart button, which expects the initial data, and that's just the cart that we fetch server side here at the top of our server component. We pass it here. And again, I forgot to add the useClient directive at the top of the shopping cart button component, because the navbar is a server component, but the button is a client component. And let's just refresh this. Okay, there is the cart button, and next to it is our number. Let's position this number correctly. We do this by styling this span with absolute positioning, top 0 and right 0. We give it a size of 5. Now it's already in the top right corner. We also give this a background color of BG primary, text size XS, and text primary foreground as the text color. Then we also make this a flex box and give this item center and justify center so that the number is in the middle. And then we make this a circle with rounded full. Pause the video and type out all these classes. And then it looks like this. We don't have our sheet yet, we will implement this next. And by the way, this down here are the React Query Dev tools, where we can see our one entry in the cache, which is the card, because this is the hook that we set up here. This is the query key. In here we can see, for example, the data that's currently in our cache. Right now it's null because we don't have a card yet, but later this will be our card with the line items in there. Let's go ahead and add an item to our card. We still don't have a loading state for our button, and we still don't update our card here immediately, so we still have to refresh the page. We will take care of this in a bit. But now we should see something in our card cache. Now, as you can see, we have the actual data in here. The line items, which are the leather shoes, and everything else that is returned by this getCard function is now stored in this cache. I also want to show a loading state for this add to cart button when this operation is in progress. Here we don't really need optimistic updates, we can also just show a loading spinner, and for this I want to set up a loading button. Let's put it into the components folder because we will use it in many different places. Loading button.tsx. We export the component. We create an interface for the props, loading button props, and again we extend the button props of the default Shadcn button, so that our button accepts the same props as a normal button, plus the loading state, which is a boolean. Then up here we destructure the loading button props, and out of here we need the loading state, but also disabled, which are part of these normal button props. We need a class name and the rest props, like we did before. Then we want to return an uppercase B button. And in this button, we want to render props.children. So children are already part of the button props. We don't have to declare them ourselves. But next to it, we also want to show a loading spinner, but only if loading is true. Loading is the boolean we pass here. So if loading is true, we want to render this loader2 icon again, which is coming from Shadcn, with a size of 5, and again animate spin. The same as we used in our loading.tsx earlier, if you remember. Close this here. To the button opening tag, we also pass the disabled prop. We want this button to be disabled if either loading is true or if disabled is true. So if we pass disabled to this button explicitly. Then we want to give this some default styling with class names, and we use the cn function again. We pass flex, item center and gap2. That's responsible for aligning these elements here properly. And then we pass the class name as the second argument so that we can customize this button from the outside if we want. And then as usual we pass the rest props so that they are all applied to this button. Then let's go to the add to cart button component and change this button here to a loading button. But right now we don't have a loading state yet. So instead, just to see how this looks, for now let's just pass loading equals true. So this is the loading state. But of course we only want to show this while we are actually adding a new product to the cart and waiting for the server response. We call this add to cart function directly in here, but for organization we should put it into our cart hooks folder where we also have use cart. So adding a new item to the cart should also be abstracted in here. And we also need a loading state and an error state, and it makes sense to abstract all of this in here. So we export another function called use add item to cart. Again, this is a hook, so it has to start with the word use. In here we will need our query client, which we get via use query client. You will see what this is for in a moment. But this is coming from the React query provider. Remember, here we initialize this query client and we make it available to the whole app via a context. And this way we can access this query client in our child components. We also need this toast function from useToast, which we set up earlier to show a toast error message if something goes wrong. And then we return useMutation, which is also coming from React query. Parentheses, curly braces, and useMutation is used whenever you want to update data on your server. So you use useQuery if you want to fetch data and useMutation if you want to update data. Now I want to emphasize that useMutation is not necessary. We could also do the mutation in a try-catch block, handle errors in the try block and manage our own states. But useMutation is useful because first of all it handles the loading and error state for us, and it has some useful callback functions like on error where we can do something when the operation fails. But useMutation is not as important as useQuery. useQuery is much more powerful because of the caching and the revalidation, but useMutation is still useful. So, here we have to pass a mutation function, which is the operation we want to do when we call this mutation. Here we want to update our card, which right now we do here in our add to cart button. We want to call this function, which expects the client and then these different values here. Let's quickly go to the cart.ts file in the Wix API folder because we need this type in other files. So we have to export this interface, add to cart values. Go ahead and do this because then we can use it here as the type for these arguments. We pass these values to our mutation function when we later trigger this mutation. And this will then call add to cart from the API layer, and to it we pass the Wix browser client and these values, right? Because those are the arguments this function expects. Before we go ahead, let's save this and implement this into our add to cart button. So now we need this hook up here. We create a const mutation equals use add item to cart hook. Instead of add to cart here, we call mutation.mutate. This is how we trigger this mutation, but we don't have to pass the Wix browser client anymore because this is handled internally, but we have to add these add to cart values. Okay, so what exactly did we achieve by wrapping this operation into useMutation? One thing we achieved is that we now have a loading state that is managed automatically, which we can access via mutation.isPending. Of course, we could also manage the loading state ourselves with a useState, but again, useMutation also handles a bunch of other things for us, which I will show you in a moment. But I also want to style this add to cart button with class names. Again, we wrap this into CN. We style this with flex and gap3, and then we pass the class names here. And I also want to render the shopping cart icon next to it. So here above the text we put shopping cart icon again. And that's it for this button. Let's go into the product details component once again. Down to the add to cart button. I want to make this button disabled if the available quantity is exceeded or if the quantity state is less than 1. Then we can't click this button. And we can also style it with width full. This is possible because this accepts the class names and they are merged with these existing classes. Now it looks much better. And this button now has a loading state. So we click add to cart, it loads until this is finished. But we still don't automatically update our cart here on the client. So back to our use add item to cart hook. As I explained, in useMutation we can override different callbacks. For example, on success, which is called when the operation was successful. We only care about this first argument here, the data. That's whatever we return from this fetching function. Remember, we return the result of add to current cart, which is the updated cart. And then we can use this updated cart to put it into our cache to show the latest data immediately. If the function you use doesn't update the current data, you can also revalidate your query, which then fetches the latest data from the server again, which of course takes a moment. So if you already get the data back from the operation, from the mutation, then it makes sense to put this data into our cache, because then we don't have to load it again. And this works the following way. First of all, we show a toast message here, and you can pass the text via this description, which says item added to cart, if this was successful. Then we take the query client and call cancel queries, because now we want to update the cache. And in the React query documentation, they describe that you should cancel the running query before you update the cache, because otherwise it's possible that a request is already in progress and then you get outdated data because of a race condition. So first we cancel the query, and here we have to pass the query key again, which is the same as the one up here, because this is the query we want to cancel. Now, instead of writing this string again, it makes sense to store this query key in a variable and then reuse it inside this file. So outside of our functions, we create a const query key of type query key, and we put this cart string in here again. Then we use this query key down here and down here in cancel queries as well, so that we don't have to repeat the string and make typos later. Okay, so in success, we cancel the running query, and then we call query client.setQueryData, and this is how we put this return value into the cache. Again, we need a query key to identify this cache entry, and then inside data.cart, data is this argument here, that's the cart we get back from the add to cart operation. And this is what we want to put into this cache, but this should be set query data, singular, not plural, because we only want to update a single query. Okay, let's try this out again. Let's save this, refresh the page just to be sure. We have 2 items in here right now. Let's add a new one. And after this has finished, we see the 3 immediately, because now we update the cache without having to fetch the data from the server again, because again we already get the data back from our add to cart operation. And one more thing we can do is we can handle the error cases. Again, we only care about the first variable. In this case, we want to log the error to the console, and it also makes sense to show another toast message. We can set the variant to destructive, which gives it a red color. And again, we set the text via the description. Failed to add item to cart. Please try again, for example. And to try out that this actually works, let's just for a moment throw an error at the beginning of this function. Let's comment out this part here just for a moment. Okay, now the return value doesn't work anymore, but maybe we can still see the error message. Add to cart, yeah, and there it is. So this is what you will see if this operation fails. Okay, of course we don't want to keep this error in here, so let's remove it again. Save this. Now one cool feature this useMutation hook provides is that we can automatically retry this operation if it fails. We won't use this here, but we will use this later in a different mutation. Okay, next let's implement the sheet that we show when we click this button, where we can then update the single items in our cart. Okay, let's open the shopping cart button.tsx file and add our sheet here. For this we wrap this div that we already have, that contains the button, into an empty fragment like this. Because below this button we put a sheet from the components folder. Again, this is coming from Shadcn UI. This sheet should be opened when our sheet open state is true. And on open change is called when we close the sheet, in which case we want to call setSheetOpen, which then closes the sheet. Inside the sheet we put the sheet content. Again, this is all described in the Shadcn documentation. We can also style this with flex col, and on small screens I want to set a max width to LG, so on small screens and upwards, which makes this a bit bigger than this sheet is by default. So we close this. In here we put a sheet header. Inside this sheet header we put a sheet title. And the sheet title will say your cart. And then I want to render the number of items in there. Here we put an empty space in a string like this, because otherwise there will be no space between this text and the span that we put next to it. This span should contain the number of items we have in our cart. That's this part here. And the space is necessary to put a space in here. I want to style the span with text base, which makes the text size the base size, because this title is a bit bigger and I want this text to be a bit smaller with text base. Then in here I want to render the total quantity in parentheses. So in here we put an expression, total quantity, and then I want to set item or items. Item if it's only one, and items if it's 0 or multiple ones. So we have to check. If total quantity is equal to 1, then this should say item. Otherwise this should say items, right? Let's see, yeah, 3 items. And when I click outside, this sheet closes. Cool. Now let's fill this sheet with content. In here we want to render our shopping cart items, and at the bottom we want to have the summary with the subtotal amount and the checkout button. So below the sheet header we put a div with flex, grow, flex col, space while 5, and overflow y auto. Overflow y auto adds a scroll bar if there are many items in here. Then we have a scroll bar here in this top element. So add all of these classes. In here we put an unordered list, a UL, which is just an HTML tag, with space y5 again. And in here I want to render the cart items. And for now let's just say cart items. For now let's also render the content of our cart JSON here, the response we get from the server. So still inside this div we add a pre-tag like we did before. And here we pass json.stringify. Remember the data is inside our cart query. And then we format it with null and 2 again. And when we save this, we also see the scroll bar here. This scroll bar will also show up if we have many items in our cart. Then still inside the sheet content, here below this div, right between the div and sheet content closing tags, we put another div with flex, item center, justify between, and a gap of 5. That's the bottom part of our sheet. This is where we show the checkout button and the summary with the subtotal. But this should not be part of the scroll container. Instead, this part here takes up the whole available width, but it leaves room for the bottom part. This is what we achieved with a flex box, with flex column, so the elements are below each other. And because of this grow class, this part here at the top grows to take up the full size, even if the content in there doesn't take up the full size. So if we remove grow just for a moment, this would stick to the top. But with grow, this part here at the top takes up the available height and it pushes this bottom part to the bottom, and this is exactly what we want. And in this bottom part, we want to render the subtotal amount. So we put another div in here with space y 0.5, which is a very small vertical spacing. A paragraph tag with text xm, which says subtotal amount, and another paragraph tag below with font bold. And here we render cart query dot data, and here in our JSON we can see all the data we have in here. And for example, there is the subtotal amount with the $sign already in front of it. Under data, dot subtotal, but for some reason the Wix SDK doesn't recognize the subtotal value. It's not part of the TypeScript declaration, but we can still access it because it's in here, right? So let's go ahead and access subtotal dot formatted converted amount. We can use this one or this one, shouldn't matter. I'm not quite sure what the difference is, but let's use this one here. So here let's add the save call operators because these values can be undefined. But this still complains again because it doesn't recognize this subtotal value. It is there because if we save it, we see this value down here. And if we have a situation like this, we can add a comment that says add ts expect error. This will get us rid of the error message. Alternatively, we could also use add ts ignore, which has the same effect. It ignores this error, but ts expect error is better because if the subtotal value later is put into the type via an update to the SDK, then this will notify us that this error is not there anymore and this comment is not necessary anymore. So if subtotal later is fixed, this will show an error again, and then we have to remove this to get rid of the error message. This is why ts expect error is a little bit better than ts ignore. Okay, I want to put one more text below, another paragraph tag with text xs and text muted foreground, which will say shipping and taxes calculated at checkout. Then here below this div closing tag, this one, we put our checkout button. We set the size to LG, which makes it a bit bigger. And this will just say checkout. And there we go. We will add functionality to this button later because right now, of course, when we click it, it doesn't do anything. But later it will bring us to the checkout screen. And now up here in this unordered list, we want to render the single cart items, right? For this, let's create a new component in the same file called shopping cart item. And this also needs props. Shopping cart item props. We need the item, which is of type current cart.line item. This is the type of the single items in our shopping cart. Line items, one of these here with a quantity and product name and all the other information. As usual, we destructure this prop here. And then we can render it in this component. And this should be, of course, shopping cart item props and not button props. Okay, when we click one of these shopping cart items, I want to get linked to the page. For this, we need the slug of this item. So this last part here in the URL, t-shirt in this case. We don't have the slug in here as a separate value, but we have it as part of the URL. Here, the URL for a line item contains the slug at the very end, which means that we have to split this string to get the slug. So we create a const slug equals item.url.split add slashes, and then via pop we get the last element because we want to get this part here, right? So with pop we get the last element of this array that we get from this split operation. Then we have these plus and minuses buttons, but at a certain point we reach a limit. We can't go lower than 1 and we can't go higher than the maximum amount of available items, so the maximum quantity. For this we create another variable, const quantity limit reached is true if item.quantity has a value, because this can be undefined. So if 2 exclamation marks, items.quantity. This is the quantity we currently have in our cart. All these values can be possibly undefined, so we have to handle this case here. The number of available items is inside this availability object. Here we have quantity available. So if we have this value, 2 exclamation marks, availability dot quantity available. So if we have a current quantity and this quantity available value, which both can be undefined, then we want to return true if item.quantity is greater or equal to this item.availability.quantity available. This is the actual expression we care about. Makes sense, right? And up here we have an unordered list, a UL element, which means that the single items should be list elements, because this is what you put into a UL tag. This is not really necessary, but it creates more idiomatic HTML. We style this with flex, item center and a gap of 3. In here I want to put the image of the product, but I want to wrap this into a next link, so that when we click this image, we get redirected to the product page. So /products/ and then we need a slug. Into this link I want to put our good old Wix image, which we created earlier. The media identifier is item.image. That's this one here. It's part of the line item. Again, we can resize it to, for example, 110 pixels, which is a good size. And we set the alt text to item.productName.translated. Or if it doesn't exist, it will just say product image. And we style this with flex none, so that this image doesn't shrink if the available space is too small. And again, BG secondary as the background color until the image has loaded. Before we go ahead and finish this component, let's render it in our list here. So we scroll up to our UL list. Again, we get the data from React Query, cardQuery.data. In there are the line items. Again, they are part of this JavaScript response here. And we want to map them. We want to take each item and render such a shopping cart item component. The key will be the unique ID of the item, and then we have to pass the item itself. And when we save this, we should see the image of our product. And the cool thing is that each variant has their own images, and it automatically shows the correct image here. So those are black shoes, right? If we added brown shoes to our cart, they would have their own entry. But I think there are no brown shoes available right now. So we can't do this right now. Maybe let's open the Wix backend. Let's open our leather shoes. We can also do this via the inventory. Maybe let's go there and add some brown shoes here. Maybe size 11. One of them is available. It's automatically saved. Let's refresh the page, and then the brown shoes should be available as well. But only in size 11. There we go. We add them to the cart, and as I explained, they now have their own entry here, because this is a different variant. But now let's finish setting up these cart items here. So back down to the shopping cart item component. Still inside the list, below the link, we put another div that we style with space y 1.5 and text xm. Again, this contains a link to the product page. And in this link, I want to render the name of the product in a paragraph tag with font bold. And it will say item.productName.translated. If this is undefined for some reason, it will just say item, but this should actually never be undefined. Okay, so they are both leather shoes. We go below this link. And then we have something in here called description lines. And they contain our different options. So let's render them below the product name. So here below this link, we check if item.descriptionlines.length is defined in greater than 0. This is what we do with these 2 exclamation marks. Then we want to render another paragraph tag that renders these description lines. Item.descriptionlines.map. We want to take each line And what I want to do is I want to take these values and I want to put them all into one text with a comma between them. So for example, black, comma, 10 or brown 11 or whatever options you have available. So here we put line dot and then we have either color info if this is a color or plain text if this is a list. So first we check if color info dot translated has a value. If this is undefined, which means that this is not a color option, instead it's a list like our size here. So here you can see color info black, and if not we have plain text. So 2 vertical bars, line dot plain text dot translated. So we want to render these, but we want to separate them with a comma. So here after the map call, before the closing curly brace, we put dot join to join this array with a comma and then an empty space like this. There we go. Black 10, brown 11. Perfect. Then below the options, I want to render the quantity and the buttons to change the quantity. So we put another div here with flex, item center and gap 2. Here we render item.quantity, then an X, and then item.price.formatted converted amount. So we see the quantity and the price of each item. And this is the price that already takes price differences into account. Remember, the black shoes are $10 more expensive than the brown ones. If there is a discount, I also want to render the old price. So below, still inside this div, we put item.fullPrice if the full price is defined, and item.fullPrice.amount is not equal to item.price.amount. So the full price is the price without discount. If the original price is not the same as the price that we actually have, then we know that we have a discount. In this case, we want to render another span that renders the full price, formatted converted amount. And again, we want to make this grayish and strike through with text muted foreground and line through. Okay, there's the old price and here as well. And then lastly, I want to put the buttons here to change the amount of items in our cart. So below this div here, we put another div. Flex, item center and gap 1.5 this time. Here we put 2 buttons with variant outline, size SM, and this button will be disabled if item.quantity is equal to 1, because this is the minus button. And if we are already at 1, we shouldn't be able to set the quantity even lower, right? Next to it, we render a span that contains the current quantity. And then another button, we can actually copy this one, change this to plus. The styling stays the same, but this one should be disabled if quantity limit reached is true. There we go. Of course, these buttons don't do anything yet, but you can already see this one here is disabled because we can't go lower than 1, but there's also only 1 available. And next to it, I also want to render a text right below this button. If quantity limit reached is true, then this should say quantity, it's a difficult word, quantity limit reached next to it, just so that the user knows what's going on. Almost done. We should also put a loading and an error state in here. And as I explained earlier, these states are provided by React Query automatically. So we don't have to create our own states for them. We put them below our UL list here. We check if cart query dot is pending. Then we want to render this loader again with mx auto to center it and animate spin. I'm actually not sure if we will ever see this loader because we pass initial data to our card, so as pending might be false from the very beginning, but nevertheless it makes sense to put this in here. One thing that we should definitely put in here is an error message, because there can always happen an error when we mutate the card. So below card query.error, if this is not null, then we want to render a paragraph with text destructive color that renders this error. Card query dot error dot message in a paragraph, and we should also show a text if our card is empty so that the user knows what's going on. So again, below we check if exclamation mark card query is pending, because if the card is still loading, we don't know if it's empty, right? And if card query dot data dot line items dot length, so if it's 0 or undefined, then we know that our card is empty. In this case, we want to render another div with flex, grow, item center, justify start and text center. This div will take up the full available space here at the top because I want to center this text in the middle. This is why we make this grow and the flex box with item center and justify center. But this also needs a div closing tag. In here we render another div with space y 1.5. Again, we need a div closing tag, so I duplicate this one. We are almost done. Here I want to render a paragraph with text LG and font semi-bold that says your card is empty. We can't see it right now because we don't have a way to remove items, but we actually do. We can delete our cookie in the application tab. Then we get a new card, which is empty. And below this paragraph tag, I also want to put a link which will point us to a /shop, which is a page that we set up later. I want to style this with text primary, and when we hover over this link, I want this to be underlined. And when we click this link, we also have to close the sheet. Otherwise we get redirected, but the sheet is still open, which will be awkward. And this link will say, start shopping now. And there it is. Brings us to /shop, but this page doesn't exist yet. And here I accidentally put text start. This should be text center. Now it's aligned properly. And next we will add our optimistic updates so that we can actually change the amount of items in our cart. So let's add some items here. Now we have 3 different variants in our cart, and we want to be able to change the amount or remove them. To update the cart item quantity, we create another function in our API layers cart.ts file, where we already have getCart and add_to_cart, and it makes sense to have our update functions also in here. So we export another async function called update cart item quantity. Again, this will take some arguments which we put into an interface, which we also export. Update cart item quantity values. This will require the product ID and a new quantity. To this function, we have to pass the Wix client as usual, so either the server client or the browser client, and then these update cart item quantity values, where we destructure the product ID and the new quantity. Then again we return the result of this operation, and we call Wix client dot current cart dot update current cart line item quantity.
Again, this function is described in the Wix documentation. This again takes an array of objects, so square brackets, curly braces, and here we have to pass the ID of the product, that's the product ID, and the new quantity in this quantity field. Again, we create our own abstraction, which makes this function a bit more pretty for us to use. Then we go into the cart.ts file of our hooks folder, where we have hooks for our different operations. And again, we create a hook for our update operation. Export function. Again, it has to start with the word use update, cart item quantity. Because again, in here we want to use the useMutation hook of React Query. And we also need a query client and a toast function again. So let's copy them over here. And then again, we return a useMutation, which gives us a loading, an error state, and a few other goodies. The mutation function that we want to call is update cart item quantity from the API layer. To this mutation, we will pass the update cart item quantity values. This is similar to what we did up here in the add mutation. And then this will call the function from the API layer, to which we pass the Wix browser client and then the values. Like this. Okay, now we can trigger this mutation and change the quantity, but this doesn't automatically handle optimistic updates. We still have to wait for the response from the server. How to implement optimistic updates is described in the React Query documentation. We do this by making changes to the cache directly. We do the same in my Next.js 15 social media app tutorial, if you want to watch this one as well. The way this works is the following. We have to override this onMutate callback, to which we pass an async function. And in here we can destructure the product ID and the new quantity. So the two values that we pass here to the mutation function. We can get them in here, but we don't get autocomplete. I think now we should get autocomplete after adding the rest of the function declaration. Yeah, now we can find these values in here. So add this arrow function, destructure these two values. Then we call await. We take the query client. We call cancel queries. And here we pass the query key again. So we cancel the cart query. If we are currently fetching the cart, then we want to cancel this. Why? Because we make changes to the cart and we want to change the quantity, which means that if we are already fetching a cart, we want to cancel this. Otherwise, there could be a race condition between these two updates. So if there is a query already running, we want to cancel it. Then we need a const previous state. We need a previous state because if our update fails, we want to return back to the old value. We get the previous state from query client.getQueryData, the singular one. This is how you can get the current data out of React Query. Here we pass the query key, but TypeScript doesn't know what this type is by default. We have to set this explicitly in a type argument between angle brackets. And this is the type that we have in our useQuery up here. It's this current cart. So we pass this here as well. Then this previous state is of this type, current cart or undefined. And then we do the actual optimistic update by taking the query client again, and we change the query data with setQueryData. This is how we can make changes to the cache directly. And again, we have to set the type here. Here we have to pass the query key again, and then an arrow function where we get past the old data. And the old data is the type that we passed here. That's the type we expect in this query. And then we want to return new data in parentheses, curly braces. So this is the data we want to put into our cache. This is the new cart we want to show after we made our mutation. And this is the same as the old cart, just that we changed the quantity of the items in there.
because this is the optimistic update that we want to do. So what we do is, in here we spread the data of the old card. So everything that is in this old card, everything that you see here in this JSON object is still in the card after the update, because we put it in here. But we want to update the line items. For this we take the old data's line items and we map them. We take each line item, then we check if the line item's ID is the same as the product ID, because that's the product we updated. This is the product we changed the quantity of. We want to update this product by passing a JavaScript object where again we spread all the existing information of this product, so we keep all this data intact, and we just want to update the quantity in there, and we want to set this to the new quantity. So what we do is, when we make our mutation, we grab into this line items array and we only change the quantity. And we put this data directly into our cache so that we have this update immediately without having to wait for the response from our server. But we still have to finish this. So if the IDs match, we want to update the quantity, otherwise we want to keep the old line item. This is just the usual way how you update state in React, by mapping values. One more thing we have to do at the end of onMutate right here, we have to return the previous state in an object like this, because then we can also override onError and we can get the previous state out of this context. So if an error happens, we can roll back to the old value and show an error message. And we do it the following way. We take the query client again, call that query data again, like we did above, pass the query key, and then we pass the previous state, which was the state before we did our mutation. But we only do this if an error happens. We also want to log the error to the console to see what went wrong. And it also makes sense to show a toast message, destructive styling, and the description will say something went wrong, please try again, or whatever error message you want to show here. And this is how you implement optimistic updates with React Query. Looks a bit complicated, but what we do is, as soon as we trigger this mutation, we change the value in the cache immediately without waiting for the response from the server. In this case, we change the quantity. We add +1 or -1 depending on what the new quantity is. If there is an error, we roll back to the previous state and show an error message so that we still show the correct value in our card. And where do we use this hook? We use it in our shopping cart button, down here in each item. Because for each item we can change the amount independently. We need our mutation, const update quantity mutation. We call our hook. We also need a product ID. And our hook expects the product ID to be defined, but this can also be null or undefined. So below we check if !product ID, then we want to return null. It should never be null or undefined, but if it happens, then we won't render anything. Yeah, and then when we click our decrement or increment button, we want to call our mutation. So we implement onClick, we pass an arrow function, and we call update quantity mutation dot mutate, parentheses curly braces, and then we have to pass the product ID and the new quantity. When we decrement this, the new quantity is the current quantity -1. But item.quantity can also be undefined, again because pretty much all values we get from the Wix API can be undefined. So first we check if item.quantity. If it's undefined, we fall back to 0. otherwise to item.quantity -1. Makes sense, right? Let's copy this on click handler, paste it for the increment button, but this time if it's undefined we want to set this to 1, otherwise to the current quantity +1. And now we can already try this out. Yeah, this is the optimistic update, just like that. Isn't this cool? But our subtotal amount doesn't update yet. We do this optimistic update, but we don't fetch the new card data. So once again, back into our hook. After onError, we also implement onSettled, which will be executed in both the error and the success case. Here we call query client.invalidate queries, and we pass this query key. This line tells React Query to fetch the data from the server again. So now when we change this, a moment later, this down here updates, because React Query goes ahead and fetches the new data from the server. But when we do it like this, we can actually get a race condition, because every single time I click this button, it makes a request to the server. And sometimes an older request finishes later than a newer request, and then we get weird race conditions where sometimes this number jumps back to a previous value. It happens very rarely, but it can happen. Also, it's a bit wasteful that we make a server request every single, yeah, there it was for a short moment. Did you see it? This was race condition. But it's also wasteful to make this request to the server every single time we click a button. But we can avoid this pretty easily. For this, we pass a mutation key to a useMutation. Just like queries have a query key, mutations can have a mutation key. And I want to put this mutation key as a variable here above useMutation of type mutation key. Again, this is just an array with a string, and it makes sense to use the name of the function as the string, but it doesn't matter, it just has to be unique. We use this as the mutation key. And then we go down here and onSettled again, and we check if query client.isMutating. This way we can check if a mutation is already in progress. Here we pass our mutation key to identify it. And if isMutating is equal to 1, because this actually returns a number, how often this is mutating at the moment. And only if it's mutating once, so if there are not multiple operations in progress, then we want to invalidate these queries. So we wrap this into curly braces. If there are multiple mutations in progress, we want to wait until there is only one left before we invalidate the query. This way we basically debounce this operation. Now if we click it multiple times in a row, we won't make a request every single time. Instead we only make a request after we stopped clicking this button. And this should also get us rid of any race conditions. Also, while this invalidation here is in progress, I want to disable the checkout button because it has to fetch the new subtotal amount. So once again into the shopping cart button, and let's go down to our checkout button here. We want to disable this button. Either if total quantity is 0, or if cart query is fetching is true. Which is the case, yeah, if this is currently updating or fetching data. So now when we change the quantity, this button gets disabled until the new data has fetched. And as you can see, it only starts fetching after I stop updating the quantity. Whereas, if we change it to what we had before, just for a moment by removing this if block, then this button will be disabled as soon as I start clicking, because it runs multiple fetches in parallel. But again, this is very wasteful and prone to race conditions. This is why we want to avoid this. Okay, now you know how to implement optimistic updates with React Query. Again, it's also worth watching my Next.js 15 social media app tutorial, because there we use optimistic updates for like buttons, follow buttons, and so on. It's also very cool. And if you liked the tutorial so far, please leave a like on this video and subscribe to the channel, because only then I know that you want to see more videos like this in the future. And also a cool thing to note is that because this is all put into a cache, and when we make our optimistic update, we update the cache directly. This value is also synchronized wherever we use it in different places in our app. So we access the cart cache here in this button and also in here. So when I change this number, the number in this button here is updated immediately. So the optimistic update also takes effect here. Not only here, but wherever we use this value, because it's all connected to the same cache. And let's also see how it looks if we throw an error here. So again, just for a moment, I'm going to throw an error. We still have our optimistic update, but it should roll back to the previous value after the error happens. So we click plus. Yeah, and it's actually so fast that you can't see the difference. Maybe let's try a wait delay so that this takes a moment. Yeah, we see the optimistic update, and after 1 second, it rolls back to the previous state and shows this error message. This is how you handle errors with optimistic updates. And next, I want to put a button here that allows us to completely remove an item from our cart. So we create another function in our Wix API cart file for deleting a cart item. Export async function, remove cart item. Again, it needs the Wix client and then also the product ID of the product we want to remove. And since this is only one additional argument here, we don't have to create a separate interface for it. I only do this if we have multiple ones, apart from the Wix client. But this is also personal preference. And in here, we want to return Wix client dot current cart dot remove line items from current cart, and this one is pretty simple. We pass an array that contains this product ID. Then we need another cart hook because we want to use optimistic update here again. So below update, we export a function, use remove cart item. This will look very similar to our update cart item function. We also need a query client and use toast. Let's copy them. Again, we want to return a useMutation. This time we don't need a mutation key because here we can't really have race conditions because we can't click this button multiple times. We click it once and then we can only click the remove button of another item, but we usually don't do this so fast that we need to handle race conditions here. But of course we need the mutation function, to which we have to pass the product ID, because this is what remove cart item expects, together with the Wix browser client. Comma. Then again we implement on mutate, which is an async function. And in here we get passed the product ID. Again, this is whatever our mutation function takes. This is what we also get passed here. And then we want to do an optimistic update again. And this looks pretty similar to what we did here above. So let's copy cancel queries and also the previous state. We get them in the same way here, just that the optimistic update itself looks a bit differently. Query client.set query data. Again, the type is current cart.cart. Again, we have to pass the query key and then this old data arrow function. And then we return the updated state. Again, we put the old data in here. Until now, this is all the same as before. Again, we update the line items, but this time it's a bit simpler. oldData.lineItems.filter, because we want to remove the item that we are about to remove from our cart. Just that we remove it optimistically from the cache. So here we get the line item, and we want to filter out the line item that we removed. So here we pass line item dot ID is not equal to product ID. Those are the items we want to keep, and the one where the IDs match we want to remove from this state. And again we return the previous state and then handle it in onError. And we can actually copy the whole content of onError, because we do exactly the same. We set the query state back to the previous state and we show a toast message. So let's copy this here. You can also customize the toast message if you want. And again, we want to implement onSettled. And this time we only call invalidate queries, because again, we don't have race conditions here. So we don't need this check that we had above. And now we have an optimistic hook for removing a cart item, which again we use in the shopping cart button component, here in the shopping cart item. Here below the use update cart item quantity hook, we also call our new hook. Remove item mutation equals use remove cart item. And I want to render this remove button here in the top right corner of this image. So what we do is we wrap this image, but also the link, into another div, like this. We give this div relative positioning and also size fit and flex none so that it doesn't shrink. Then inside this div below the link, we put a button, but with a lowercase b this time, because this one doesn't need any of the Shadcn styling. In here I just want to put this X icon from Lucid React with a small size of 3. We give this absolute positioning with minus right 1 and minus top 1, which puts it a bit beyond the corners of the image. As you can see, so it overlaps the edges a little bit, which looks good in my opinion. We give this a border and BG background. And I also want to make this rounded and give it a little padding of 0.5. There we go. And of course, when we click this remove button here, we want to call our mutation. So we add an onClick handler to which we pass an arrow function that calls the remove item mutation. And it passes the product ID. And errors are handled internally in this hook via the toast message. So we don't have to do this on the outside. But we actually have to call remove item mutation.mutate, right? But before we try this out, I want to fix this. As you can see, the remove button of the first item is cut off a bit. Because, yeah, the parent element ends here. We can fix this by adding a little padding top of 1 to this div, the same div that has overflow y auto. So we can search for this text. Now there is enough room that this is not cut off anymore. And now when we remove an item, we should see an optimistic update, which means that it should be gone from the cart immediately. And then again, this part down here will update and refresh with the latest data. There we go. Works just like changing the quantity. One small change after subtotal amount. I want to have a colon because that looks better. And one more thing, when we go to another page and we click one of these links here, for example the image or the title, then we get back to the product page. This works, but the cart here doesn't close automatically. We have to handle this ourselves. So once again down to the shopping cart item. We add another callback on product link clicked, which will be just a simple callback function. We destructure it here and we call it when we click a link. So we can add an onClick handler to a link, which will trigger on product link clicked. And we do the same for the second link that we have down here around the title of the item. Then of course we have to pass this callback up here on product link clicked, and we want to set sheet open back to false. Makes sense, right? So let's save this and try this out. Now when we click a link, the sheet closes. Perfect. Maybe let's also remove this pre-tag with the JSON stringifier. You can leave it in if you want to still see the data, but the SDK will help us with finding the correct values. But one more thing, I know I have many one more things, but I forgot something. Somewhere we have a div with flex, item center, justify between. It's actually this one here. So this bottom part where we show the subtotal amount. Here above this div, I want to render an HR tag, which adds this horizontal line, just as a separator. Looks much better, doesn't it? And next we will implement these back and stock notifications. Right now, when an option is not available, we just render this text. But instead we want to render a button where we can enter an email address and get notified when a product becomes available again. Okay, the first step to implement these back and stock notifications is to go to our Wix backend and here to store products back and stock requests. We have to activate this via this button. Then we can start collecting these requests and we will see them listed here. We also want to activate this automation, which automatically sends an email to the user who requested these notifications so that we don't have to do this manually. So we click this button as well. In the future, this might look slightly different, but somewhere here you will be able to activate these requests and this automation. Okay, so this now works. Let's go back to our code. Of course, this requires a request to our backend, which we abstract in our API layer. Let's put it into a separate file because this is another module. Let's also call it back in stock notifications, just like the name of the module. In here we export an async function called create back in stock notification request. And again, we have to pass some values to create this request on our server. Again, we put this into an interface that we also export. Back in stock notification request values. Quite a long name, but it's better to be descriptive. We need the email address of the user that wants to receive these requests. We also need the URL of this item. We need the product information from products.product. And we also need the selected options because we can request updates about specific product options because some options can be in stock while others can be out of stock. And remember, the type of this was a record of type string. Then down here, since this makes a request to Wix, we need our Wix client again. And then our back in stock values, where we get an email, item URL, product, and the selected options. Here we need the variant again. Remember, for this we have our find variant function, to which we pass the product and the selected options. And then we call await Wix client.backendStock notifications. We don't have to return the return value because we don't do anything with it. Create backend stock notification request. This is how this function is called.
parentheses, curly braces, and this expects this email address, the item URL. This is the data that we pass to our function wrapper. And then this catalog reference again, which we had earlier when we added items to our cart. Remember? Again, we need an app ID, which we earlier set up in the constants file. But currently you need a separate app ID for backend stock notifications. I think in the future they will change this to use the same app ID that we used up here. But right now we have to create a separate one. Wix stores app ID back in stock notifications. This is how I want to call this constant, but again the name is arbitrary. And here I paste this. I actually got this from the Wix team because this one here didn't work, but this is not documented anywhere. So you have to pause the video and type this out by hand, or go to the video description, open the repository and copy it from there. And if this one doesn't work because you watch this video in the future, then try the normal app ID, because maybe they fixed this and then this one will be the correct one. If none of these work, you can also leave out this feature because it's not vital to the rest of the app. Anyway, back to the API file. So for the app ID, we use Wix stores app ID backend stock notifications. Again, if this one doesn't work, use the other app ID. We also need the catalog item ID, which as usual is the product ID. And again, we have to pass the options. This is actually the same that we passed when we add an item to the cart. So we can copy this. And the catalog item ID is also the same. So let's put this below, like this. And then after this first object here, we can pass another object with the item details. This is what will be shown in the email itself. We can set a product name to product.name. But this can be null or undefined, and this accepts string or undefined. So if this is null, we fall back to undefined, but this should never be null. For the price, we pass product.priceData.discountedPrice, and then we call toFixed. Why? Because this expects a string, but discounted price is a number, and with toFixed we can turn this into a string. And fraction digits, we pass 2, which means that I think there will be 2 digits behind the comma, which you want for currency. And we can pass an image, which will also be shown in the email. Product.media.mainmedia.image.url. So this is the data that will be shown in the email. And this is the product that we will link to. And this email address will get notified when this product is back in stock. Again, we wrap this into a hook because we call this client side. So in the hooks folder, wherever it's hiding here, again we write back in stock. I'm going to write it like this because this is the name of the module, but our hook is not really connected to the module, but actually I just prefer the name like this. It's up to you. You can also spell it like we did down here. But I also wanted to keep the naming convention with something like this use toast hook, which has a minus inside it. Export function, use, create, back in stock, notification request. That's a mouthful. Here we need our toast handler in case that we get an error. And then again we return useMutation, so that we get error states and loading states and callbacks for free. Again, we have to pass a mutation function, which gets these back in stock notification request values, and it calls create back in stock notification request, to which it passes the Wix browser client and the values. And then we implement on error. This time we only care about the error again. We want to log this error to the console. And then again there is a special error that we want to handle. Remember somewhere earlier, I think in the
card API, we handle this specific error here if the card was not found. And similarly, there is a special error we want to handle in here. So again, we check if, then again we write error as any. Unfortunately, we have to cast this. .details, .application error, make sure to spell this correctly, .code. If this is equal to back in stock notification, we have to make sure to spell this correctly, request already exists. I think this is self-explaining. If this request for this email address already exists, then we show a different error message. Again, destructive, and it will say, you are already subscribed to this product, so that the user knows what's going on. Else, if there is any other error, we want to show a more generic error message that again says something went wrong, please try again, because those are unexpected errors. We don't need optimistic updates or any of these fancy features in here. And now we want to create a new component in the components folder. Back in stock notification button that we then show on the product details page. Export default function. This button will take some props that extend the button props from Shadcn. We need a product that we want to receive notifications for, and the selected options, because we have to pass them to our API function. Here we of course need our mutation. Const mutation equals use create backend stock blah 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 mutation request. Okay. And for these requests, I want to implement a form with validation, so that when we click this button and we didn't enter anything, this says required. For this, we can use Shadcn's form component, which is integrated with Zod. Zod is this validation library that we already used before, and we can use this to validate the input in real time client-side. And I show you how to use this. So for this real-time validation, we need a schema, a Zod schema. We can put it directly here into this component file, but outside of the component function. Const form schema equals Z, which is Zod. We have used this before in our env validation file, remember? We create a z.object. This is the form basically. And in here we only expect one value, the email, which is a z.string with a min length of 1. And we can also pass a customized error message here. If the string is empty, it will say required. And what we can also do is, because we can type in empty spaces, we can let Zod trim this via this trim function. Now actually we will use this exact combination in different places in our app. So instead of repeating this over and over again, I want to extract this into a separate file. So let's cut this out and let's put a new file into the lib folder called validation.ts. Here I want to export a const, let's call it required string, with this exact schema, and we have to import Zod again. Okay, this is all I want to put in here. When I reuse schemas in different places, like front end and back end, I also put them into a separate file, like this validation file.
But here we use the schema only in this one component, so I rather put it directly into the same file where it belongs. So now the email will be a required string, and we can also attach .email, so we can extend the schema, because the email should be structured like an email, and this is what this will check for. And then a cool thing we can do is we can create a type from this schema, which we do below. Type form values equals c.infer, and here we pass type of this form schema. Now we have this type that contains an email which adheres to this schema. It's a string, and it's not an optional string. It's a string that is guaranteed to be defined, because in the schema we defined that this has a min length. And Zod takes all of this into account when it generates this type. Okay, and how to use this form is described in the Shadcn form documentation. We have to create such a schema. We already did this. Then we have to initialize this use form hook. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna put this here above our mutation inside our button component. We create a const form that we assign to use form, and here we pass our form values type that we created above, parentheses curly braces. We set the resolver to Zod resolver. Looks like we have to import this manually. Import destructure from add hook form resolvers /Zod, and in here is the Zod resolver. This is what connects our Zod schema to this form. There are also other resolvers for other validation libraries. So Zod resolver, to which we pass our form schema, and then we pass a default value for our email, because by default this will be undefined, but we want to set this to an empty string. Otherwise this error message here will be off, because it will say something like value cannot be undefined, or I don't know. But we want to show this one here, required. For this it has to be a string, an empty string. This is why we use this as the default value. Then here below we return a dialog, which we import from the components folder. In here we put a dialog trigger from the same folder with the schild prop. Because for this trigger we want to render a button, but in uppercase B1, a styled one, where we pass the remaining props that I haven't destructured yet. We want to destructure them here, the rest props, and we want to apply them to this button down here. This button will say notify when available, and below the dialog trigger we put a dialog content. In here we put a dialog header, and in there we put a dialog title. Unfortunately, all this nesting is necessary to get the correct styling. The title will say notify when available again. And maybe before we continue, let's save this and put this into our product details component. Here where at the moment we render this out of stock text, I want to put the back in stock notification button, which expects the product and the selected options, which are both values that we have available here. Save this. There it is. We can also style this, because this accepts the button props, which contains class names. We set this to width full. And when we click this, we see this dialog where we now want to put our form back to the back in stock notification button. And there are two different ways to show something like a dialog and also this sheet, either by wrapping the button that opens it into this trigger component, or we do what we did in our shopping cart button. We don't use this trigger, instead we put this separately and we use state instead. We can do both these ways with both the sheet and the dialog. It depends on what you need. Here we need to close the state, for example, when we click a link to a product. This is why the trigger component is not enough. We need our own state that we handle. But over here, we don't have this problem. Here we only have this one button that opens the dialog. This is why we can skip the state and use this dialog trigger component instead. Okay, let's continue. So below the dialog title, still inside the dialog header, we can put a dialog description. Enter your email address and we'll let you know when this product is back in stock. Of course, you can enter whatever you want. We have to escape this with ampersand sign, apos, semicolon. Because React doesn't like having single quotes anywhere down here in the JSX. This is why we have to escape this. And again, Prettier formats this text and splits it at the correct place. Okay, let's see. There is the text. Below the header, still inside the content, we now put this uppercase form. Make sure to import this from the UI folder, not from React Hook Form. This is Shadcn's form. Here we first of all spread this form that we got from this use form hook, close this, and put a lowercase form in here. This is the normal HTML form. Again, this is described in the Shadcn documentation. To onSubmit, we pass form.handleSubmit, and to this we pass onSubmit. OnSubmit is a function we will create now above. So here below the mutation, above the return statement, async function onSubmit, and this will receive the form values where we can find the email. Normally in the onSubmit function you get this form event, right? And then you have to get the values out of this form event. But React Hook Form takes care of this for us via this handleSubmit function. It extracts the values which have the type of the schema, and then it passes them to this function, and it's much easier to use them. We also don't have to call this prevent default function that you usually have to do, because again React Hook Form takes care of this. And in case you have never heard of React Hook Form, it's basically the most popular form handling library for React. And I think I mentioned earlier that the Shadcn form integrates with React Hook Form. This is why this all works out of the box. Okay, let's finish this. So in this form we need one form field. Again, this is described in the Shadcn docs. It gets the self-closing tag. To it we have to pass form.control, which connects this to the useForm function. We have to set the name, and here we get autocomplete with this one field we put into the schema. And then we implement this render function. Parentheses, curly braces, and here we want to destructure this field object. And here we render a form item. Again, this is coming from Shadcn. Just follow along. In this form item, we put a form label that will say email. Below a form control. And in this form control, we put an uppercase I input. The placeholder will say email. It gets a self-closing tag, and here we have to spread this field object into. This is a lot of boilerplate code for one input field, but it does a lot of things under the hood. For example, it connects the label to the input field without us having to pass a name, so that when we click this label, the input field is selected automatically. It also connects error messages to the input field and so on. And to show error messages, we go below the form control and we render this form message component, and then this just works. If we try to submit this with enter, we see our error message. But we also want to have a submit button below, still inside the form. Let's use our loading button, set the type to submit, so it submits the form. And for the loading state, we can use our mutations is pending state, because the mutation is what we call when we trigger this form later.
and this will say notify me. And again, when we click this button and we haven't typed in anything yet, this will not submit. Let's also add some spacing here. We do it in this lowercase form component. Class name space y5. Looks better. And now when we type in some random text, it says invalid email because our schema checks that this is an email address. But if we type something in that looks like an email, we can submit this. And what do we want to do when we submit it? We want to call our mutation in the onSubmit handler. Mutation.mutate, parentheses, curly braces, and this expects the backend stock notification request values, which are the email, the item URL, but we have to construct this URL ourselves with env.nextPublicBase URL plus then /products/ and then we append product.slug. This is the URL that this email link will link to. Then we need the product itself and the selected options. One more thing, below the input form, still inside the dialog content, we want to check if the mutation was successful. Then we want to render a little success message with a vertical padding of 2.5 and text green 500 that will say thank you. We have to escape the apostrophe. We'll notify you when this product is back in stock, just so that the user can see some confirmation. And now this should work. Let's try it out. Notify me, loading spinner, we get a success message. Now if we try this again, we should see an error message. Yeah, you are already subscribed to this product because we already entered our email. You could instead also check for the error state here and put this error message below the form instead of the toast, but the toast was easier. This is why I went with it. And now when we take a look into our Wix backend, we should see this new request. There it is, for the leather shoes with the exact combination of options. And now when we change the inventory for brown tan leather shoes, let's try this out. We should get an email. And this email is configured here in this automations tab. Let's quickly take a look at this. Send email when product is back in stock. This was set up for us automatically. You can take a look into this, what exactly this does. But let's try this out. This one here, right? Let's set this to 1. Save this. I think it should save automatically. Yeah, as soon as we remove the focus from the form input. And there is the email that we get. You wanted to know when this product is back. You can, I think, also customize this email in the backend. And it shows the image, the variant, and the price. And when we click on this button, we should get to our page. There we go. Isn't this cool? And this is all sent automatically. And in the backend, we can also see that this person was notified. So this is all documented here. I also want to set the inventory of these leather shoes back to 0. And next, I want to implement user login, because right now we only have these anonymous cards, right? So let's do that next. The authentication pages for sign up and login will be handled by Wix. We just have to redirect there. For this, let's create a new file in the Wix API folder called auth.ts. Here we export an async function called generateOAuth.data. This will take the Wix client and the origin path, which is optional. We can use this to redirect to the page where we were coming from. So if we are on the product page and we log in, we get redirected to this product page. Here we return Wix client.auth.generateOAuth.data, which expects the redirect URI and the original URI. Again, the original URI is where we are coming from and where we want to get redirected to. The first argument, the redirect URI, is where we will handle the authentication after we get redirected from the Wix login page. And if you remember, we set up this URI earlier in the OAuth settings, which we can open when we click here. It's this callback URI that we set up. This is where we handle the response that we get after login. And this is what we have to pass here. So we pass env.nextPublicBase URL, and then we append the same path, /API/auth/callback/Wix. Make sure to spell this correctly, otherwise it won't work. And the original URI, where we want to get redirected back after the successful login, is again the base URL. This of course has to be a plus / as a string, plus, and then if we have the origin path, we want to append this. But if this is undefined, we want to append an empty string, then we get redirected to the front page instead, if we don't pass an origin path. Okay, so this is responsible for generating the OAuth data, which contains some information like the redirect path, but it also contains something like a key that we later have to pass back to Wix to make sure that our request is valid. More on that in a moment. Below we create another async function called getLoginURL. Again, this needs the Wix client and this OAuth data we just created, which is of type OAuth data. The reason why I create two separate functions for this instead of putting this directly down here is because we have to store this OAuth data in a cookie, and again this works differently on the browser and client, so I had to separate these functions because the caller of this function then has to set the cookie. We can't do this directly in here because then we would have to tie this to either the browser or the server, but I want to keep this flexible. Here we destructure a const and we call await wixClient.auth.getAuthURL, to which we have to pass the OAuth data and then configuration where we set response mode to query. This means that the values we get back in our callback route later will contain the necessary information, the keys and so on in the search params. So in this question mark, blah blah blah, and then the value. You can configure this here. It can also be contained in, I think, the body, but actually I don't know what these other options are. We select query. In this destructured const we find the auth URL. This is the URL to the login page, and we just want to return this here. And let's also set up the logout function. Export async function, get logout URL. Here we only need the Wix client. Again we destructure a const, call await wixClient.logout, and here we pass the URL of the front page, because after we log out I will always redirect to the front page, but you can also set it up like this to allow redirecting to the previous URL. And in here we find the logout URL that we want to return. There we go. Next, let's set up a hook for this. In the hooks folder, right click, again we call it auth.ts. Export default function, useOptimistic. I make it the default export now because we will only export this one function in here. Here we need the current path name to construct the redirect URL, which we can get from usePathName, which is a Next.js hook. And again, we need a toast in case something goes wrong. Then we create an async function called login. and another one called logout. And at the end of this hook, we return an object that contains login and logout, so that we can call these functions in components later. In here we put a try catch block. If this goes wrong, we log the error to the console and show a toast message again. Failed to log in, please try again, but we should rarely, if ever, see this. We can also copy this to log out and change this to a failed to log out, please try again. In here, we want to generate this OAuth data, store it in a cookie, then redirect to the login page. So let's do this in the try block of the login function. Const OAuth data equals await generate OAuth data from our API layer, to which again we pass the Wix browser client and the path name, which is then the origin path where we get redirected back after a successful login. And we get it from this hook. Again, we need JS cookie because this is happening client side. So we import this cookies object again and call cookies.z. We will need another constant for this. Export const Wix OAuth data cookie. Again, this name is arbitrary. You can name this whatever you want. And I'm going to call this Wix underscore OAuth data, for example. But this is arbitrary as well. It's just a key. We use this key here, Wix OAuth data cookie. And again, we have to stringify this data because all cookies are strings. And in here, we want to put this OAuth data. And we also want to configure this cookie. Again, we want to make it secure like we did before if process.env.nodeEnv is equal to production, because this requires HTTPS. And we also set the relatively short expiration date by creating a new date object. And here we pass date.now, which is the current date in milliseconds, plus 60 times 10 times 1000. This is 10 minutes. And JS cookie doesn't accept the max age value that the cookie function here expects. Instead, it takes this expires value, to which we have to pass a full date. So we take the current date and we add 10 minutes to it. So after 10 minutes, this cookie will expire, which means that the browser will delete it automatically. This is for security reasons, because the login process shouldn't take 10 minutes, right? Should be very fast. Okay, so we set the cookie. Then we want to get this redirect URL from get login URL, which again is coming from our API folder. We pass the Wix client and the OAuth data that we generated. And finally, we call window.location.href and we set this to redirect URL. This way we can redirect to an external URL. Okay, you might have noticed that I'm not using useMutation this time like we do in our other hooks. To be honest, I was not completely sure if I should use useMutation here, because we are not really changing any data on the server, we are just requesting this redirect URL. And in the end, I decided to not use the mutation because we don't need any states in here. We have no error state and no pending state. We do have this catch block that we could handle with the on-error callback of useMutation. But overall, I thought here it's better to just use try catch instead of useMutation. But this is probably also up to personal preference. Anyway, let's also take care of logout. Let's go into the try block. Here we need the logout URL, which we get from await get logout URL, which needs the Wix client. Then we call cookies.remove. And we want to remove this Wix session cookie. not the OAuth data, the session cookie, because we log out and then we don't need this cookie anymore. And again, we want to redirect with window.location.href to the logout URL. And that's it for this hook. We could also handle login and logout via a server action, but it's not really necessary because that would be an unnecessary detour over our server, which we don't need because we call these Wix API functions anyway, and it makes sense to do this directly from the front end. And also, this user button here that we have in the final page needs to be a client component anyway, which also makes it easier to call the login and logout functions client side. But the main reason is that it's just not necessary to route this over our own server. Actually, it would be quite wasteful because on Vercel we pay money the more requests we have to run on our server. So again, we can save money by running this directly on the front end. Okay, but this is just one half of the login process. Now we redirect it to the login page, and then after login was successful, we get redirected back to our callback route that we configured as the URL. So we have to create this route handler. I explain route handlers in my Next.js beginner tutorial. Those are API endpoints that run on our server that we can set up. And such an endpoint will be called by Wix after a successful login. So into our app folder, we put an API folder /auth/callback/Wix/ and then here we put a route.ts file. Make sure that this path is the exact same as the path you set up here in your Wix backend. Otherwise, this will not work properly later. From here, we export an async function, very important without the default keyword, because then it will not work. We can't have a default export from route handlers. Here we get passed the incoming request, again in form of a next request. And this route will be called by Wix. And remember, when we generate the login URL, we set the response mode to query. This means that Wix will send us a bunch of data in the search params, which we now have to get out of this URL. The first one is called code, and we can access it via request.nextURL.searchparams.get, and the key of this is a string code. Later we will pass this code back to Wix to get the member tokens, and the code is like a key to make sure that the user is actually authorized to get these tokens. Similarly, we have a state, which is something similar to this code. It's also used for authentication, and it's also in the URL, in this state search param. In there is also an error if something went wrong. And one more, let's duplicate this line. We also have error underscore description. And the key is called the same. Then below we can check if we have an error. Then we want to return immediately. We just return a response with the error description, which will then just be shown as a text on the screen. This is not very pretty, but it's enough because it shows the error message. And we set the status to 400, which means bad request. Then we need the OAuth data, which we stored in a cookie. Remember, in our auth hook, we generate the OAuth data and we store it in a cookie. And now we want to get this OAuth data back out of the cookie. This is of type OAuth data. And again, this is quite complicated, but it was also complicated for me. This flow is actually described in the Wix documentation. You just have to adapt it to Next.js to make it work. And it took me a while to figure this out, but yeah, here we are. Okay, again, we have to parse this because cookies are strings. So, now we are on the server again, which means that we don't use JS cookie, instead we use Next.js's cookies function, because this one works on the server. We want to get the OAuth data cookie. Again, this can be undefined. So we use the save call operator and we want to access the value or fall back to this empty object in a string.
Okay. But the code and the state and the OAuth data could be undefined, right? So we have to make sure that they exist. We check if code, exclamation mark, or exclamation mark state, or exclamation mark OAuth data. Then again, we want to return an error response that doesn't say anything, but it has a status code of 400. I mean, we could also write invalid request maybe. But it doesn't help very much, does it? Then we need a Wix client, which we get from get Wix server client, because we are on the server. Below, we now get the member tokens, which we use for authentication via await Wix client.auth.get member tokens, to which we have to pass the code that we got from the search params, the state that we got from the search params, and the OAuth data that we got from our cookie. And all of this is used to verify that this request is valid. And in the OAuth data is also the redirect URL, because we put it in there when we generated this, right? Okay, we could also put this function into the API layer, but I didn't bother this time because we never called this anywhere else. It's only used here, and it also already looks like the end result would look. So I just called this in here directly. I think this is fine. Okay, below we call cookies dot delete, and we delete the OAuth data cookie because we don't need it anymore. And then cookies.set, we set the session cookie to a json.stringify member tokens, because those are the new access and refresh tokens, but not for an anonymous card, but for this authenticated user. And they will replace the token cookie that we had before, if there was one. And let's take a look into the middleware again. Here we set a max age, right? So let's copy this and do this over here as well. Comma, curly braces. Again, we set the max age to 14 days. After 14 days, this cookie will expire and we will get logged out, but only if we don't open the website within these 14 days. Because if we open the website, the cookie and the access token will be renewed via the refresh token automatically, and we should not get logged out. I think we should also add the secure flag. I actually forgot this in my preparation. I'm not sure if there was a reason why I left this out, but I think it makes sense to have this in here as well. In production, we want to make this a secure cookie. At the end of the tutorial, we will check if everything still works, and if not, we will figure it out. Then we return a new response. No body in there, but we set the status code to 302, which means redirect. And then we can redirect via the headers like this. We can set location to the URL we want to redirect to, and this is stored in the OAuth data as this original URI we put in there. And if this is empty for some reason, we will redirect to the front page. Okay, that's it for this callback route. Now we have the whole login process nailed down. So now what we do is we create a new component in the components folder called userbutton.tsx. This later contains the drop-down menu with the profile link and the login button, but for now we will keep this simple. Export default function user button. For now I just want to call and destructure our useOptimistic hook, in which we can find our login and logout functions. And I just want to return a Shadcn button, which when we click calls login and it says login. That's all we need for now, and I want to put this into the Navbar. Navbar TSX. Above the shopping cart button, I want to render this user button, and I want to render these two buttons into a div.
so that we can align them both on the right side of the screen. We style this div with flex, item center, justify center and a gap of 5. But I always forget this use client directive, which we have to add to the user button because the navbar is a server component. Okay, but there is our login button. Let's try this out and let's see exactly what happens. So we have our anonymous Wix session, right, with the visitor tokens. We are not logged in. When we click login, I think for a short moment we will see Wix OAuth data here because we generate this cookie. Yeah, there it is. Then we get redirected to the login page, which is handled by Wix. Here we can log in. We can also use Google or Facebook or sign up for a new account. I'm gonna sign up with the same email address, codingandflow.recording@gmail.com, and a secure password. I am not a robot. Sign up. Okay, this account already exists, which probably happened because this is also the email address I used to create the Wix account itself. So let's try recording@codingandflow.com, which is another email address I have. Sign up with this one. Okay, we get redirected back to the page. In our Wix backend, we should now see this new user here under customers contacts. There it is. You might have noticed that this time we didn't have to verify our email address because we didn't configure this. For this we go to the settings, to site member settings down here, sign up and login security. And I want to ask for verification for everyone who signs up because it's more secure, right? And it makes sure people don't accidentally use a wrong email address. So now you can go ahead and you can sign up on your website with another email address, and this time you will get a verification email with this code that you saw in the beginning. But I'm not gonna do this because time is scarce, right? So now we should be logged into our account. On first glance it looks different. The button still says login because we didn't change the button when we are logged in, and we still have a Wix session cookie. But this cookie should be tied to our user account. So we have our card. Let's log out by deleting the cookie. Refresh the page. Our card is empty, which we expect because we basically logged out. Let's try logging in again and let's see if we get our card back. Log in with email. Let's see if I remember my password. We log in and voila, we have our card back. So authentication works. Next, let's improve this user button up here because right now this always says login, even if we are already logged in. As soon as we open the website, I want to know if we are logged in because this decides if we show the login or logout button. And I also want to have the user data of the logged in member so that I can show, for example, the email address of the logged in member in this user button later. For this, we create another file in the API folder called members.ts. Here we export a const get logged in member. And the reason I make this a const is because I want to wrap this into a React cache function again, because we will call this function in different server components, but I only want to fetch the data once within the same request. In here we put an async function that takes the Wix client as usual, and it will return a promise of type members from the Wix members package dot member or null if we are not logged in. This is an arrow function. Here we can check if exclamation mark Wix client.auth.loggedin. If this is false, we want to return null. I think this checks if this cookie exists. We also have to call this because this is a function. But if we are logged in, we want to fetch the data of the logged in member. Const member data equals await Wix client dot members dot get current member parentheses curly braces. Here we set field sets to an array with members.z.full, which means that we want to fetch all user data and not just a subset of it. And below we return this member data.member, but this can be undefined. And up here we said we want to return the member or null. So if this is undefined, we return null, which means that we are currently not logged in, at least not with a valid member account. Then we make some changes to our user button. First of all, this will take props. User button props. We need the logged in member, which we will fetch server side in the navbar so that it's available as soon as we open the page, just like our card. Members.member or null. And we will also pass optional class names in case we want to style this user button. We will need this class name later to make this user button responsive. And here we destructure these user button props, get the logged in member and the class name out of there. Let's save this and then pass this value over here. This now expects the logged in member. And this is what we created our function here for. And as I explained, I want to call this on the server so that we have it available immediately and then pass it to the user button. The navbar is a server component. We also fetch the card here. Now we also want to fetch the user. But if I now write const logged in member equals await get member, then we have two requests in a row. So first it executes this one, and only after this has finished, it executes the next one. But it would be better if they both execute at the same time, right? And this is possible with promise.all. So what we do is we create a const that is an array. And here we will find the card and the logged in member. And we call await promise.all, which executes multiple promises in parallel. To this we pass an array again with our getCard function, and then get logged in member. Both of them need the Wix client, so let's remove this line here, and above initialize one Wix client, get Wix server client, pass them here, and again now these two operations will be executed at the same time, and then the results will be put into these variables. And then we pass the logged in member to the user button down here. And then we have it available as soon as the page is opened. Okay, back to the user button. Here instead of returning this button, we want to return a drop-down menu from the UI folder. It's always from the UI folder. Drop-down trigger as child, just like our dialog trigger that we used earlier. In here we put a button with size icon and variant ghost. And to this button we pass the class name that we pass to this component. And in here I want to render this user icon. There we go. And when we click this icon, we want to show a drop-down menu, which we put below the trigger. Drop-down menu content, which we style with a min width of 44 and a max width of 64, but you can customize this. Then, if we have a logged in member, only then I want to render this fragment in which we put a drop-down menu label. And in here we have text that says logged in as. Then again we need this space in an expression. Another expression, logged in member.contact.firstname, or if the first name doesn't exist, we will render the login email instead. And there it is, logged in as recording at coding and flow. Later, after we checked out and our user has a name, we will see the first name instead. Okay, still inside this fragment below the label, we put a drop-down menu separator, which is just a horizontal line. And then we can put another item in here, a link, next link, that will bring us to /profile. We also only want to show this if we are logged in. In here we put a drop-down menu item. In this item we put a user icon again with a margin right of 2 and a size of 4. And this can get a self-closing tag. And then a text next to it that says profile. This is the link to the profile page. And it looks like this. And then still inside the fragment below the link, I want to put another separator, another horizontal line. Then below this expression, we put another expression. If the logged in member is defined, if it has a value. And the reason I put this into a separate expression is because here we will later put another component. So we have to separate this. So if the logged in member is defined, we want to render the logout button, otherwise the login button, right? So up here, we put a drop-down menu item again. When we click it, we want to call the logout function, which we are getting from our useOptimistic hook right here. We close this. In here we put this logout icon, again with MR2 and size 4, and the text next to it will say logout. Similarly, we create our login button if we are not currently logged in. This will call login, of course. We have this login icon. And the button text will say login. Makes sense, right? And now this should work. We are currently logged in, so we see the logout button. When we click it, we get redirected to the logout page, but this page is invisible actually. We get logged out on Wix's server and then immediately redirected to our own website. And now this doesn't show the profile link anymore, it only says login now. And authentication works. Great. And later I will also show you how you can customize the URL of the login pages. Right now that's this URL we set up on the backend earlier, flowshop15/flowshop. This is completely fine, you can keep this, but if you get a paid plan on Wix, then you can also set your own custom URL. For example, here on this page I have prepared, the URL is Next.js flowshop, and the URL of the login page is a sub URL, wix.next.js flowshop, but you can change this part to anything else. It doesn't have to say Wix. And if you learned something new so far, please leave a like on this video and subscribe to the channel. And because this was so difficult, next we will take it a bit easier and implement dark theme. Yay!